Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku was weaponized. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. A voice echoed through the sterile white halls, pleading for help. Someone was in distress, crying out for assistance as they tried to save a friend in dire need. Despite the urgency of the situation, the doctors and scientists in the room remained passive, observing the scene unfold without intervening. The frantic friend struggled to stop the bleeding, desperately attempting to use her quirk, but it was ineffective for healing. With trembling hands, she held her friend's hand, stained with blood, and tried to reassure her. Tears streamed down her face as she watched her friend grow weaker, whispering words of comfort that felt increasingly hollow. The wounded woman managed a faint smile, shaking her head sadly as she coughed, blood escaping her lips. She gasped for breath, her voice barely a whisper as she directed her friend's hands to her belly. The gravity of her request hung in the air, a plea for the safety of her unborn children. In a world where superpowers, known as quirks, defined one's identity, there were those who sought power for nefarious purposes. Shadows lingered, ready to exploit their abilities for evil. As two figures walked through the white halls of the underground facility, one expressed concern about entrusting the program to those labeled as villains. The other dismissed the worry, suggesting that their chaotic nature might make it easier to manage any fallout. In a nearby room, a young child stood among a group of older kids, feeling small and out of place. Uncertain of how long they had been there, the child had only a vague memory of the past 3 years spent under observation. Though aware of the presence of other children, it was only now that they began to interact. The child shrank into a corner, hesitant to approach the others, unsure of their intentions. This was the first encounter with peers, apart from the adults who delivered meals and conducted examinations. Watching from the sidelines, the child observed as some kids formed friendships, sharing smiles and laughter while showcasing their quirks. At just 3 years old, the child had yet to manifest a quirk and felt a deep longing for the solitude of their cold, quiet room. Suddenly, a boy with dark hair and steel eyes approached, his brow furrowed in confusion. He sought a quieter space, leaning against the wall beside the child, who watched him with curious eyes. You observed him, noting the bandage wrapped around his head and the ones peeking out from his loose shirt. He seemed unaware of your presence, sitting quietly as he watched the other kids, just as you were doing. He spoke softly, glancing over with his sharp, keen eyes, asking if you knew why you were there. You flinched at his sudden attention, stepping back in surprise. You weren't accustomed to people speaking to you, you had never had anyone to converse with, leaving you with a limited vocabulary. His words were unclear to you. He continued to look at you, almost as if he were studying you with those cold eyes. He asked for your name, hoping that some familiarity might encourage you to respond. He introduced himself as S.A.25, gesturing to the printed code on his shirt. He then inquired about you. You hesitated, uncertain. The people in white lab coats had never called you anything. They simply barked orders or pulled you from one room to another. You looked down and shrugged, unsure how to reply. He muttered your code, YN.14, prompting you to meet his gaze. He repeated it, pointing to the code on your shirt. His expression softened slightly as he looked into your eyes, almost as if he were attempting to smile. Your YN.14, he stated. There was a hint of sadness in his tone. If you were older, perhaps you would have understood that the code he read from your shirt was not a name but merely a serial number, a way to distinguish you from the other children. If you had a greater understanding of the situation, you might have realized that what you were about to face was not something children like you should endure. It was something no one should have to experience. Breath heavy, eyesight hazy, and everything around you covered in a dark substance, all you could do was stand there, trying to comprehend what had just occurred. You glanced around the room, attempting to make sense of it all. Moments ago, there had been people in white lab coats, preparing to pull you from your room for another injection of whatever liquid they intended to use. You remembered crying and resisting, knowing those shots would hurt. You recalled squirming into the corner of your room, trying to escape the gloved hands of the adults. A male with light blue hair and crimson eyes, named Shigaraki Tamura, questioned what had happened, his voice curious rather than frightened. He and his companion, Kurojairi, were about to leave when they felt the ground shake, as if a mild earthquake had occurred. They were accompanied by the lead scientist, Akane Iku, with whom they had just struck a deal. They stood in wonder as distant screams echoed in the air. "What is going on?" she muttered, instructing them to stay put while she ran towards the source of the commotion, her white lab coat flowing behind her. She burst into the viewing room, only to find it splattered with a dark substance. Her eyes widened as she looked at the other scientists, all sharing the same shock. "What happened?" she demanded, but they were too stunned to respond. One pointed at the glass, indicating something beyond the blood-stained surface. Her emerald eyes landed on a little girl in the center of the room, covered in the dark substance. "That little girl was you." "They just exploded," one of the scientists stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. "She was just wailing a moment ago and then—" "They exploded," Akane interrupted, trying to see you through the stained glass. You stood there in shock, unable to grasp what had occurred, but you understood that from that moment on, nothing would ever be the same. After the incident involving the two scientists, your appearance changed slightly. You developed animal-like ears, a long furred tail, and what appeared to be wings growing from your back. It was puzzling why you had mutated at such a young age, especially when you also seemed to possess a destructive emitter quirk. Much of what had happened that day was beyond comprehension. Regardless, they sought to understand it, calling in the boy from before, the 8.25, to assist in managing you. He had the ability to nullify someone's powers through physical contact, temporarily halting the energy flow within their body. Due to the unknown aspects of your newfound quirks, they decided you should stay in A.25's room, ensuring he could nullify your abilities if necessary. "This is a rare case," Akane marveled, presenting your file to her client. "Y.N.14 has manifested both an emitter and a transformation quirk." She pointed to the pictures of you before and after the incident, highlighting the evident changes. "Transformation? Wouldn't you call it mutation?" her client asked, peering at her through his shades. "Transformation because she can conceal these features and appear normal, if that term can still be applied these days." Her client nodded, reviewing the file once more. He was a representative for an organization that preferred to remain anonymous, despite the substantial resources they had provided to Akane's organization for their ongoing projects. The man in shades and formal attire nodded in approval, returning the file to her. He pushed up his shades, a small smirk forming on his lips. He thought it would be best to keep a close watch on her to see what else she could do. Along with other exceptional subjects, she would excel with the right training. He instructed to keep up the updates before making his exit. Akane was left to devise a training routine, one that would bring you considerable hardship and challenges. In less than a year, you had experienced so much and changed dramatically. The training regimen Akane had set for you was intense. It involved a variety of exercises, pushing you from minimal movement to maximum exertion. It was difficult and painful, leaving a lasting impact on you. At just 4 years old, while most children were merely discovering their quirks, you were being pushed to your limits, compelled to perform tasks under the threat of punishment. Despite the rigorous training, they had yet to uncover the full extent of your abilities. Your transformation quirk was puzzling. It allowed you to develop animal-like features, including pointed ears, a long furred tail, and a pair of wings. Through training, they also discovered you had retractable claws. They planned further routines to explore whether this aspect of your quirk could enable you to transform into something else. Your emitter quirk intrigued them as well. They were eager to learn what else you could do beyond causing destruction from a distance. So far, they had found you could move objects without physical contact, akin to telekinesis. They were curious about the limits of your emitter quirk, wanting to know how far and how much you could control and affect your surroundings. This aspect of your abilities puzzled them, leading them to conduct experiments to provoke a reaction from your emitter quirk, eager to see the extent of the damage you could cause. They marveled at the power contained within such a small girl. You were subjected to various experiments, examined thoroughly, and restrained for testing different substances. You were not the only one undergoing such treatment, but it seemed you were the most exploited and isolated among the group. If you had been older, perhaps you would have recognized that none of this was normal. If you had understood that you weren't meant to live this way, you might have unleashed your quirk in defiance. But this was all you knew. You had grown up in this painful confusion. You learned to obey their commands, understanding that resistance led to suffering. You complied with their orders like a trained animal, acting when instructed. Despite your small and frail appearance, people would be shocked to learn of the actions you had taken, all because you were told to do so. You understood it was wrong, you felt the pain you caused. But what choice did you have? Non-compliance could lead to punishment, as you had witnessed happen to others. You did your best to comply, even if it meant overexerting your emitter quirk, resulting in discomfort and burns on your skin. Akane sighed, observing as S.A.25 entered the damage training room with guards who would take you both to the clinic for cleanup before returning to your room. The boy, S.A.25, activated his quirk, his eyes glowing bright blue as his hair floated. He had learned to nullify quirks without physical contact, though it was less effective than direct contact. This ability was especially useful, given that you might activate your quirk before he could reach you. With your quirk nullified, you were taken to the clinic for a checkup after training. The nurse reviewed S.A.25's information, noting his age and abilities. He explained that S.A.25 could control and absorb energy, solidifying or nullifying it, which depended on the energy available and the number of opponents. The boy winced at the tightness of the bandage around one of his wounds. The nurse then turned to you, reviewing your file and noting that your limits were still unknown. You had fewer injuries, mostly burn marks from overusing your emitter quirk, but you were covered in blood. The nurse sighed, quickly cleaning you up and providing you with a fresh set of clothes. Once finished, he dismissed you both, and you returned to your shared room. S.A.25 asked if you had another rough day, to which you simply nodded. With so little human contact and few conversations, your vocabulary was limited, consisting mainly of commands you had been given: attack, eliminate, kill, and a few other words whose meanings you were unsure of. You had just familiarized yourself with the situation and somehow found meaning in it despite your lack of knowledge. The boy mentioned that he and some others would be starting classes with you, though he wasn't sure what that meant and doubted he would enjoy it. He realized you might not fully understand him, but he wanted to talk. You were the only person he felt comfortable opening up to, even if much of what he said went over your head. You sat at the bottom bunk of the cold, hard bunk beds. The pillows and blankets offered little comfort against the chill of the room. This was why you and the boy often cuddled together for warmth. He was much taller than you. He suggested taking a nap, looking at you with his steel eyes to see if you understood. The only word you caught was nap, which signaled you to sleep. You nodded, and he smiled as you both cuddled together in the bottom bunk, where it was dark and a bit warmer. You were unsure what they had injected into you, but it seemed to cause your YHC hair to lose its color, fading gradually as if it were losing its pigments. The stress you endured contributed to this change, making your hair turn white more quickly. You wondered if this was how your life would continue, contemplating whether you would have to endure this until the end or if you might choose to end it yourself. Akane sighed as she addressed her friend Shigaraki, reminding him of her commitment to confidentiality regarding her clients. He had been persistently asking about you, the child he had seen who managed to defeat 4 elite villains in under a minute. You had stood there, terrified, as they had fallen without you moving an inch. Shigaraki teased Akane, expressing his interest in your abilities and hinting at wanting to use you for his own purposes. Akane was aware of his intentions but was hesitant to divulge too much. She warned him about the implications of you suddenly becoming quirkless, questioning what would happen if your powers vanished. Shigaraki furrowed his brows, confused about the significance of you to her clients, especially in light of the other children involved. He questioned the purpose of training other kids if you were so special. Akane's silence confirmed his suspicions, leading him to realize the nature of the training program. The children were being prepared to act quickly under pressure, trained to complete tasks without hesitation. Akane reluctantly confirmed that her clients were indeed involved in something more sinister, and Shigaraki recognized the potential for leverage in this situation. However, Akane pointed out the risks of exposing them without evidence, expressing her frustration at the precariousness of their position. Shigaraki proposed an alternative. Instead of exposing the program, they could manipulate the children, turning them into soldiers who would oppose the society that had trained them. This idea shifted the entire focus of their intentions. Meanwhile, a sidekick rushed to her superior, reporting on the increased activity of the League of Villains, particularly around a certain Yakuza organization. The lanky hero, Sir Night Eye, acknowledged the situation and instructed her to notify the heroes for a meeting. In a different setting, a scruffy pro-hero grumbled at his friend for dismissing their class late, causing them to be stuck in traffic. His blonde companion, also a pro-hero, nervously chuckled, trying to explain the situation. You had changed significantly over the past year and a few months. Your skills had sharpened, and you had begun to understand how to activate and deactivate your emitter quirk. Your abilities in close combat had improved, making you more alert and serious during missions. With the numerous challenging tasks you had been given, you were slowly becoming numb to feelings of remorse and pity. You gradually lost your emotions. The only feeling that remained was fear. Fear and hesitation, but the latter was fading away. You could do nothing but obey their commands, terrified of punishment. You feared getting hurt, and as selfish as it seemed, you preferred to carry out terrible tasks rather than face pain or retribution. However, that did not erase the hurt they had caused, it merely dulled it. You had changed significantly. Dark circles under your eyes revealed your lack of rest and sleep. Your body was marked with numerous scars from the constant experiments and tasks you endured, each one leaving a new reminder of your suffering. Your once vibrant hair had turned white due to the relentless stress, leaving you unsure of how to relax. Your beautiful eyes, which once sparkled with hope and wonder, now appeared dull and filled with fear. You had transformed from a little girl into an obedient soldier still in need of guidance. Despite the many changes you had undergone, you remained puzzled about why they subjected you and the other children to such treatment. Months passed. The Night Eye Agency was investigating various Yakuza groups involved in illicit activities, including drag trafficking. Kashikawa Usagi was one of the groups that piqued their interest. Along with recent drag trade activities, there were reports of members of the League of Villains interacting with known gang members. This prompted a deeper investigation into the organization. What they uncovered was shocking. Pro-hero Sir Night Eye intended to launch an operation to gather heroes to gather more information and halt the organization's activities. He awaited the arrival of the heroes he had summoned. Fatgum and Ryukyu were already present, having left their interns behind at Night Eye's request due to the sensitive nature of the topics to be discussed. Tsukachi and several police officers were also in attendance, along with Bubble Girl and Centipider, who greeted the arriving heroes. Staff from the Hero Public Safety Commission were present as well, as Night Eye had mentioned potential human trafficking and believed the commission could assist those affected. A scruffy hero entered, apologizing for being late as he and his close friend took their seats, both looking exhausted from their recent class. The green-haired hero welcomed them and gestured for Bubble Girl to begin her presentation. Clearing her throat, Bubble Girl displayed information on the large screen. She explained that in the past 4 months, there had been an increase in drag trade activities linked to various Yakuza groups. The Night Eye Agency had been monitoring these groups to uncover their operations. She highlighted Kashikawa Usagi as the most active group, revealing that they were not only involved in drag smuggling but also rumored to be participating in human trafficking. Images flashed on the screen, showing individuals being led into the organization's known locations, prompting gasps from the audience as they recognized the gravity of the situation, which included children among the victims. A lower-profile hero inquired about the purpose behind these abductions. Sir Night Eye explained that they suspected the organization was experimenting on these individuals, using them as test subjects for drags, and selling them to other groups. Bubble Girl presented another slide, detailing a recent transaction involving one of the top gangs, the Phantom Hives. The screen displayed figures engaged in a secretive exchange, indicating that they were indeed selling individuals, training them for the desires of their buyers. Tsukachi asked how they could assist in this matter, representing the police department. Night Eye requested police support for a search warrant to investigate the facility, emphasizing the need to raid the location and stop the immoral activities taking place. Your cries echoed through the sterile white halls of the facility, but no one paid attention. You stumbled back in fear, tears streaming down your face as you faced a robot with a picture taped to its head, resembling someone familiar. The sight terrified you, rendering you unable to fight. Shigaraki observed your fear with displeasure, commenting on how easily you were frightened by something so trivial. Akane interjected, explaining that the more terrified you were, the more powerful and unpredictable your abilities would become. They watched as you stumbled back, falling to the ground, unable to use your emitter quirk as instructed. They wanted you to eliminate the imposing robot using your mutations. They wanted you to learn how to attack in close-range battles in case someone managed to eliminate your emitter quirk. Your pointed furry ears hung low, your fluffy tail tucked between your legs, and silver wings covered each side of you like a shield. Akane's voice echoed through the speakers, instructing you to eliminate the target. If you could activate your emitter quirk, it would have been done instantly, but you couldn't. Your eyes glanced sideways, spotting S.A.25 with his quirk activated, offering an apologetic look as he eased your emitter quirk. Your gaze returned to the robot, focusing on the face printed on paper and taped to it. One of your wings shakily stretched out, a few feathers detaching and flying toward the bot, attempting to damage it. Shigaraki observed the scene, questioning your capabilities. When he learned you couldn't fly yet, he dismissed your efforts, grumbling about the ineffectiveness of your feathers. They were useful against opponents who could feel pain, but for now, they were not strong enough to make a significant impact, especially since you couldn't fly. You tried to scurry to your feet, seeing the metal arm of the robot raising up, ready to attack. Fear paralyzed you, and for some reason, the face taped onto the bot terrified you. Just as you managed to stand, the metallic arm fell, striking you. S.A.25 gasped and stepped forward, but they stopped him from reaching you. You hadn't expected the bot to be that quick for its size, nor did you anticipate getting hit so swiftly. Pain shot through you as blood trickled down your arm, a deep cut running across your shoulder. Wincing, you looked up at the undamaged bot, determined not to be hurt further. Your eyes glowed crimson, and in a swift movement, you severed the robot's head, along with the picture taped to it. Shigaraki commented on your speed, while Akane smiled proudly, her eyes on your retractable claws, the very ones you used to slice off the robot's head. You struggled to remain standing, the pain and blood loss overwhelming you. Your glowing crimson eyes returned to their natural color as you turned to the two-way mirror, aware they were watching. You hoped for the approving grins they usually wore after you completed a task. Weak and in pain, your eyes rolled back as you collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The past few weeks had been particularly challenging, with multiple new wounds from the tests they made you endure. Some tests involved fights with actual villains, though you were unaware of their true nature, and none of those encounters ended well for them. Recently, they had you utilize your mutation quirk more, making you rely on your claws, fangs, and wings. Your wings served as excellent shields, capable of hardening into steel for brief PRDs. Each feather was detachable and somewhat controllable, allowing you to swoop in on an opponent to attack or pin them down. However, you were still developing, and without specific training, you couldn't fly. If fully developed, your wings could be invaluable, especially for surprise attacks, as you could conceal your animalistic features and appear more normal. It was a powerful transformation quirk. Unfortunately, Shigaraki was too fascinated by your emitter quirk to see the potential in your wings. That was why you found yourself sitting in a chair, your arms tightly cuffed to the metal table in front of you, your mutations on display with your now fully white wings. They used to be a brilliant color but had faded to white, much like your hair. The stress you were under had taken a toll on you. Whimpering, you watched as S.A.25 entered, assisted by guards meant to keep him in place. You sensed that this situation would not end well. Being cuffed to a table with him there likely meant they were going to experiment on you, injecting you with substances that would cause immense pain. To prevent you from accidentally activating your quirk, they often brought him in to nullify your abilities. Akane questioned Shigaraki about the necessity of this procedure as they entered the room. Shigaraki approached you, stopping in front of your wings, which made you whimper. A smile formed on his lips as he looked at you. He explained that since you couldn't fly yet and were hesitant to follow commands, your wings would only hinder your training. His hands slowly touched the base of your wings, causing you to shiver. You disliked anyone touching your wings, especially since the smaller feathers were more sensitive. You yelped when he tightened his grip at the base, pushing you down against the metal table. A.25 looked on, unable to help you after what happened the last time he tried. You struggled beneath the man as his smile widened. He leaned closer, whispering that you would listen to every command without hesitation or doubt. He gripped your wings tighter, causing tears to well in your eyes from the pain, warning you that you would be their little soldier. You nodded vigorously, unsure of what else you could do. He continued, threatening you with the loss of limbs if you didn't comply. Your wings involuntarily stretched out as you struggled against his hold, feeling them go numb. You cried out as one feather fell, landing on the floor and slowly turning to dust. Turning to look at the other wing, it cracked and small parts of it fell away. The remaining wing turned to dust while still attached. Looking up at the man, tears welled in your eyes as you stared into his crimson gaze. A wicked grin spread across his face. Fat Gum expressed his frustration, settling back down. Innocent people, especially children, were involved, and he couldn't understand why they had to wait. He questioned how anyone could sit back and insist on planning when lives were at stake. Night Eye sighed, understanding the pro-hero's frustration but knowing that rushing in without a plan would lead to complications. They needed more information about where the captives were held and how the operation was structured. Raiding the known location might not yield the desired results, as there could be alternate sites. He explained to the assembled heroes that gathering more data was essential for a successful intervention. They needed to know exactly who and how many were involved. You were certain that the mark on your face would be permanent. Blood stained your hands as you looked up to see the familiar face of the boy who had given you this injury. He was another kid you had trained with, one of several you had met during group sessions. He urged you to fight, baring his fangs, his pupils narrowing like a cat's fitting, considering his white tiger mutation. With bright blue eyes and white hair patterned like a tiger, he had dark skin with lighter patches resembling vitiligo. You found yourself in a training room, both of you ordered to fight. However, you refused to engage against someone in the same situation. It felt cruel to hurt someone you knew and had trained with. Your back ached from the absence of weight and limbs, leaving you vulnerable to his swift attacks, resulting in scratches from his retractable claws. You couldn't comprehend why he showed no hesitation to hurt someone he knew. It was as if he disregarded the moments you had shared during training and meals in the cafeteria. To him, you were just another opponent. He pulled you up by your shirt and slammed you against the wall, his frustration evident. He was only a few years older than you, but his aggression felt overwhelming. You felt your ears droop, eyes closing as you flinched from his words. Tears mixed with the blood from your wounds, staining your shirt as you quietly cried in fear and pain. You had no intention of hurting him. Unlike him, you cherished the little moments you had spent together. He growled, demanding to know why you hesitated to fight. His bright blue eyes were intense, and his tiger ears lay flat against his head, fangs bared in frustration. It seemed your refusal to engage bothered him deeply. He insisted that no hero would come to save you, that even your friend was just watching without caring. You wanted to end the confrontation, feeling overwhelmed and desperate. Behind the two-way mirror, Shigaraki and Akane observed as you continued to refuse to fight. You managed a few defensive moves, but after being scratched, you ceased all attacks. Their irritation grew, but they recognized that you were in a state of SBMSN, allowing the situation to unfold without resistance. Akane's voice broke through the tension, calling for the fight to end. The tiger boy grunted, dropping you to the floor, glaring down at you with those piercing blue eyes. You sat there, hands and face stained with blood from the wounds he had inflicted. Confusion filled your mind as you wondered why he harbored such anger. Fear enveloped you as you stood before the monstrous giants, while the other kids around you were either knocked out, injured, or worse. The beast's eyes were filled with bloodlust, and you felt utterly powerless. An observer commented on the situation, questioning the children's ability to defeat a Nomu. You stood alongside the others, facing not one but two giants in a terrifying training scenario. Shigaraki watched from a separate observation room away from Akane's clients, who were formally dressed and scrutinizing the unfolding events. Akane smirked, confident in the program her client had commissioned. She took pride in your power, the potential you often suppressed, eager to see what you would do when pushed to your limits. As you watched the other kids struggle against the Nomus, fear gripped you. They were either harshly tossed aside or overwhelmed. It was a horrifying scene, a battlefield where children were the soldiers. One observer expressed disappointment as the children continued to falter, many knocked out or defeated in an instant. Questions arose about the source of the Nomus and whether a deal had been struck with the League of Villains. Perhaps Akane aimed to shock and impress her audience. She rolled her eyes and grabbed the microphone, instructing Y.N.14 to eliminate the Nomus with full power. 15 minutes before the collapse, the blue sidekick stuttered, an unusual tone for someone whose office policy was always to be enthusiastic. The pro-hero turned to her, noticing a terrified expression on her face. She hesitated before speaking, revealing that the location suspected to be linked to Kashikawa Usagi had been confirmed. Traces of human remains had been found in a nearby dumpster, either dusted, dried, or burned. The pro-hero sighed, disliking the careful planning that took time they didn't have. He instructed her to call the police and alert the other heroes, insisting they proceed as planned. Suddenly, a slight tremor shook the ground beneath them. An alert sounded, and the news quickly turned on, announcing an earthquake with a magnitude of 10.5 in their area. The reporter urged nearby heroes to head to the location to assist before any buildings or roads collapsed. Volunteers, including Hero Corps students, were encouraged to participate. Seconds before the collapse, a giant loomed before you, its beady eyes fixed on you as fear coursed through your veins. You felt cornered, chained to the wall, unable to fight back. Your heart raced, and before you knew it, you lost control. The area shook violently, sending people into a panic as the earthquake intensified. Some sought safe spaces while others foolishly attempted to flee. Many remembered the drills from school, while others succumbed to sheer panic. Heroes worked tirelessly to calm the crowd, guiding them to safety and attempting to prevent falling debris from harming civilians. As the ground shook violently, cracks began to form, and people were caught in the chaos. The heroes fought to save as many as they could, but nothing could stop the expanding chasm in the ground. It was utter chaos. An hour after the collapse, the shaking ceased, and the remaining buildings appeared stable. Debris no longer fell, and most civilians had been evacuated to a safe center where medics tended to them. Heroes, sidekicks, and Hero Corps students from various schools worked together to rescue those trapped under debris or who had fallen into the chasm. Time was of the essence, and everyone was busy, some digging, others assisting in medical tents. Pro-hero Eraserhead, Shoyuda Aizawa, quietly observed the destruction around him, reflecting on the chaos they had just witnessed. He had been saving people, pulling them from danger, but now he watched as students from different schools joined the rescue efforts. He wondered what could have caused such devastation. Sir Night Eye, standing beside him, voiced his theory that this was no ordinary earthquake. He pointed out that the destroyed building had been the laboratory of Kashikawa Usagi, suggesting that the chaos was likely linked to their activities, possibly extending underground. Days passed, and more bodies were uncovered. Some were fortunate souls, while others were not so lucky. Kirishima cursed as yet another crushed body was revealed. He had anticipated the gruesome nature of the work, but experiencing it firsthand was far more challenging. In the aftermath, pro-hero present Mike, Hisashi Yamada, questioned Aizawa as they walked to the hospital where survivors were being treated. They were assigned to watch over the children who had lost their families, ensuring their safety until relatives could be located. Some children had already been claimed, but a handful remained, assigned to specific heroes, including you. Yamada waved a paper given by Sir Night Eye, prompting Aizawa to roll his eyes, realizing his friend hadn't paid attention during the meeting. The paper contained a data sheet about the child he was to watch over. Aizawa, on the other hand, had not received any information but was instructed to observe the children without families and select one or two to care for. He was reluctant, as he preferred not to have children in his home. He was accustomed to babysitting over 20 kids as a teacher, but having them live under his care was an entirely different challenge. As they entered the hospital, the atmosphere was a mix of joy and sorrow. Families were joyfully reuniting with children and loved ones, while many others sat on benches, grieving the loss of someone they had only seen again at their deathbed. Night Eye had informed them that his agency, along with the police, would investigate and interview the survivors and anyone else involved to understand how the victims had ended up in such a situation. Approaching the room where the girl Yamada was supposed to watch over, they heard yells and screams echoing from that direction. A panicked scream jolted S.A.25 awake. His steel eyes opened to find a teenage girl with black and white hair standing on a separate bed, clutching something that resembled a small weapon. She shouted that she was armed and demanded to be left alone, pointing the object at the nurses present. S.A.25 quickly realized he was in an unfamiliar place. It bore some resemblance to the lab, but it was clearly not the same. He watched in fear as the nurses remained unfazed by the girl's threat. To him, they seemed almost like the people from the lab. One nurse calmly informed her that what she held was just a spoon. The girl's panic grew as she noticed the lack of fear in the nurses. Typically, even the sight of a metal object terrified most of the kids in the facility, but these adults appeared unbothered. To her, they felt like a different breed. Desperate to sound threatening, she declared that she would spoon them. To anyone who understood the other meaning of that phrase, it didn't sound very intimidating, but both she and S.A.25 believed it was a serious threat. They were two frightened kids in a state of panic, unaware that not everyone was there to harm them. However, the nurses were not willing to take any chances and decided to sedate them. At those words, the children's expressions shifted from fear to terror. They began to tremble, ready to flee. When two nurses approached, the kids instinctively pounced on them, quickly overpowering them. They didn't recognize the nurses due to their slightly different uniforms and chose to attack. As they burst out of their shared room and ran barefoot through the halls in their tattered clothes, a nurse yelled after them. The girl flashed a grin at the boy as they navigated the corridors, dodging or knocking aside anyone who tried to stop them. S.A.25 introduced himself in a monotone voice and insisted they needed to find Y at N.14 before leaving. The girl questioned why they needed to find the younger child, to which he explained that it was dangerous for both her and the people there, emphasizing that only he could keep her powers under control. Despite the seriousness of their situation, she joked, which eased some of the tension for him. However, he was still worried about Y.N.14 and the potential destruction her quirk could cause. Suddenly, they halted at the sight of two pro-heroes. Eraserhead and Present Mike. S.A.25 stepped back, recognizing Eraserhead, the hero he had been trained to emulate. The real-life figure was much more intimidating than the pictures he had seen. Eraserhead was surprised that the boy knew him, as he was not a widely recognized hero. S.A.25's heart raced with anxiety, while the girl stood confidently in front of the blonde hero, proudly declaring his name. Yamada was unsure whether to laugh or be annoyed by her enthusiasm. He attempted to reassure them that they meant no harm, but the girl, still on edge, charged at him. Yamada instinctively blocked her kick, but she landed gracefully and turned to S.A.25, urging him to join the fight. As the battle escalated, Yamada found himself overwhelmed. He took a deep breath, trying to regain control of the situation, but when he attempted to speak, no sound came out. The girl giggled, having muted him, and took advantage of his distraction to land another kick. With visible sound waves emanating from her, she urged S.A.25 to hurry as they attempted to escape. Just as they thought they were free, they were caught in the strong grasp of Aizawa's capture weapon. His tone shifted, and the children felt a wave of fear wash over them. S.A.25 trembled intensely, unprepared for the confrontation. He always thought he would meet his end if he lost or were captured by heroes. The fear of being killed loomed over him. Tears welled up in his eyes as he avoided the intense gaze of the hero who had caught them. Aizawa emphasized his words, stating that they were taking them back to the room to discuss the situation. However, he struggled to maintain his cold demeanor as he noticed the two of them trembling in fear. He understood their terror. They were in an unfamiliar place. With a sigh, he released them and glanced at Yamada to check on his condition. The blonde appeared fine, with just a busted lip and broken shades. Aizawa reassured them, explaining that they were not there to harm them. They had come to check on them after they had nearly been crushed by debris. He approached them gently, intending to offer comfort, but felt regret when they flinched at his movement. He suggested they return to the room to talk. Though they remained silent, they followed him. As they walked back, S.A.25 suddenly stopped. Aizawa turned to him, curious about the holdup. The boy asked about a little girl, recalling Aizawa mentioning her. He wanted to know where Y.N.14 was. Aizawa informed him that she was in another room and asked if she was his sister. The boy, unfamiliar with the term, guessed it meant something akin to an associate or partner. He pleaded to see her, and although Aizawa wasn't particularly fond of children, he had a soft spot for certain ones. Before Aizawa could respond, the ground began to shake beneath them. It wasn't severe, but enough to be felt. A.25 muttered her name, turning to Aizawa with wide eyes, urging him to hurry before anything else happened. Aizawa sensed that the shaking was somehow connected to her. If the boy was anxious about a minor tremor, it could escalate. He led them to her room, where they found her backed against the head of the bed, her eyes glowing a bright red. Nurses and a doctor stood before her, unsure of how to proceed. The room was filled with a chaotic energy, everything shaking or floating. The intensity of the tremors was stronger here, making it difficult to maintain balance. The boy wasted no time. He didn't want to witness any more chaos, especially in front of pro-heroes. He leaped into the room before Aizawa could grab him, positioning himself in front of one of the nurses who was struggling to breathe. Recognizing him, she felt a sense of relief. He urged her to calm down, taking a step closer and attempting to reassure her with a smile. His presence seemed to ease her fear, and the intensity of the shaking began to lessen. He assured her that they were safe, emphasizing that they were no longer in the lab. His tone conveyed relief, as he tried to dispel the anxiety he felt from the heroes and the medical staff. By the time he reached her side, the shaking had stopped, and she appeared calmer. She jumped slightly at the sight of Aizawa, who raised his arms slightly, signaling that he meant no harm. He observed the two of them as the nurses began to tidy up the room and exit at his instruction. He took in the scene, noting the items she had managed to move without touching them. Yamada called out softly, trying not to startle her as she sat on the bed with the boy, who continued to offer her comfort. Aizawa turned to Yamada, raising an eyebrow as he stepped out of the room. Yamada explained that, due to the recent events, the hospital had requested that they take the children with them when they left. They were concerned for the safety of the other patients, fearing that the vibrations could lead to something worse. Aizawa sighed, knowing that arguing with the doctors would be futile. He agreed to inform Nizu about their situation to seek advice. About an hour later, after signing release papers and persuading the three of them to take a cab, they arrived at an unusually quiet UA. It was a Sunday, and many teachers were off or occupied with other matters. This was a relief, especially since the children seemed anxious about being around too many people. Just stepping out of the hospital had already overwhelmed them. As they approached the gate, a stout figure greeted them. He resembled a mouse, but his exact nature was uncertain. He examined the bandages on the girl and offered her a gentle smile, waving in a friendly manner. He greeted the three of you with a simple, "Hello there." The two older kids muttered their hellos while you shyly mimicked his wave, raising your hands slightly. After you hesitated to enter the large building, they decided to discuss things in one of the school gardens. The three of them talked about where you might stay, as Aizawa seemed hesitant to take on the responsibility of caring for much younger children. He felt more comfortable with teens, as they could be left alone with less supervision. You found it hard to focus on their conversation, captivated instead by the vibrant garden around you. The lush greenery was a new sight that overwhelmed your senses, the colors of the plants and flowers dazzling and unfamiliar. You watched as the two older kids stepped onto the soft grass, their reactions a mix of surprise and hesitation as they felt the texture beneath their feet. The adults observed, unsure whether to find their reactions cute or amusing. None of you wore shoes, just socks, allowing you to fully experience the sensation of the grass. Though they didn't mind you walking barefoot, being unexpectedly discharged from the hospital left them with no time to buy you new clothes or shoes. Aizawa had offered to carry you, but you weren't comfortable with that idea. For now, you stood beside him, watching cautiously as the two explored the grassy area. Aizawa gently encouraged you to join them, but you shook your head and took a step back. It was disheartening for him to see a child your age afraid of something as simple as grass. He crouched down to your level and spoke softly, assuring you that it was just grass and wouldn't hurt you. It was a strange feeling, but it was harmless, just something new. You remained reluctant, as new experiences often brought pain and suffering for you. Change was something to be feared. Aizawa continued to encourage you, suggesting you at least try standing at the edge of the grass. He seemed kind, though you didn't know much about him. He wanted to show you that change could be positive. He moved to sit where the grass began, looking back at you with a gentle smile and patting the space beside him. You glanced at Nizu and Yamada, who were surprised by Aizawa's unusual warmth. They gestured for you to join him, and you slowly waddled over. You took a seat on the non-grassy area, staring at the fuzzy green blades growing from the ground. Tentatively, you reached out to touch the grass, jumping back as if expecting it to bite. Aizawa watched you with a soft expression as you cautiously interacted with the grass. His heart warmed when he noticed you beginning to pat it, slowly growing accustomed to the sensation. He chuckled, pleased to see your eyes sparkle with curiosity. You looked at him, your bright eyes reflecting the healing wounds on one side of your face. You avoided direct eye contact, as it had never brought you comfort. Suddenly, you noticed his large hand hovering above you. Startled, you dropped to the ground, covering your head as your mutations emerged. Aizawa quickly withdrew his hand, realizing his mistake. He had only wanted to offer you a gentle pat. Your reaction was far more intense than he had anticipated. He expected a small jump or surprise, not the trembling fear that overtook you. He began to speak, but you interrupted him with a soft apology. Your voice was clear yet filled with sadness and fear, tugging at his heartstrings. You repeated your apology, hoping it would elicit kindness from him, just as it had with others in lab coats before. Aizawa sighed, glancing at Nizu and Yamada before focusing on you. He tried to reassure you, promising he wouldn't hurt you. You trembled, feeling anxious as he remained close. His presence was comforting yet overwhelming. He acknowledged that he had scared you and offered another apology, his warm brown eyes meeting your tear-stained face. You had often used the word, sorry, but no one had ever said it to you before. He extended his hand slowly toward you, and you hesitated, unsure if you should accept it. No one had ever reached out to you like that before, and you were wary of his intentions, despite his seemingly menacing appearance. After a moment of uncertainty, you looked at your small bandaged hand and then at his larger one. With a shaky breath, you placed your hand in his, and he gently helped you up. Nizu smiled at the heartwarming scene, pleased to see Aizawa showing care for a child. I think we no longer need to discuss where the two will be staying, Nizu remarked with a chuckle. Yamada nodded in agreement. It seemed like everything was in order for Aizawa to take guardianship, allowing minimal interaction with others. They managed to provide some clothes from the lost and found or those made by support students who were eager to help. They were happy to take a break from their projects to create something special for you. Afterward, Yamada had left with his new roommate, HY. They intended to find better names for you, but Aizawa had requested a DNA test even before any of you woke up, wanting to ensure there was a connection to any records, such as birth certificates. As they exited UA after finalizing the guardianship, you crossed the road to catch a cab heading to Aizawa's home. He was surprised by how closely you clung to him, with the boy holding onto the sleeve of his dark sweater while you grasped his pant leg, your grips tight and reassuring. While waiting for a cab, Aizawa noticed a small toy store with toys displayed outside, some of which were on sale. He gestured for you both to follow him, wanting to avoid the crowded store. He pointed to a big round black cat plush with large yellow eyes, its expression adorably dopey. He explained that it was called a stuffed toy and that it was a cat. Aizawa picked up the toy and handed it to the boy, explaining that toys were often for entertainment, comfort, or decoration. The boy examined the toy before looking down at you, your bright eyes sparkling with curiosity and a hint of hesitation. Aizawa lowered the toy to you, and though you hesitated to touch it, once you did, you shivered at its softness and hugged it for warmth. Aizawa couldn't help but smile at your reaction. He then looked over to the boy, gesturing to see if he wanted anything, but the boy shook his head, saying he thought you really liked it. Your ears perked up, and your tail wagged slightly as you repeated the word, cat. Aizawa tried to suppress his smile at your cuteness and gestured to the sales lady that he would pay for the toy. Once in the cab, Aizawa provided his address and settled in beside you two. You curled up in the corner, hugging the toy tightly, wide-eyed and uncomfortable with even the slightest movement of the vehicle. The driver, noticing your bandages, asked if you were all right, and Aizawa chuckled, but then realized the driver had mistaken you for his daughter. The driver offered candies, and you curiously asked if you could have some. Both men nodded, and the driver encouraged you to try one. Aizawa smiled as he brought the bowl closer to you, but you shrank back. He then offered some to the boy, who regarded it warily. Aizawa sighed and took a few candies for himself, thanking the driver. The driver noted how quiet you both were, contrasting with most kids who would be more energetic. Aizawa chuckled, relieved that you two were not as hyper as the girl Yamada was assigned to. When they arrived at the apartment, the driver wished you both well, and you stood on the sidewalk, toy in your arms, with the boy beside you. Aizawa was still gathering his belongings as you shyly waved goodbye to the driver, your innocent gesture making his heart melt. As you walked toward the apartment, Aizawa refrained from making contact, respecting your personal space. He noticed that you seemed uncomfortable with anything that came too close, including loud noises. Approaching the apartment door, he realized you might have never seen a cat before, and he felt a pang of regret for not considering this sooner. Just then, they encountered the neighbor's favorite stray cat, its green eyes watching them curiously. This was a perfect opportunity for Aizawa to introduce you to a cat before reaching his home, which housed 3 of them. He felt a small tug on his pant leg as you gripped it tightly, hiding behind him while the boy clutched his shirt. Aizawa smiled softly at you, reassuring you that it was all right. He squatted down and called out to the cat, gently petting it when it approached. You muttered the word, cat, but when it looked at you, you hid further behind Aizawa, gripping his shirt even tighter. The feline's gaze made you uneasy, and you expressed your concern that cats might be bad. Aizawa shook his head, picking up the cat and turning to you. He encouraged you, explaining that cats were good. He slowly petted the cat, hoping you would understand. You tilted your head innocently, asking if cats were indeed good. He nodded, his smile growing as he watched you approach slowly, flinching back every time the cat glanced at you. The boy took a chance and hesitantly petted it, pulling back when he felt it purr. Aizawa encouraged you both, watching as you reluctantly petted the soft fur. He chuckled when you shivered at the sensation, reassuring you that cats were friendly and wouldn't hurt you. You repeated the word, good, continuing to pet the cat. You both lingered there for a moment, almost forgetting the reason for your visit. A teen called out to Aizawa, prompting him to look up. The girl, Miss Kozum, greeted him with a smile. She had cat-like ears and a tail, with brown hair streaked with gold and hazel eyes. In her hands, she held a can of food, presumably for the cat. Aizawa glanced at you as you hid behind him, gripping your stuffed toy. Miss Kozum sweetly waved at you as she set the can down, and the cat jumped toward the food. Aizawa sighed, standing up and scratching his head, asking about her son, Kenma. Miss Kozum smiled before standing as well, mentioning that Kenma was inside, playing his games. She called for him, and you slightly jumped at the sudden sound. A boy with brown to blonde hair appeared at the door. His hair looked dyed, but it was actually a family trait, as his mother had a two-tone cat mutation. He didn't have that mutation, but he did share his mother's cat-like eyes. Miss Kozum encouraged Kenma to say hello to Aizawa, and he nodded, bowing slightly and muttering a timid greeting. He appeared a few years older than you. Aizawa introduced him as their neighbor, gesturing for you to greet him. Kenma waved at you shyly while you peeked at him from behind Aizawa's leg. You muttered the word, neighbor, cutely, and Kenma waved back. Ms. Kozum chuckled, thinking the two of you would get along well as shy little kids. Kenma complimented your toy, and you looked at it before walking over to him, extending it and saying, cat. Good. And soft, Kenma added, patting the toy's head and smiling. You gazed at him with wide, bright eyes, taking in his features. Ms. Kozum expressed hope that you could all hang out soon, noting that you both looked like you needed some rest. Aizawa appreciated that Kenma didn't seem to care about your appearance, sparing him from an explanation. Aizawa thanked Ms. Kozum, who playfully reminded him that he owed her a chat time before heading back into her apartment with Kenma, waving goodbye to you both. You mimicked the gesture, feeling fond of this new experience. Curious, Kenma asked what a neighbor was, and Aizawa explained that it was someone who lived close to them. In their case, it was Ms. Kozum and Kenma. Kenma repeated his name as he looked down at you, who was hugging your toy. Aizawa opened the door to his apartment, revealing a dark gray cat that lazily meowed at both of you. He showed you 3 fingers, indicating he had 3 cats. You looked at your own hand and mimicked him, which made his heart melt at your innocence. He introduced you to Smokey, the first cat. You gently placed a hand on Smokey's stomach, shivering at how soft he was. Aizawa chuckled, inviting you to meet the other 2 cats. You followed him into the living room, stopping in awe as he carried 2 more cats. He sat on the couch and placed them beside him. He introduced the fluffy ginger cat as Autumn, and you tried to repeat the name, fascinated by its color. Aizawa then introduced the silver cat, which had stripes resembling a tiger. You pointed at it, recalling the boy you had fought with in the lab. Aizawa's expression shifted slightly, and he mentioned a child from the lab who looked similar to the cat. He felt a pang of sadness but tried to redirect your attention, introducing the cat as Silver and encouraging you to pet her. You had never seen such a gentle expression on anyone else, and you hesitantly took a seat on the soft couch, feeling the unfamiliar comfort. The cat seemed to take a liking to you, and everything in Aizawa's place felt new and foreign. You had never encountered such furniture, and the fear of something attacking you lingered in your mind. Aizawa asked if you liked the cats, explaining that liking something meant being attracted to it. He found joy in teaching you, even the simplest concepts. You looked at Silver and nodded, affirming that cats were indeed good. Aizawa couldn't help but smile at your innocence, thinking you were the cutest kid he had ever seen. Meanwhile, Yamada called Aizawa, teasing him about playing the role of a father. Aizawa rolled his eyes, amused by the situation as he watched you interact with the 3 cats, your wide-eyed expression bringing him joy. "How's the girl?" Yamada explained that the hospital had been able to trace some of the kids. Aizawa acknowledged this and decided to collect them the next day, thanking Yamada before abruptly ending the call to tend to a child who was yelling at a bird. Aizawa shook his head, suppressing a laugh. The boy approached the sliding door that revealed the balcony, asking if that was the sky. Aizawa nodded as he moved to the kitchen, and you followed the boy, noticing the sky had transformed into shades of purple, red, and orange. "It's changing color," the boy stated. Aizawa, unsure of how to refer to either of you, simply called the boy Kid, to keep things clear. Aizawa hummed, observing the sky. He was pondering what to prepare for dinner. Despite being a teacher, he was uncertain about what kids like to eat. He often forgot to eat himself, but he couldn't let you go hungry. He stared at his half-empty fridge, muttering to himself about what kids typically enjoyed. "What do kids eat?" he wondered aloud, glancing at you as you sat at the dining table, watching the darkening sky. "Night?" you asked, your voice small. "Yes, honey, it's night time," he replied, pulling out a box of strawberries to wash. "The sky changes to indicate whether it's day or night." He placed the strawberries in front of you. You looked from the strawberries to him, then back at the sky. "Night? Day?" He smiled softly, nodding as he pushed the strawberries closer to you. "Yes, day is when the sky is bright. Night is when it gets dark, like now. Now eat up." The boy took a seat beside you, inspecting the strawberries with curiosity. "No," you muttered, shaking your head. "Don't like it?" he asked, raising an eyebrow at the boy. "No, you repeated, your voice barely above a whisper, worried that he might be upset with you for refusing. He sighed, not wanting you to go hungry. He picked up a strawberry with a fork and took a bite. They're not bad, you know, he said gently. They taste good and are healthy. They're called strawberries. The boy, feeling hungry, decided to take a chance. He took the fork and poked the pinkish-red fruit, nibbling on it before popping it into his mouth. You watched him chew slowly, concerned about whether it would harm him, but he seemed to enjoy it, reaching for another. Did I? You asked, frowning in fear. It won't hurt you, Aizawa assured you as he took another strawberry himself. It's just a fruit, kid. Fruit? You tilted your head, looking at the reddish fruits. S.B.bii. He chuckled, finding your attempt to say the word adorable. You were so sweet and innocent, and all he wanted was to help you and the boy have a better life. Try one, he encouraged, offering you the fork again, but you hesitated, looking at him warily. Just one, please. You had never heard anyone say please to you before. It made you feel a little guilty. This man seemed so kind and gentle. Reluctantly, you took the fork and slowly nibbled on the fruit. The taste was unfamiliar but not unpleasant, and you could see the contentment in Aizawa's eyes. Like it? He asked, his smile growing wider as you nodded, cheeks stuffed, making you even cuter. He stood up and went to the fridge, returning with a glass of milk and placing it on the table, gesturing for you to try it. Suddenly, a memory flooded back to you, an experience with a scientist who had injected a painful substance into your arm. The pain had been unbearable, making you cry and struggle against the restraints. They had always promised it wouldn't hurt, but those promises had been empty. The boy jumped back, dropping the fork, fear evident in his eyes. You leaned against the chair, shaking your head, tears filling your eyes as you looked at the white liquid in the glass. Aizawa noticed your distress and knelt in front of you, trying to calm you. Hey, what's wrong? Don't cry. He turned to the boy, who had also stepped back. It's just milk. You shook your head, pointing to your arm, where they had injected you. Tears streamed down your face as you gestured, trying to explain. What's wrong? Please stop crying, he urged, but you continued to shake your head. Those things. Injected us with it. The boy stammered, recalling his own painful experience. Be bad people. H hurt. You cried, pointing at the milk. H hurt. You curled into a ball, shaking and sobbing. Aizawa was about to say something when the glass of milk shattered, and he instinctively shielded you from the flying shards. A few pieces flew around the kitchen, and one larger shard cut the boy, causing him to stumble back. He hadn't expected you to activate your quirk so suddenly and without any sign of your eyes glowing red. You looked up at Aizawa, fear and guilt washing over you. You had hurt him, and the worried expression on Aizawa's face made you feel even worse. You glanced at the blood trickling down the boy's face, and your heart sank. Kid, are you hurt? Sorry, you cried, making him kneel in front of you, concern etched on his face. He felt a surge of concern as you stammered out an apology. He wanted to comfort you with a hug, but he worried it might only make you more anxious. He reassured you softly, telling you that you hadn't done anything wrong. As he gently patted your head and stroked your hair, you flinched at first but gradually accepted his touch. Turning to the boy who had a small cut on his cheek, Aizawa asked if he was all right. The boy nodded in response. Aizawa then turned back to you with a gentle smile, noticing your distress. You tried to explain your feelings, but your words came out jumbled. Aizawa continued to reassure you, repeating that no one was hurt and that you were safe. He looked into your eyes, trying to convey his sincerity. Aizawa then asked the boy what had happened, knowing he could articulate it better than you could. The boy explained that they had been injected with a painful white liquid, rubbing his arm as he spoke. Aizawa sighed, realizing it must have been part of some experiment. He patted you one last time before standing up to clean up the mess. You watched as he patiently mopped the floor, feeling a sense of comfort from his calm demeanor. He didn't show any irritation, which made you feel more at ease. After finishing, he retrieved a small first aid kit to help the boy clean his cut. He offered the boy a selection of colorful band-aids, and the boy chose a bright blue one adorned with yellow stars. Aizawa then turned his attention to you, noticing your stained clothes. He suggested giving you a bath, explaining that it was a way to clean yourself. He led you to the bathroom, setting everything up just right. You stood there, uncertain of what to do. He knelt down in front of you, gently asking if he could remove the bandages. You hesitated but eventually allowed him to help you prepare for the bath. You weren't used to such gentle treatment. Most of the time, baths were painful experiences involving a hose. Aizawa assured you he would be gentle as you settled into the warm water. As he washed your hair, you felt tense, unaccustomed to such kindness. It surprised you how quickly you began to trust him, perhaps because he had shown you nothing but care. Aizawa was mindful as he noticed the scars and fading bruises on your body. He refrained from touching you too much, focusing on washing your hair instead. When he saw the large scars on your back, his eyes widened in shock. You sensed his curiosity and felt compelled to share more about yourself. You spoke about your wings, feeling tears well up in your eyes as you did. Aizawa sighed, struggling to find the right words. He felt a deep pity for you, a 4-year-old child who had endured so much pain. He promised to protect you, helping you out of the bath and drying you with a towel. Looking into your eyes, he offered a sympathetic smile and reassured you that he would keep you safe. You nodded in response, and he gently patted your head before searching for clothes you could wear. He helped you into one of his old shirts, which made you feel more comfortable. After assisting the boy with his bath, Aizawa led both of you to his bedroom. He turned on the lights, revealing a simple room with a bed, a closet, and a study table filled with papers and books. The bed looked larger and softer than what you were used to. As you inspected the bed, Aizawa told you that you could sleep there and reminded you to call him if you needed anything. He smiled as he watched you sit on the bed, feeling a sense of warmth and safety in this new environment. "Good night, kid." He flicked the lights off. The child cried out and he instantly turned the lights back on. He asked if the child wanted them on, and the child nodded. "Okay then," he said, starting to close the door, but the boy stopped him, a nervous smile on his face. He hesitated before asking if they could leave the door open. Aizawa seemed to understand the boy's apprehension and simply nodded, giving him a gentle pat on the head. "No problem," he replied before settling down on the couch to sleep. "Good night," he added. You and the boy lay on the bed. He was already enjoying the soft, warm sheets while you stared at the ceiling and then at your stuffed toy. You muttered a soft good night. Aizawa woke early, disturbed by one of the cats deciding to sit on his face. "Smokey," he groaned, placing the cat down, but Smokey hopped back onto his face. All right, Smokey." He sat up from the couch and placed the gray cat down as the other 2 cats approached him, meowing for food. He sighed, getting up, stretching, and walking over to his room where you slept. He would have let you stay in the guest room, but it was currently a mess, filled with items that needed sorting. As Aizawa peeked into the room to check if you were still asleep, he found the bed empty. Panic set in as he called out, "Kid? Where are you?" He searched quietly, not wanting to wake the boy. "Kid!" He ran a hand through his hair, feeling a sense of dread. When he looked under the bed, he was startled to find glowing crimson eyes staring back at him. You had grown accustomed to the cold, stiff bed you had before, making the softness and warmth of Aizawa's bed feel foreign. Hearing you whimper made Aizawa's expression soften. "Kid, why are you under there? Come out." You complied, looking tired and as if you hadn't slept well. When he asked if you had even slept, you shrugged, indicating that you may have only slept for a few hours. You struggled to find rest, as every time you closed your eyes, nightmares of the experiments in the lab haunted you. The memories were terrifying, and recalling each moment only intensified your fear. Aizawa smiled gently, relieved to see you. "Come on out. Let's eat." Your eyes flickered from red to your eye color, and Aizawa hoped to help you more later. While your crimson eyes were captivating, he felt guilty for wanting to change anything about you. "Let's have breakfast." You blinked in confusion at the word breakfast. Aizawa explained that it was the first meal of the day as you hopped onto a chair and waited while he began to cook. You jumped at the sound of frying, staring at Aizawa with worry as he cracked 2 eggs and cooked bacon. "I'm just cooking," he reassured you, placing the food on 2 separate plates and walking over to you. He set the plates in front of you with a spoon and fork, taking a seat opposite you and starting to eat, hoping it would encourage you to join him. You poked the yolk and jumped when it oozed out. "H hurt?" you asked, your voice filled with concern. He chuckled and shook his head, slicing the egg and bacon for you. No, don't worry. That's just how it is, sweetheart." You looked down at your sliced food, trying to mimic how he got it onto the spoon and into his mouth. You struggled at first, but eventually managed it. By the time you got the hang of it, Aizawa had finished his meal, gotten some water, and happily watched you eat. The boy soon appeared, his hair tousled and looking well-rested. He wore one of Aizawa's old high school shirts, which was still a bit loose on him, but at least it was better than what he had worn before. Yamada was reading through some papers, feeling sad to discover that the girl's mother was one of his old acquaintances from his previous radio station. "She's birthday on November 13th, he noted, looking up at Aizawa as the man read the boy's file. "He's born on December Shoei. Shirakumo." Just saying the name brought back a flood of memories. His mother and uncle had been close friends of Aizawa, and they were no longer alive. They glanced over at the 3 of you, still sleeping on the couch, with the cats snuggled against you. You gave a small groan, shifting away from the weight of the boy leaning on you. Your eyes fluttered open, and you rubbed them as you looked over at the 2 adults who waved at you. "Good afternoon, little listener," Yamada chuckled, his cheeks flushed as he held back the urge to hug you tightly and pinch your cheeks. The other 2 children began to stir awake, and the adults knew it was time to tell them who they really were. "Wait, this is me." Shoei looked confused, taking time to process the information, while the girl seemed to grasp it quickly, though her expression was not one of happiness. "Hoshiko." It was unusual to see her so subdued. I left that name behind when my mom died." It was both sad and intriguing to hear her say that. "She died of a simple cold. But we were too poor to even get it checked or get the right medicine because that man used up all our money gambling." Her brows furrowed as she looked at the birth certificate. I signed up for the lab experiments." The 2 heroes exchanged uncertain glances, especially when she looked them in the eyes as she admitted it. "Don't think that I signed up for all the killing and I didn't know they'd do that. All I knew was that I'd undergo a program where they'd train you and become a hero." Hoshiko, Yamada hesitated, unsure if it was too soon to use her name, but he couldn't keep calling her girl until she allowed him to use that name. "I'm sorry," Hoshiko exclaimed suddenly, making you and the boy jump. My mom was still alive then, and I wanted to at least get her medicine, and they said that they'd pay. They would cover her mother's expenses as long as she agreed to join them, and she had no idea they would make her do those things." She was interrupted when Yamada placed a comforting hand on hers. Her heterochromic eyes met Yamada's green ones, and he offered her a small smile, reassuring her that it was all right. She had been just a child trying to save her mother, and it wasn't her fault. Overcome with emotion, she wrapped her arms around him, releasing the tears she had been holding back behind a smile. Aizawa observed the boy, noticing how he looked at Hoshiko and then down at his own birth certificate. The troubled expression on the boy's face was evident, filled with sadness and distress. He heard the boy, Shoei, express his confusion about his past, questioning if forgetting made him a bad person. His steel-gray eyes reminded Aizawa of someone he knew, and he reassured Shoei that he was not bad and that he couldn't blame himself. Yet, deep down, Aizawa felt hesitant. They had trained children for years, and he wondered if Shoei was merely pretending to have amnesia. However, he had no proof of that, and the sincerity in the boy's eyes distracted him. Shoei asked how Aizawa could be so sure he wasn't bad, expressing his fears about wanting to harm others. Aizawa blurted out something he felt was illogical, stating that Shoei came from a good family, and he wished to believe it. When Shoei asked about his family, Aizawa sighed and retrieved a Polaroid photo from his little library. He handed it to the boy while Yamada watched, knowing Aizawa was uncomfortable discussing the Shirakumo siblings. Aizawa explained that Shoei's mother was his best friend's little sister, describing both her and her brother as amazing people who always put others before themselves. He continued, explaining that they came from a rough background but chose to be good despite their circumstances. Aizawa leaned in closer, looking into Shoei's eyes, emphasizing that it was ultimately up to him to decide whether he wanted to be good or bad, a hero or a villain, regardless of the situation. After a moment of silence, Shoei expressed his desire to be good. Later, as they sat around the dining table, Hoshiko asked if she could call him Heihei. Aizawa was busy cooking ramen while Yamada chatted with him. When Aizawa firmly declined, Hoshiko giggled, and Shoei rolled his eyes. They turned to you, curious about your name. When you introduced yourself as YN.14, they frowned, realizing that it wasn't a name but rather a label from the lab. Hoshiko gently pointed out that it wasn't a proper name, and you tilted your head in confusion, asking if it wasn't a name. They shook their heads, waiting for you to come up with another one. Yamada, sipping his soda, commented on how sad it was. You then suggested Kid, which made Yamada choke on his drink, while Aizawa glared at him for the mess. You shyly repeated that your name was Kid, and although it wasn't a traditional name, they understood it as your answer. Aizawa felt a pang of regret for calling you Kid, realizing it had stuck. When you expressed uncertainty about what your name could be, you suggested Sweetheart, which made Yamada laugh while Aizawa's face turned red. He had called you that a couple of times, and it was unusual for him to use pet names in public. Despite the lightheartedness, Aizawa felt a sense of sadness for you, knowing you lacked a name and any birth records. It was as if you had never existed. He wanted to help you but was unsure how to give you a name that would change your future for better or worse. The next morning, Aizawa, dressed in his hero attire, approached Shoei, who was still sleepy. He asked if it was all right to leave you both alone while he returned to work, having missed a few days to ensure you were all right. Shoei's voice trembled with sadness and fear at the thought of being left alone, which tugged at Aizawa's heart. He reassured Shoei that he wouldn't be gone long and would return soon. Seeing Shoei's expression brighten slightly, Aizawa felt relieved. He placed a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder, asking if he could trust them to take care of each other while he was away. Shoei rubbed his eyes and nodded, agreeing to stay put. Aizawa stood with his hands in his pockets, assuring Shoei that he had already prepared meals for the day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner were all in the fridge, clearly labeled. He encouraged Shoei not to skip any meals, even if he couldn't finish everything. Shoei nodded, still waking up fully. Aizawa gestured towards the sink, explaining that Shoei could leave the dishes there for him to handle later. It had been a few days since you both settled in, and Aizawa had been teaching you and Shoei about his home, helping you familiarize yourselves with the place. He hoped to leave you both there for the day, as it was too risky to bring you to UA. He reminded Shoei not to forget to take a bath and that he could borrow Aizawa's clothes. As you slowly got off Aizawa's bed, which you had grown fond of, you peeked through the door to see the two males talking. Aizawa paused, realizing he sounded like a father when he mentioned bathing you, even though you were technically siblings, having grown up together. Shoei turned to you, his innocent eyes filled with curiosity. He asked what it meant to be a sister. Aizawa explained that a sister is a female sibling, someone with whom you share a bond, whether through family or growing up together. He smiled at you, trying to clarify that a brother is a male sibling. Shoei's face lit up with understanding as he processed the new information. He confirmed that you were indeed siblings. Aizawa reminded Shoei to bathe you gently and suggested you wear one of his shirts. He realized that you both needed clothes of your own and couldn't keep borrowing his. He instructed Shoei to call him immediately if anything happened, pointing to the telephone and cell phone by the TV stand. Shoei assured him he remembered how to use them. Aizawa felt a warmth in his heart as he saw Shoei smile at him, and he gently patted your head before squatting down to your level. He promised he would be back soon, giving you a reassuring smile. As he prepared to leave for work, you asked where he was going, your small voice tugging at his heartstrings. He softly explained that he would return soon and told Shoei to take care of you. The two of you waved goodbye as he left. At UA, Aizawa was greeted by Ishido's enthusiastic exclamation. He winced at the loud atmosphere, having grown accustomed to the quiet of home. The students were eager to know about you and the other survivors. Aizawa reminded them that he couldn't share much information due to the ongoing investigation but promised to keep them updated. He felt a strange contrast between the tough persona he had to maintain in front of his students and the softer side he had developed since meeting you. As class began, he announced various updates and asked what he had missed while he was away. After a brief discussion, he dismissed the class, allowing Yamada to start English lessons. Aizawa suggested they create a shopping schedule for the kids, and Yamada agreed, planning to discuss it during their break. Meanwhile, you were exploring Aizawa's home, taking in the minimalistic furniture and light colors that decorated the space. A few plants added life to the walls, and you noticed pictures on the bookshelf featuring Aizawa with a raven-haired woman and a light blue-haired boy, among others. Your curiosity piqued. You turned to Shoei, who was engrossed in the digital phone he had been studying for hours. He looked up at you with wide eyes and a big grin when you called out to him. You pointed to the framed pictures, and he eagerly picked one up for you to see, sharing the moment as you both explored the memories captured in the frames. He tried to calm himself by running a hand through his hair as he looked around the dark area. The mall had gone dark, leaving everyone in total silence. He knew you didn't like it, but he couldn't find you. He couldn't even hear you or Shoei. Regret washed over him. He should have just bought the clothes for you, letting you try them on at home and returning them if they were the wrong size. He called out in the darkness, his voice echoing, "Shoei? Kid!" He should have considered your feelings and the possible anxiety you had around people. He should have thought more about you rather than prioritizing your clothes or anything else. He should have waited until you were more comfortable in the world before doing something like this. Aizawa sighed as he sat at the dining table with the two kids, who were currently eating pancakes. Shoei quickly devoured his meal, while you hesitated, seeing the cat-shaped pancakes and feeling as if eating them would be like eating one of your 3 cats. "It's just a pancake," Aizawa reassured you with a small smile, noticing the worry in your eyes. "You can eat it." You looked at him, still uncertain. He chuckled softly, slicing your pancake into smaller pieces. He smiled at you and offered a fork with a piece of pancake. You reluctantly took a bite, letting the taste settle in. "Anyway, what's this about a visitor, Mr. Aizawa?" Shoei asked, his mouth full of food. "Don't talk with your mouth full, Sho," Aizawa replied, getting used to the nickname that Yamada and Hoshiko had been using. "And please, Aizawa or Shoyuda will be fine." "A visitor?" You echoed, your curiosity piqued. "Yes, a visitor. Someone, usually a friend, who comes over to your house," Shoei explained. Aizawa had given him some books to learn from while he caught up on paperwork he had missed during a week of absence. Aizawa nodded, giving you a gentle pat on the head. You were slowly getting used to certain things. The house had been thoroughly inspected by you, as you looked around and asked about various objects. You were also becoming a bit more talkative, asking questions and engaging with your surroundings. Aizawa felt happy teaching you how to read and write, which kept you busy for several days. You used some scratch paper he provided, even starting to draw and doodle things you saw around the house, like cats, Shoei, and Aizawa himself. There was an incident where he accidentally gave you the quizzes meant for Class 1B, as he was the math teacher. He had to apologize to the students, but luckily, you had drawn on the back of the paper. Some students began to draw there too, hoping for a response from you. You and Shoei were adapting well. Shoei was adjusting a bit faster, while you were taking your time, given your younger age and the more traumatic experiences you had faced compared to him. The only things Aizawa noticed that weren't changing were your issues with physical touch and trust. You were adapting to everything else, but you still needed reassurance, which Aizawa and Shoei provided willingly. Aizawa felt confident that you would be alright going to the mall to buy clothes and other items for you and Shoei. "Yes, Hizashi and Hoshiko will come over to pick us up to head to the mall." As he said this, Yamada and Hoshiko arrived to pick the 3 of you up, and you met a new lady right in front of the mall. She was loud like Hoshiko and Yamada and much more affectionate. You watched as she tightly hugged Yamada and then Aizawa. Seeing Aizawa glare at her as she hugged him worried you a bit. You whimpered, your eyes glowing red as everyone watched Kayama, as they called her, float with a faint glow surrounding her, detaching her from Aizawa. You felt protective of Aizawa, wanting to keep him safe. "Whoa, Kayama exclaimed as you moved her a little further away, a pout on your face as you extended one hand while the other hugged your stuffed cat. Kid, you can put her down, Aizawa said gently. You shook your head, turning to Aizawa. Hurt you? You moved Kayama a little further away, floating her higher. H hurt you. And Zazaza-san. You called Yamada Zaza-san since Yamada-san was too long for you. No, she didn't hurt us. She just hugged us, sweetheart, Aizawa assured you, squatting to your level. Your pout deepened, still not understanding why he would defend someone who seemed to be suffocating him. Even in this strange situation, Kayama giggled at Aizawa calling you sweetheart. Your eyes returned to normal, and Kayama gently floated back to the ground. Shoei knelt beside you and patted your head, a small smile on his face. Relax, she's a friend. She's only giving them a hug. They're not hurt, all right? His eyes returned to normal as his hair fell back down. And besides, they are heroes. You know what heroes do, right? You nodded, recalling how you had learned about heroes from watching the news about them saving the day. Turning to Aizawa, you gave a small bow. Sorry. You often said that whenever you felt you had done something wrong. So sorry. You turned to Kayama, looking into her dark blue eyes behind her glasses. She smiled gently, kneeling to your level and raising a hand to pat you, only to feel guilty when you flinched. She slowly patted you, her heart melting at how adorable you were. It was both cute and sad to see you looking so scared and guilty. It's okay, cutie, she said with an assuring smile. You didn't do anything wrong, all right? A few tears slipped from your eyes as your heart ached. These people were so patient with you, even when you cried or refused to do things. They never got angry, irritated, or tried to hurt you whenever you struggled. Aizawa had already informed you and Shoei about the mall a day before. He told you both that there might be a lot of people and it could be noisy, but he assured you that he would always be there with you. Him, Yamada, and Kayama, pro-heroes, were determined to keep everyone safe. He assured that nothing bad would happen as they were just going to buy clothes and some other necessities. Fortunately, the mall was not crowded, but that did little to ease your tension and worry. You clung to Aizawa's pant leg, your gaze darting to any sudden sounds. With all the lights out, due to the quirk you had struggled to master, you had to rely on your other senses. You kicked him away, your heart racing. Your ears perked up, straining to hear your companions, but the noise around you was overwhelming. Perhaps it was because you understood what being a hero meant that you trusted they could fight. Regardless, you had to confront the threat right in front of you. Focusing on Tora, you formed a mental image of his position and actions. With that clarity, you fought back, dodging his strikes and retaliating. You had a reason to defend yourself and protect your family, especially your brother and Aizawa. You slashed when you sensed him nearby, hearing a grunt as he stumbled back. You were determined not to back down. You had a purpose now. You evaded the spiked rocks Tora created for long-range attacks, realizing he likely had a second quirk related to elemental control. You attempted to assess the elements around him, using whatever you could sense nearby. His heartbeat was rapid, and you could feel it through the ground. You sensed everyone's heartbeats, and with the chaos around you, echolocation became easier. You identified objects near Tora and used them to strike. Aizawa's voice called out to you, and you turned just in time to avoid Tora's flame attack. The brief flash of light revealed Aizawa's worried expression, his dark eyes filled with emotion, concern, and love. You were resolute, you would not let harm come to anyone. With a surge of emotion, the ground trembled, and your eyes glowed red, a faint glow surrounding you as markings formed on your arms and legs, hidden beneath your clothing. The ground shook violently, your heart racing as the lights flickered on, reminiscent of a horror movie, making the situation slightly more manageable. In that moment, you noticed more villains had appeared, masked figures that pushed you to your limits. The world around you blurred as you felt the tremors and the cries of terrified people. As the lights illuminated the scene, you saw Aizawa rushing toward you, enveloping you in a tight embrace while Kayama released a gas that became visible in the air. Yamada shielded Hoshiko and Shoei as some teens bravely engaged the villains you had only recently learned about. A boy called out to Aizawa, who was still holding you close, assuring him that he had you. Aizawa glanced at you before looking back at the green-haired boy who had taken down 2 more villains. Aizawa felt a surge of pride seeing his students fighting valiantly, acting like true heroes. He would express his gratitude once this was over. Choosing to prioritize your safety, Aizawa focused on erasing the villain's quirks. He dodged Tora's earth attack, struggling to pinpoint his location amidst the chaos. A voice taunted him from behind, questioning why he would protect someone who wasn't his. If Aizawa hadn't reacted quickly, you both would have faced serious danger. Dabi smirked, relishing the burns he had inflicted on Aizawa's arm. You could see the pain etched on Aizawa's face, his crimson eyes and tousled hair revealing his determination to protect you, even as he struggled against the relentless attacks. Aizawa winced as Tora struck, deepening the burn Dabi had caused. Shoei intervened, kicking the smaller villain and positioning himself in front of Aizawa, shielding him from Dabi's assault. As Dabi approached, he unleashed his flames, aiming to harm Aizawa instead of Shoei. But Shoei activated his quirk, nullifying Dabi's flames and allowing him to fight without fear of being burned. Aizawa was taken aback by Shoei's quirk, noting the similarities to his own. The floating hair, the glowing blue eyes, and the way he moved in battle reminded Aizawa of himself. Dabi mocked Shoei, but the boy was quick to dodge the attack. He declared that he had more abilities than just erasing. Aizawa was both impressed and alarmed by the energy blades Shoei formed, reminiscent of his mother's abilities. You were still in Aizawa's arms when you caught a glimpse of Tora rising. His blue eyes radiated a dangerous intensity, and you felt an instinct to protect. You slipped from Aizawa's grasp, landing on your own feet. The ground around you shattered, smaller rocks floating as your eyes glowed red and markings appeared. You glared at Tora, who smirked at your display of power. With a flick of your hand, you pushed him back against the wall, creating cracks in the surface. You turned to Dabi, who was engaged in battle with Shoei, and followed suit, his body colliding with Toga's. Ignoring Shoei's call, you glared at the other villains targeting you. With a surge of power, you lifted them into the air before bringing them crashing back down. Shigaraki grunted, shaking his head as he called for Kurogiri. They vanished alongside Akane, leaving Tora, Dabi, and Toga enveloped in black mist. You grunted, struggling to fight the overwhelming sensation. They were gone, and you needed to regain control of your quirk, knowing the others had the remaining villains in check. Aizawa called out to you, but you were too focused on suppressing your power. You shut your eyes as the store in front of you was sliced in half, the cement crumbling to reveal the building's wires and frame. The chaos was spiraling out of control. Feeling hands on your shoulders, you turned to see Shoei on one side and Aizawa on the other, both activating their quirks to nullify yours. Your eyes returned to their normal color, the markings fading, and the trembling ceased. The villains were subdued, and you stood weakly before the two you trusted. Apologizing, your eyes filled with tears as you did something unexpected. You hugged Aizawa tightly, shaking as you buried your face in his shoulder. He embraced you back, relief washing over him as he heard sirens outside and the voices of other heroes. Shoei fell to his knees beside you, looking scared and exhausted. He had taken damage while fighting alongside Hoshiko against Toga. With a small, relieved smile, he looked at Aizawa and said they were okay. Aizawa pulled him into a tight hug, and Shoei began to silently cry on his shoulder, returning the embrace. The older man chuckled softly, feeling grateful that both of you were safe. He held you both tightly, hiding his face from the prying eyes around him. He wouldn't let anyone see the fear and worry. He felt for you. As you both cried on his shoulders, he comforted you, his soft voice assuring you that you were safe before you drifted off. The other heroes took control of the situation, starting their investigation after evacuating the civilians. They questioned Aizawa, who answered truthfully about the sudden attack and the arrival of more villains. He wasn't sure if you had been the one to split the wall, but he did his best to provide answers. Keeping you in his arms, he walked over to a bench where Yamada had helped Shoei rest. The boy had deep cuts and was fast asleep. When Aizawa sat down, Shoei instinctively rested his head on his shoulder for comfort. Midoriya approached them with worried eyes, asking if Aizawa and you were all right. Aizawa assured him that you were fine now, glancing at you before thanking him. Ochako waved and joined them, noticing Deku standing in front of Aizawa. Ida was still being questioned by the police. Kirishima, who had been grocery shopping, greeted his teacher. Kirishima asked if you were all right, prompting Aizawa to sigh and nod, already weary of the repeated question. He then noticed your injured arm and the scratches on your shoulder. His eyes brightened as he recognized you, recalling how you had survived the earthquake. It was a miracle to see you alive after being trapped under rubble for days. Kirishima exclaimed that you were all right, laughing in disbelief. Deku, with a confused smile, asked if you would stay with Aizawa. Aizawa confirmed that you and Shoei would stay with him, motioning to Shoei, who had fallen asleep on his shoulder. His students couldn't help but think he looked like a father, which was endearing despite the circumstances. Medics arrived to assist, offering to take you to the hospital, but Aizawa declined, remembering your dislike for it. He requested treatment for your wounds in the ambulance before leaving the scene with Yamada, Kayama, and Hoshiko. Kirishima watched as Aizawa walked away with you in his arms, your chubby cheek resting on his shoulder while Shoei waved goodbye. Kirishima texted Bakugo about the encounter, thinking that he better thank him for saving you when they met. Ida remarked that you couldn't possibly be Aizawa's child, recalling the day you were rescued from the rubble and Aizawa's expression. They all agreed. Ochako pondered about Shoei, noting how he resembled Aizawa and had been sleeping on his shoulder. They were left to wonder if their mysterious and secretive teacher had a family they knew nothing about. Aizawa settled you down on his bed beside Shoei, who fell asleep almost immediately. He sat on the floor beside you, watching you sleep peacefully. Guilt washed over him for what had happened, feeling useless during the initial chaos. He looked at you with so much care and love. Although he had only known you for a few days, he had already formed a strong attachment. He was certain he would do anything to protect you. Yamada entered with Kayama, who held an extra cup of coffee for him. He observed Aizawa as he gently caressed your forehead, his soft gaze fixed on your sleeping form. Aizawa was tired, but he couldn't close his eyes, fearing you might disappear again. He wanted to ensure nothing like that would happen again. The terror he had seen on your face, the fear you must have felt, and the way you had trembled in his arms filled him with guilt. He was too preoccupied with worry and self-reproach to let go of those thoughts. You shifted in your sleep, turning to face him and unconsciously leaning into his warm touch. You reminded him of someone special, which might explain why he had connected with you so quickly. He softly uttered your name, turning to the two adults in front of him. They looked at him with confusion, not quite understanding. Aizawa offered them a small, tired smile and clarified, "Her name is YN." Aizawa gazed at the two of you sleeping peacefully on the bed. His eyes shifted from you to Shoei, who was seated at his workspace, illuminated only by the lamp as he scribbled notes and graded papers. He focused on Shoei, recalling the moments at the mall when the boy had fought bravely. The memories were vivid. He had seen his mother do the same. The resemblance was striking: the hair, the eyes, and the way he generated glowing blades. Shoei possessed many of his mother's traits, though he didn't look exactly like her. Aizawa noted down Shoei's details. Shoei, Shirakumo. Age, quirk, energy manipulation. He had been instructed to document information about both of you since there were no data sheets available. Unlike Hoshiko, you had no information sheet to refer to. He felt a sense of pride in the name he had chosen for you. He hoped you would like it too. YN. No last name. Probably 4 years old. Quirk is still unknown. He sighed, glancing back at the two of you. There was still so much to uncover. With the incident at the mall, Nizu suggested that it would be better not to leave you at home. He, Aizawa, Yamada, Kayama, and Tsukachi were having a meeting in the teacher's lounge. After the incident had been reported in the news, you, Shoei, and Hoshiko were receiving more attention than anticipated. While they expected some attention, they hadn't anticipated the media recognizing the three of you as survivors of the recent destruction. Yamada expressed his concern, having grown worried every time he left Hoshiko alone at home. He had started leaving her at Aizawa's place to ensure she was not alone. Nizu pondered for a moment before suggesting that you all stay at the school. Everyone raised an eyebrow, questioning his proposal. Nizu explained that it was essential for your safety, as villains might target you again. He believed there was no better place for you than where Aizawa and the others were. Additionally, it would provide an excellent opportunity for Shoei and Hoshiko to learn and further their education. Aizawa and Yamada exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before turning back to Nizu. They inquired about the logistics of this arrangement. Nizu proposed placing you in Aizawa's class. Given the mall incident and your past actions, he believed you were qualified for the hero course, with the possibility of private lessons to help you catch up. Aizawa sighed, uncertain if you would want to train to become heroes, knowing the risks involved. Nizu reassured them that if you did not wish to join the heroic department, you could choose any other class. He also suggested that Hoshiko could stay in the lounge for private tutoring or accompany Aizawa to class, provided she was properly supervised. Nizu's consideration made Aizawa feel grateful to work under someone like him. Shoei, after being reminded for the 100th time to call Aizawa, Shoyuda, looked around the cafeteria where the three of you had been told to stay. The faculty was noisy, and the students were in class, leaving the mess hall empty. Hoshiko hummed as she watched students pass by. She playfully wondered if there would be any attractive students around, prompting Shoei to glare at her. She laughed, claiming she was just joking and lightly hit his back, causing him to wince from a fresh wound. She quickly apologized, and he shot her another glare, looking offended. He reminded her to watch her language, glancing at you as you observed the students passing by. Hoshiko pointed out that Shoei's father often used strong language, which made him blush. When she mentioned that they were now considered family, Shoei hesitated. Hoshiko argued that calling them dad felt more appropriate than uncle, especially since they had taken care of you and protected you during difficult times. Shoei silently agreed, scratching his head as he contemplated her words. There was an awkward silence for a moment as you curiously examined the mess hall, reflecting on what Aizawa had said about school. As usual, he assured everyone that they were safe and that no one would get hurt. After the incident at the mall, you felt cautious about his words, but you still trusted him, albeit with some hesitation when he spoke about crowded places again. Suddenly, a loud, cheerful voice broke the silence, prompting you to quickly hide behind Shoei. You peeked out to see a tall blonde boy accompanied by a blue-haired girl and a dark-haired boy who shyly lingered behind them. The blonde greeted you all, asking what brought you to UA. Shoei, being the closest, gave a nervous smile and scratched his head. He turned to Hoshiko, who was more sociable. She rolled her eyes but then flashed a bright smile at the newcomer, introducing herself and mentioning that they were unsure why they were brought there. The blonde boy seemed intrigued, asking who had brought them. Hoshiko replied that their guardians were talking to the principal about something but would return before lunchtime. The blonde boy pointed out that it was lunchtime, noticing your wary expression and cracking a smile in your direction. Shoei introduced himself formally, extending his hand, which the blonde boy accepted with a laugh. He smiled at you, but you felt uncertain about trusting him. You didn't know him, and he had approached the three of you out of nowhere. You were disappointed in Shoei and Hoshiko for entertaining a stranger, especially since you recalled Aizawa's warning about talking to strangers. The way he grinned at you made you uncomfortable, prompting you to slightly lift your arm as if to signal your unease. During the weekend, Aizawa and Shoei spent hours preparing a room for Shoei to stay in, as he was going to be a student in Class 1A and needed his own space. They organized his clothes and school materials, and Aizawa planned to buy him a study table within the next 2 weeks. Until then, Shoei would have to do his schoolwork at the dining area or on the coffee table in the living room. Once they finished arranging everything, they settled down on the floor in front of the coffee table. Aizawa needed to complete some paperwork as a legal guardian for both of you, and he wanted you two to be there for motivation, even if you weren't much help. Shoei glanced at Aizawa, who was focused on filling out forms, and asked if he was close to his mother. Aizawa looked up, his hair tied in a messy bun and reading glasses perched on his nose. He confirmed that they were close friends and wondered why Shoei was asking. Shoei expressed curiosity about why his mother had chosen the name Shoei. Aizawa admitted he wasn't sure but mentioned that she had talked about naming babies. He could see the happiness and curiosity in Shoei's eyes, But he also felt a pang of sadness. He didn't want to crush Shoei's hope that his mother was still alive. Aizawa hesitated before revealing the truth, stating that Shoei's mother had passed away. The light in Shoei's eyes dimmed, and his small smile faded into a frown as he processed the news. The silence that followed was heavy, and you could feel the weight of it as you doodled on a scratched piece of paper. Shoei looked lost, turning to you with pain in his eyes before looking back at Aizawa, seeking confirmation. Aizawa sighed, looking away as he nodded slowly. He struggled to find the right words, recalling the tragic events of 12 years ago when an explosion had claimed her life. As Aizawa recounted the story, he felt tears welling up. He had always found it difficult to talk about Shirakumo, the woman who had touched his heart. He explained that they had tried to help her, but the explosion had engulfed everything in flames, leaving nothing behind. He stood up and retrieved a picture from his shelf, showing it to Shoei. It was a solo Polaroid of his mother, her silver hair and bright, eyes capturing a moment of laughter. Aizawa pointed out that she had been his best friend, and her brother, Shoei's uncle, had taken the photo. Shoei's eyes widened as he learned about his uncle, who had also passed away before Aizawa graduated. Aizawa shared his name, Oboro Shirakumo, and Shoei looked at the picture, trying to connect the dots. He then asked about his mother's name, and Aizawa revealed it was Shirakumo. He reflected on how much you resembled her, with your eyes and silver hair. He knew you would grow to look even more like her as you learned to smile. Aizawa cherished the memory of her vibrant spirit, wishing he had been able to protect her from the tragedy that had befallen her. In a flashback, Aizawa remembered a conversation with her on a balcony, where they had discussed their hopes for the future. She had playfully suggested names for their future children, wanting a boy first, followed by a girl. Aizawa had laughed, not wanting a junior version of himself, while she insisted on a name starting with Sho. Their playful banter had been filled with dreams and laughter, a stark contrast to the sorrow that now filled the room. Why that specifically? She shrugged, resting her head on the railing, her eyes sparkling in the glow of the city lights. Aizawa pondered her suggestion. Does Shoei sound good? Shoei, huh? Aizawa mused. Not bad. Definitely better than Shoyuta Jr., she playfully nudged him as he chuckled. What about our daughter? If we do have one, we will. She teased him with a playful grin, always eager to provoke him. I don't know what to name her, though. A moment of silence passed as Aizawa admired her beauty. What about YN? She looked at him with confusion and doubt, as if she didn't like it. What? It's not that bad. It's common for a son to inherit the father's name. Why not let the daughter take her mother's name? That's silly. Come on. Aizawa smiled and pulled her into an embrace. I bet she'll be as beautiful as you. As sweet and as cute as you. Stop it, Sho. Why, it is. Shoei sat in his room after Aizawa shared the story of how he met her. They had been classmates from their first year to the last and had remained friends since then. Aizawa didn't want to delve deeper into certain topics, as he could already see how Shoei was handling things. At least he wasn't falling apart. Aizawa felt a twinge of worry when he saw Shoei's smile. It seemed as if he was unaffected. After hearing the story, Shoei simply nodded, thanked him, and continued to help Aizawa fill out the school forms. The hero wasn't entirely sure how to approach it, but he remained vigilant. Shoei may have been smiling, but Aizawa sensed he might be holding back. Sho. Aizawa called out, I'm done with everything. But I have a question. I wanted to get your consent on this. Shoei approached him to see that all the papers were filled out, except for the names. I wasn't sure if you wanted to take your mother's name or mine. Aizawa stated shyly, feeling a bit guilty for even asking. He wasn't you or Shoei's father, so giving his last name to you was a decision that rested with you. He wanted to know which option Shoei preferred. If he chose his mother's name, Aizawa would name you after her and simply say he was your legal guardian. But if he chose his name, it felt like sealing the deal. Shoei chuckled, offering Aizawa a bright, welcoming smile despite his usually timid demeanor. Why'd you even ask that? Aizawa was confused until he met the boy's eyes. Your dash. I'd choose your name, Dad. Aizawa was taken aback. He felt a mix of surprise and joy, his eyes misting over. Shoei had become accustomed to calling him Dad, yet it never failed to bring happiness to Aizawa every time he heard it. You, on the other hand, hadn't really called him anything. You rarely addressed anyone by name, you usually just tapped them and muttered a few words, still learning. You're really going for my name? Aizawa asked, still uncertain if Shoei was making the right choice. This boy had just learned about his mother and her passing, yet here he was, smiling and expressing a desire to take Aizawa's name instead of the one on his birth records. Yeah. Why don't you like it? Shoei tilted his head. Shoei Aizawa sounds pretty good. The thought made Aizawa's chest swell with emotion. And I think my mom would want me to have your name, since I'm living under the care of her best friend. Shoei dash. Aizawa. They both turned to you as you had walked up to them, standing together in the living room. You presented Aizawa with a recent doodle, a simple drawing of the three of you. Aizawa. See, even mine likes it. Shoei giggled, placing his hands in his pockets as he looked at Aizawa. So, are you going to write it down, or will I do it for you, Dad? Aizawa's face flushed as the two of you stared at him with warm, caring gazes. He turned and walked over to the dining table. You two always manage to catch me off guard, you know that? Well, a son knows his father, right? Stop it, Sho. Despite his words, Aizawa felt a surge of happiness at the playful banter. It brightened his day to think that Shoei had chosen to be his son. He secretly hoped you would do the same. Start. Aizawa announced to the two kids, as they needed to undergo the physical evaluation like everyone else. However, unlike the other students, their performance wouldn't affect their place in 1A. It seemed unfair, but Nisa believed that having the two teens under Aizawa's supervision and training would be beneficial. They not only needed more oversight but also had enough experience from their lab training to qualify as 1A students. You, on the other hand, would receive private tutoring at UA. Nisa was happy to step in whenever Aizawa, Yamada, or even Kuyama couldn't teach you. Despite his stout demeanor, he had a fondness for children, especially adorable ones like you. That day, you watched as the two teens competed against each other, exchanging playful taunts as they moved from one exercise to the next, pushing themselves to outperform one another. As they raced through the track and field, Hoshiko was shouting loudly, almost as if to release her stress. Stop using your quirk. Shoei called back, though not as loudly as she had yelled. You're going to make my ears bleed. He covered his ears as she continued to cheer. Good. It was childish, yet extremely entertaining to you, Aizawa, and Yamada. The two engaged in their playful rivalry, and in the end, they achieved top scores, despite being a year or two younger than the rest of the class. Hoshiko Yamada, 2nd to Bakugu. Shoei Aizawa, 5th. Aizawa glanced at the records, feeling pleased. He hadn't even started training with Shoei yet, but he was already performing well. Aizawa suspected it was due to the lab training he had undergone. He looked down at you, contemplating how to train you, but that would be a challenge since you were reluctant to use your quirk, even your mutation quirk. It was only at the mall that he used it. Either way, he had to get his class ready for his students. Aizawa stood in his usual spot, preparing to address his class. He announced that they would be meeting some new students that day, prompting gasps of excitement from the class. He reminded them to respect the newcomers' personal space, as they had recently gone through a difficult experience. Hoshiko, brimming with enthusiasm, entered the room, dragging Shoei behind her. Both were in their new UA uniforms, with Hoshiko looking proud while Shoei appeared shy and reserved. Unlike Hoshiko, who thrived in social situations, Shoei preferred the quieter setting of private tutoring, like the sessions he was having with Yamada at that moment. Hoshiko smiled at Shoei, assuring him they could handle the situation. Aizawa sighed as he noticed Shoei's stiffness. He reminded Hoshiko to address him as Mr. Aizawa, just like her classmates. With that, he invited them to introduce themselves. Hoshiko flashed a bright smile at the class, introducing herself with enthusiasm and a respectful bow. She expressed her hope for everyone to get along and nudged Shoei to speak. Shohei bowed slightly, introducing himself as their new classmate, which elicited some murmurs from the class. Ashido eagerly raised her hand, grinning widely as she asked if Shohei was Mr. Aizawa's son. Meanwhile, Kayama, known as Midnight, approached you while you sat beside Yamada, who was teaching you English and Japanese. She smiled and asked what you were doing. Yamada encouraged you to respond, and you stumbled over her name, seeking Yamada's help. After a gentle correction, you introduced yourself, pointing to yourself as you spoke. Later, you tugged on Aizawa's pants while he pondered what to cook in the kitchen. Since you both started living there, he had been motivated to learn new recipes to introduce you to different flavors. He looked down at you, noticing your pout as you pointed at something. Just then, Shohei burst into the kitchen, startling Aizawa. Shohei pointed out the rain pouring down outside, his voice a mix of excitement and fear. Aizawa realized that you both had likely never experienced rain before. He calmed down, acknowledging the rain and observing Shohei's fascination as the boy stood by the sliding door, captivated by the downpour. Aizawa explained that rain happens occasionally and planned to teach you more about it when you were older. He watched as Shohei leaned against the glass, eager to go outside. Aizawa agreed, suggesting they put on raincoats, which he had bought just in case. Once suited up, the three of them stepped outside. At the threshold between the apartment and the outside world, you clung to Aizawa's pant leg, apprehensive about the unfamiliar sound of the rain. It was soothing yet strange, and you were unsure of its effects. Shohei, however, dashed into the rain, laughing and looking up at the cloudy sky. He closed his eyes, relishing the sensation of the raindrops on his face. Aizawa called out, concerned that Shohei might catch a cold, but he decided to let him enjoy this first experience of rainfall. Watching him brought a smile to Aizawa's face. He wanted to create a brighter future for both of you. He knelt down to your level and encouraged you to try stepping forward into the rain. Shohei spotted you and called you over, his excitement infectious. You waddled toward him, jumping at the delightful feeling of the rain. Shohei giggled as you clung to him, showing you how to kick the puddles. You remembered that fun meant something happy, and you nodded, joining him in splashing around. The laughter and joy of the moment were refreshing and memorable. Aizawa watched contentedly as his two children played in the rain, hearing the happy giggles of onlookers who admired your playful antics. Comments floated around about how adorable you both were, and one woman remarked on how lucky Aizawa's future partner would be to have such a sweet man. Aizawa's thoughts turned to the idea of a family, realizing he wanted to nurture the bond he was creating with you both. He wanted to keep both of you happy and safe, just as she would have wanted for her son. He sighed and smiled, watching you both enjoy such a pure moment. He took out his phone to capture the memory, even if neither of you were looking. It was still a moment worth remembering. He enjoyed watching you, not really wanting to get wet himself. That was until you slipped. It was then that Aizawa realized he had a protective side when it came to you. A side that would take over if anything were to happen to either of you. He would risk anything for your safety, that much was certain. He dashed into the rain and crouched down to your level as Shohei came over to help you too. Aizawa picked you up and immediately noticed the scratch on your chin. He could tell the impact had been quite harsh as it was bleeding and starting to bruise. You looked at him, pouting as you felt the pain, especially since it was on your chin. He handed the umbrella to Shohei and gently placed a hand on your face. You flinched back, but he offered you an assuring pat. He spoke softly, letting you know it was okay and not to cry as he examined the scratch. It wasn't too bad. He decided it was best to take you back inside. He picked you up and stood, giving Shohei an encouraging smile. Shohei expressed his concern, but Aizawa reassured him that it wasn't his fault. You had just slipped, that was all. He watched as Shohei nodded, looking down as they headed back inside. There, he cleaned your wound and placed a large bandage on it to cover the injury. Once he was done, he offered you a small smile as you touched the bandage. You winced at the pain, pouting and gesturing to one of your hands, which had small cuts as well. He patched those up too, but you still looked quite sad. He took your scratched hand and kissed it gently, then did the same for your chin and your forehead. After that, he looked back at you with a small smile. He asked if it still hurt, and you shook your head, replying softly that it didn't. The next day, both you and Shoei caught a cold. Aizawa was busy walking in and out of his room to make sure everything was all right. He had Shoei stay in his bed so that you would both be in one place. He prepared some soup and bought medicine early in the morning since you had started feeling unwell by midnight, and Shoei followed the next day. It was a bit of a hassle, but he enjoyed it. He found fulfillment in taking care of both of you, even if it was tiring. As the school day progressed, Yamada announced the end of the lesson with a big smile, encouraging everyone to enjoy their lunch. The students sighed in relief, some stretching while others made their way to the cafeteria. Shoei approached his teacher, asking if he or Aizawa would be available for lunch. Yamada explained that he had another class and that Shoei would need to substitute for the third-year homeroom class, but he encouraged Shoei to fetch you from the faculty if he wanted. After a brief goodbye, Yamada left for his next class. Shoei sighed and began erasing the blackboard, wanting to be a responsible student despite his quiet demeanor. He shielded one side of his face as the sunlight streamed in. Hoshiko watched him finish up, ready to head to the cafeteria. Together, she teased him about whether he would join the chaos of the cafeteria or eat alone again. Shoei shrugged, not keen on the idea of the noisy cafeteria. He didn't want to bother you by asking you to join him there. Hoshiko shared her own lunch dilemma, explaining that her dad had forgotten to pack her lunch, so she would have to buy something and eat in the cafeteria. Shoei, despite his dislike for the cafeteria, didn't want his only friend to eat alone, especially with the rowdy group that often bothered others. Reluctantly, he agreed to go with her. After finishing erasing the board, he grabbed his lunch, and they walked into the bustling cafeteria together. You had been spending time in the faculty since Shoei and Hoshiko joined Class 1A. The tutoring sessions were manageable, although you struggled with some concepts. Aizawa understood your timid nature and was patient as you learned. You leaned against Aizawa's desk, arms wrapped around your stuffed cat, drifting off to sleep. Class 1A, curious about Aizawa's private life, wanted to learn more about Shoei and his relationship with Aizawa since Shoei had been evasive about it. Ashido eagerly asked if Shoei was Aizawa's son, and the others shared the same curiosity. Shoei responded with a mysterious smile, indicating it was something for him to know and for them to find out. He settled into his seat beside Midoriya, preparing for the day ahead. During lunch, Ochako spotted Aizawa and Yamada sitting together in a quieter corner, pointing them out to her classmates. Midoriya observed Shoei closely, noting the similarities in their tired eyes and mannerisms. Todoroki remarked that it was obvious they were father and son, especially in the way they acted. Midoriya glanced at his friends, pondering why the new students had suddenly joined their class. He turned back to them, expressing his confusion about whether they were also recommended students who had simply arrived late. It didn't make sense, as UA only accepted a limited number of recommended students. Ochako giggled, watching as Aizawa walked by, giving both newcomers a friendly pat on the head before moving on. The two waved goodbye and returned to their meals. Ida raised a question about the appropriateness of having a parent as a homeroom teacher, wondering if it would lead to favoritism. Shoei sighed, sensing the curious gazes directed at them. Hoshiko chuckled, acknowledging the attention they were receiving. Shoei understood that their sudden entrance into the hero course had raised questions, especially since Aizawa was a reserved person. He wished the other students would refrain from staring at them so intently. Closing his lunchbox, he sighed, longing for the comfort of home, where he could read and enjoy the peace. When Mina and the Baku squad, as Hoshiko referred to them, approached, he was taken aback. He pointed to himself, unsure why they would want to talk to him, especially when Hoshiko was the more outgoing one. Mina smiled and invited both of them to join the after-class training in the gym. Meanwhile, you sat at Aizawa's desk, feeling uncertain about what to do. You hesitated to touch anything, worried that you might upset him. The desk was cluttered with papers and office supplies, making you anxious. Aizawa appeared, offering you a tired smile and asking how you were doing. You stammered in response, and he chuckled, dismissing your concern. As he gathered his graded papers to distribute to the class, he noticed your longing gaze. You missed the times when he would focus on you instead of being busy with work. You hesitantly asked if you could accompany him. Aizawa was surprised by your request, understanding that you missed him, but he hadn't introduced you to his class yet. Bringing you into the classroom might overwhelm you, so he suggested waiting for another time. You nodded, returning your attention to the desk. Feeling guilty for your boredom, he handed you some scratch paper to practice your writing. As he left for class, he heard the students questioning him about the scribbles on the back of their quizzes. Aizawa explained that he had mistakenly given you their papers instead of scratch paper, and Ida quickly inquired about your identity. Tsuyu pointed out your name scribbled on her paper, asking if you were Aizawa's daughter. Aizawa's face reddened slightly, and he confirmed it before moving on to start the lesson. In the classroom, Aizawa asked Midoriya to retrieve some checked seat work from his desk. Midoriya complied, heading to the faculty area where he was surprised to find you sitting there, drawing on some bond paper. You were alone, as the other teachers were instructed to keep their distance for now. Midoriya, who had seen you before when Bakugo brought you to the medical tent, felt a surge of concern. He approached you slowly, greeting you gently, but you startled and retreated under the desk, frightened by his sudden presence. Midoriya, realizing you were scared, crouched down and tried to reassure you, but you were overwhelmed and began to cry. He didn't know what to do when you suddenly fell and started crying. He really liked kids, and seeing them upset affected him deeply. He reached out a hand, but someone grabbed him. "Don't touch her," Aizawa's gruff voice commanded. You continued to cry, rocking back and forth as you waited for the stranger to leave. "Don't touch the kid." Midoriya quickly got up, noticing the small glare in Aizawa's eyes. He stammered an apology, realizing he had unintentionally upset you. "It's my fault. I completely slipped my mind," Aizawa sighed, looking at Midoriya. "She's been through some things. Doesn't like it when people get too close. Just keep your distance." He knelt down to meet your crimson eyes, understanding that the color signaled your unease or readiness to activate your quirk. He felt a pang of guilt, recalling the days when your eyes were constantly red. "Hey, kid," Aizawa said softly, a tone he reserved for you and sometimes Shoei. "Come on out." He reached for you again, but you backed away further, shaking your head and crying. "Stranger." "Bad," you murmured, hugging your knees. Aizawa sighed, knowing you often reacted this way when faced with someone new, expecting harm. "No, he won't, sweetheart," Aizawa reassured, his warm eyes fixed on you as he offered a gentle smile. Midoriya felt guilty for causing your distress and for taking up Aizawa's time. He was surprised to see this softer side of Aizawa, who was usually so serious. It warmed his heart to hear Aizawa call you sweetheart. "Come on out. He won't hurt you," Aizawa continued, reaching for you once more. "He's my student. Remember what I said about students?" He had explained what a student was when Shoei and Hoshiko donned their uniforms and began class. "Student," you repeated, still hesitant. "Yes, sweetheart, student. He's my student. He won't hurt you." Aizawa held his hand out, waiting patiently. "Calm down. Come on. You shouldn't stay under there." His reassuring smile seemed to help. You wiped your tears and slowly reached for his hand, managing to grasp two of his fingers. His smile widened as you emerged, though you hesitated at the sight of Midoriya. "His name is Midoriya. He's Shoei's friend." Aizawa wasn't entirely sure if Shoei considered anyone else a friend, but he said it to help ease your fears. "Friend," you echoed, gripping Aizawa's arm as he stood up. You hid behind him as he sighed and gave you a gentle pat. Aizawa turned to Midoriya, his soft expression replaced by his usual serious demeanor. "Sorry, Mr. Aizawa," Midoriya said, scratching his head as Aizawa handed him a stack of papers. "It's fine. It's technically my fault. I should have been the one to get it," Aizawa replied, gesturing for you to return to your chair and continue drawing. "I'll head back to class, all right? No more crying, okay?" You nodded, and he patted your head before leaving with Midoriya. "That's Wyan, the kid you've been wanting to meet. I guess you can understand why I haven't been replying to your emails." "Yeah. She's pretty scared," Midoriya observed. "She's still adjusting. And you could say she's having a tough time, especially with unfamiliar people," Aizawa explained, scratching his head. You had wanted to accompany him to class, as you weren't comfortable being left alone in the teacher's lounge, but he worried about how his class would react to you and the possibility of you accidentally using your quirk. Yeah. Sorry again, Mr. Aizawa. It's fine, Aizawa said, opening the door to his class. Maybe one day, I'll let you come visit my place to meet her. Midoriya smiled for the rest of the day. Yamada was teaching you how to read, guiding you through a children's book he had chosen. She then said, "Bye, Daddy," you read aloud, struggling with the words. "Aren't you quick?" Yamada beamed at you, and you looked up at him with your big, bright eyes. "And I think we're done for today." "Zashi," you called, and he turned to you with a happy smile. Like everyone who met you, you had a special charm that endeared him to you. Just hearing you say his name made him feel warm inside. "What is?" "Daddy." "Daddy." Yamada's eyes lit up with an idea. "Well, it's another word for father. Do you know what a father is?" You shook your head innocently. A father is someone who cares for you. Someone who protects you and keeps you safe. "Keep me safe?" you asked, processing the information. "Cares. Protect." You seemed to concentrate hard on understanding. Yamada found your effort adorable and waited patiently for you to grasp the concept. "What about Aizawa?" he asked playfully, watching as you tilted your head in thought. Your eyes brightened with realization, even if you struggled to smile. "Aizawa," you said, recalling his name. "Yeah? What is it?" Aizawa had approached, smiling with interest in his eyes. Yamada exchanged glances with you and Aizawa, shaking his head, and you mimicked him. "Nothing, Sho," he said. "If you are teaching her inappropriate words, Hizashi, I am not. How dare you assume I'm teaching little listener how to curse?" Yamada feigned hurt, crossing his arms. Aizawa rolled his eyes and extended his hand for you to take. "Let's go home. It's been a long day." His warm gaze met yours as you hopped off the chair and took his hand. "See you tomorrow, Sho," Yamada called, waving as you and Aizawa left the faculty and walked through the halls, where you encountered Shoei. As the three of you walked, Aizawa asked, "So how was your day?" "Fine," Shoei replied simply, both men flanking you, aware that students were watching. "Oh, Dad." "Yes." Mina Ishido asked if I wanted to join after-class training tomorrow. "And what did you say?" Aizawa raised an eyebrow as they exited UA. "I told them I'd think about it," Shoei answered. "I didn't really know what else to say. I'm not too close to them." Aizawa chuckled. "Then try to join them. Maybe get to know them. You'll need to connect with others if you want to be a hero." You three walked home in a comfortable silence. School life was a different experience. It was tiring, chaotic, and sometimes boring, but it was still fun and a cool new adventure. Aizawa called out to Shoei from the hallway as most of his students headed to the gym. He bit the inside of his cheek, wishing he could cheer him on with something cheesy like, "Good luck," or, "Have fun," but he hesitated as he noticed the students with his son were also watching him. He instructed Shoei to tell his class representative that he would be coming by to observe their training. Shoei responded with a smirk, acknowledging his father's request. Aizawa sighed and walked over to his desk, where you were waiting. You both had to wait for Shoei since he had yet to learn how to use the train home. Aizawa wished he could teach him how to commute using the train or bus, but he worried about what could happen if Shoei started going home alone or with you, especially if he had to stay at UA for overtime. The thought of leaving you unsupervised scared him, as he feared the possibility of villains finding your location. He gently patted your head as you stirred awake, looking up at him with sleepy eyes. You rubbed your eyes and looked at him, your ears perking up and tail wagging slightly as you watched him clean up his desk. Aizawa mentioned that you would have to wait for Shoei and asked what you wanted to do. You pointed at an app on his iPad that featured cat videos. With a smile, Aizawa agreed to watch cat videos together. In the gym, Shoei felt uncertain about what to do. Kirishima suggested sparring, which brought a small smile to Shoei's face. Although he didn't have many good memories associated with fighting or training, it felt familiar and comforting to him. He appreciated the way it helped him release stress and tension. As they prepared to spar, Deku asked if he could join in after Kirishima. Shoei felt a sense of comfort in their camaraderie, They were nice and understanding, even if they could be a bit nosy at times. Aizawa checked the time and realized it was getting late. He decided to take a peek at Shoei's training, and you followed him to one of the many gyms. You had always been cautious about letting anyone into your personal space, except for Shoei and Hoshiko, but you were starting to allow Aizawa into that small circle. You shyly grabbed Aizawa's hand, surprising him. He smiled and gently squeezed your hand, feeling you squeeze back. Upon reaching the gym, you both stood by the door, trying not to be seen by the students. Your ears perked up when you heard a grunting sound followed by a thud. Worry washed over you as you peeked through the double doors and saw Shoei, sweaty and showing signs of a tough spar. His uniform was dirty, and your heart raced as you turned to see who he was fighting. It was the green-haired boy from earlier, who appeared stronger and less damaged than Shoei. Seeing Shoei looking shaky frightened you. You didn't want him to get hurt again. As Deku charged toward Shoei, you noticed a familiar spark in his dominant arm, triggering unsettling memories. You stretched your arm out and muttered a warning, your eyes glowing slightly. In an instant, Deku was pushed harshly against the wall, even before Shoei could react. Shoei turned in surprise, his eyes widening as he spotted you. He started to move toward you, but Aizawa quickly pulled you aside, signaling for him to act as if nothing had happened. He didn't want his class to know about you or your abilities just yet, fearing their reactions. Shoei rushed over to help Deku up, pretending not to know what had occurred. Deku, dusting himself off, expressed his confusion about what had just happened. Meanwhile, Aizawa held you by the shoulders, his expression serious. He asked what you had done, his tone more stern than usual, which made you feel scared. Hugs became a regular thing for you. You often clung to Aizawa, hugging his leg while he cooked or his arm while he graded papers. You also found comfort in Shoei, the cats, and your plushie. Aizawa eventually moved back into his bedroom, allowing you to sleep with him through the night, as you felt lonely since Shoei had started sleeping in his own room. You seemed to be adjusting well, but your fear of strangers and their intrusion into your personal space remained unchanged. You would still run away in tears if one of the students from Class 1A approached you. One day, Ida walked into the teacher's lounge to ask a question and unexpectedly found you there. Without meaning any harm, he approached to ask what you were doing there, and you ended up hiding under Aizawa's desk once again. Aizawa was busy in another class, and Ida was genuinely concerned when he saw you hiding with tears in your eyes. In response, you used your quirk to create distance, making him float away from you. Understanding your need for space, he left you alone and returned to searching for the teacher he needed. When Aizawa came back, you quickly hugged his leg, still trembling. Nizu, having witnessed the situation, suggested that you should get accustomed to being around people beyond just Hoshiko, Yamada, or Kayama. He meant other colleagues and classmates. Aizawa decided to start with his colleagues, as his class still required preparation. They encouraged the other teachers to engage you in conversation at school. They understood it had to be one-on-one interactions and that they needed to maintain a comfortable distance to avoid overwhelming you. However, there were times when some accidentally made you cry. Aizawa tried to reassure you, explaining that they were all friends. His words seemed to have an effect. You became calmer, cried less, and hid under the desk less frequently when staff members approached you. You were still learning to form complete sentences, often responding with just a word or two. The staff felt pleased that you were beginning to engage, even if you often shied away. Progress was progress, after all. Aizawa wanted to avoid putting too much pressure on you to adjust, but he was concerned about what had happened to Midoriya and didn't want a similar situation to occur with anyone else. Your quirk was powerful and unpredictable, making it a potential danger for everyone, including yourself. To help you adjust, Aizawa suggested inviting some colleagues over to his house. Although he wasn't particularly fond of the idea, he thought it might be beneficial for them to discuss their work and try to engage with you. However, you continued to shy away from them, prompting Aizawa to think of another approach. Then the idea of a playdate came to mind. On Friday afternoon, you, Shoei, and Aizawa were in the living room. You sat by the coffee table, scribbling while Shoei watched Animal Planet, and Aizawa was tidying up. You had developed a fondness for writing and drawing, often trying to capture what you observed. It was one of the most normal habits you had picked up, similar to what many kids your age enjoyed. Unlike most children, you didn't share their interests, which was concerning for Aizawa, especially since you had been living with him for some time. Shohei, on the other hand, had settled into a more relaxed state. He acted like a typical teenager, balancing his studies and training to become a hero, and he was one of the nicer, more responsible kids in the group. Aizawa worried that he hadn't been paying enough attention to you, as you didn't seem to be progressing as quickly as Shohei. He admitted that he had left you under the supervision of other staff members while he focused on his students, giving Shohei and Hoshiko private lessons to help them catch up. The fact that you had picked up drawing as a normal habit made him happy, even if it was just a small step. You weren't interested in toys like most kids, content with the stuffed cat you had. You also didn't enjoy watching children's shows or movies with musical numbers or moral lessons. Instead, you preferred watching animal videos with Aizawa, finding them much more engaging than people. You were not keen on the idea of having your own room, often clinging to Aizawa instead. You didn't enjoy being around other children, who were often energetic and eager to play games. You were quiet and reserved, not one to engage in high-energy activities. You could often be found sleeping on the couch with the cats or lost in thought. Aizawa sighed as he glanced at you, noticing how you carefully switched colored pencils and continued coloring with focus. You were serious and concentrated on your work. Knock on the door interrupted your peaceful activity and Shohei's attention on the documentary. He volunteered to answer the door, greeting familiar faces. Ms. Kozum smiled at him, and Kenma shyly waved hello. Ms. Kozum, known for her kindness, often brought cookies and spent time with you both whenever Aizawa had to leave for hero work. Seeing her was not surprising, but it made you both wonder why she and Kenma were there. She asked Kenma if he was ready for his playdate with you, and he hid behind her, trying to contain his excitement. You leaned to the side to see who was at the door and caught a glimpse of the young boy with cat-like features. His eyes met yours, and you could sense the excitement radiating from him. Kozum waved as she, Kenma, and Kaneko approached you. She smiled gently, placing a neatly wrapped bento box in front of you, always eager to spoil you with food. Kenma muttered a quiet greeting, his hands clutching his little backpack. You waved back, feeling a bit strange about the habit you had picked up, but you enjoyed it nonetheless. Kaneko giggled and gestured to Kenma's bag, reminding him that he wanted to show you one of his new games. Kenma shyly nodded, pulling out his Nintendo Switch along with some accessories and a game chip. He hesitated, twiddling with the chip as he mentioned the games he had: Hollow Knight, Zelda, Mario Kart, Minecraft, and Animal Crossing. Although you appreciated his enthusiasm, you weren't familiar with any of those titles. He continued, a bit uncertain, but Mom said maybe you're not into video games. So I brought a coloring book too. The mention of coloring made your eyes light up, and you both settled by the coffee table to color together. While Aizawa and Kaneko engaged in a parent-to-parent chat about you two, Shohei had a group call with some classmates for a research paper. You enjoyed Kenma's company. He was quiet and focused, much like you. His bright hazel eyes seemed to take in everything around him. Before long, you both had nearly finished the entire coloring book. Kenma smiled as he noted your progress, and you could see his gaze drifting toward his Nintendo, clearly eager to play. You gestured to his Switch, asking him to teach you how to play. His eyes brightened at the prospect of sharing his games with you, genuinely excited that someone wanted to learn. With Aizawa's permission and assistance, he set up the console and let you choose a game. Not knowing much about the options, you decided on Animal Crossing, and soon he was guiding you through the controls. Press this to do that action, he instructed, and you followed his lead, successfully executing the action. Kaneko watched with delight, happy to see her son making a friend, especially since he usually preferred to stay in his room. Aizawa felt a sense of relief as he observed you engaging with Kenma. You seemed to be enjoying yourself, and he was glad to see you opening up, even if it was just through games. Eventually, you switched to Minecraft, where you learned about creative and survival modes. Aizawa found amusement in how you jumped with excitement, controller in hand, as you both faced off against zombies. It was refreshing to see you acting like a typical child, shedding the weight of your worries for a while. The night continued with both of you building and navigating through Minecraft's survival mode. Kenma muttered a playful "pog" as you defeated another skeleton, explaining that it was just a game and that no one was truly harmed. The entire evening was filled with laughter and gaming, and Shoei joined in later, followed by Aizawa and Kaneko, who opted for board games. It was a delightful, normal night, one that Aizawa cherished, feeling like you were finally experiencing a sense of normalcy. After your playdate with Kenma, Aizawa considered Nizu's suggestion to have you join his class. He thought it might help you feel more comfortable knowing that Shoei and Hoshiko would be there, as you were familiar with them. If the first class didn't go well, he wouldn't force you to attend, allowing you to continue practicing with the UA staff and enjoying your playdates with Kenma. "Alright, just for today, I'll have you kids do something different," he announced to the class. "I assume you're all aware of the little girl here at UA, correct?" The class responded with excited chatter, clearly charmed by your presence. "Her name is YN," he continued, and the class awed at the sound of your name. "Anyways, YN has gone through a rough past, which has left her with trust issues and a fear of people. Currently, she is only comfortable with a handful of individuals. Principal Nizu believes it would be beneficial for both YN and you if I bring her over during our classes." The classroom erupted in cheers, but Aizawa quickly silenced them with a stern glare. "Let me finish," he said, his usual cold demeanor contrasting with how he was with you and Shoei at home. "As I was saying, Nizu thinks it would help learn to trust others and overcome her fears while you all learn how to handle kids with similar challenges." He began writing on the board, turning his talk into a lesson. "As heroes, you must be able to manage different behaviors from those you've rescued, including aggressive, passive, or skittish types." He wrote it down for the students to copy. Ida was the first to raise his hand, asking about any restrictions when handling you. "It depends on the individual," Aizawa explained. "Some prefer comfort, while others need space. As heroes, you must be able to read what your rescued person needs." He recalled his early days with you at home, feeling a deep attachment to both you and Shoei. You had grown so much in just a few weeks. In YN's case, she's extremely skittish. Deku, who loved kids, took notes eagerly. The idea of you coming to their class made him nervous, especially after witnessing your reactions and hearing about your interactions with Ida. He was concerned that something might go wrong if the class did not listen properly. Aizawa expressed his hope that they would be considerate. He mentioned that you were extremely skittish, so once you arrived, they needed to go easy on you. You were afraid of anything unfamiliar, as you were just beginning to learn about things that others considered normal. He emphasized the importance of them adjusting to you, just as they had to adjust to Shoei and Hoshiko. The class exchanged sympathetic looks with Aizawa, recalling how Shoei and Hoshiko had been quite jumpy at first. Aizawa instructed them to avoid loud noises, keep their voices low, refrain from sudden movements, and respect your personal space, allowing you to approach them at your own pace. Todoroki, curious, asked what would happen if they failed to follow these guidelines and what the worst-case scenario might be. Aizawa's tone turned serious, and he warned them that they did not want to know. He urged them to stay calm and help you adjust, stating that if the first meeting went well, he might be able to continue bringing you to class. The class nodded in agreement with Aizawa's rules and watched him leave to get you. There were murmurs about Aizawa's avoidance of Todoroki's question, with some students even asking Shoei for clarification. Shoei sighed and explained that the best-case scenario was that you would hide, cry, and possibly panic, which left everyone shocked to hear that was the best outcome. He added that they really wouldn't want to know what the worst-case scenario could be. Hoshiko smiled proudly, commenting that it was not for the faint of heart. Just then, Aizawa appeared at the door, signaling for them to lower their voices. He reassured you that no one would hurt you as he walked in, making small hand gestures while you hid behind his legs, clutching tightly to his pants. You whimpered when he stopped walking, standing right in front of the class. Aizawa encouraged you, reminding you that you had wanted to come to class with him. You had not realized that the room was filled with 22 other people. You thought it was just Shoei and Hoshiko. You gripped his pants tighter, shaking your head and expressing your desire to go back. Aizawa tried to suppress a smile as he knelt to your level, gently telling you that it was too late for takebacks. The students in front of him smiled at the exchange. He explained that they all wanted to meet you and be your friends. You peeked past Aizawa's shoulder, seeing many eyes on you, and shook your head in response. He reassured you that it was just for today and encouraged you to introduce yourself. He gently pushed you forward, but you hid behind him again. He urged you to simply say your name. You looked at him with uncertainty before turning to the class and mumbling your name. Most of the class did not hear you, so Aizawa announced it for you, and they all smiled in return. He encouraged you to say hi, and you muttered a shy greeting from behind him, causing the class to stifle their laughter. Aizawa declared it free time for the rest of the PRD but reminded everyone to keep the noise down. He turned to you, encouraging you to try to make friends. He nudged you toward the class, where Shoei and Hoshiko were waving at you. You looked back at Aizawa, who gestured for you to go over. You felt overwhelmed by the thought of meeting so many new people. You wanted to make Aizawa happy, as his smile meant a lot to you. Every time you shied away, his expression turned into a frown, which reminded you of the doctors and scientists you had encountered, people who had not treated you kindly. Taking a deep breath, you slowly walked toward Shoei and Hoshiko, keeping your head down and eyes on the floor, avoiding the gaze of the strangers around you. Hoshiko giggled as Shoei lifted you onto his lap, and you waved at them, snuggling against him. The students watching you melted at the sight, envious of Shoei. Ochako was the first to approach you, introducing herself with a warm smile as she squatted down to your eye level. Aizawa suddenly felt a sense of panic as he realized you were no longer in the room. He scanned the area, noticing that the class had lost balance due to the force you had unintentionally released earlier. Kaminari, slightly shaken, asked what had just happened. Shoei, still on the floor, confirmed that it was you who had caused the commotion. Others looked on in disbelief as he nodded. Hoshiko joined in the search for you, commenting on your impressive quirk. She noted that if you had felt more threatened or panicked, the situation could have been much worse. Aizawa, concerned for your safety, warned Shoei not to frighten the other students or treat you differently. Realizing you were missing, he felt a wave of worry wash over him. UA was a large place, and a little girl like you could be anywhere. He instructed his students to stay put while he went to look for you. Who knew what one could do in a state of fear? It was troubling enough that the entire class had been thrown off balance. What more could happen when faced with someone unknown? He sprinted through the halls, first heading to the faculty area, anticipating that you might seek a familiar place. Unfortunately, you were not found there, but Aizawa had a chance to ask for help from the other teachers. "Bucky's missing too," Vlad exclaimed. "Vlad," Kiyama sighed in annoyance, "no one cares about your dog right now." "You dog." Aizawa turned to Vlad, a realization dawning on him. He might have gone after Brian. Somehow sensing her. He recalled how the cats would react when you felt threatened or scared, rushing to your side in defense, as if they could feel your emotions. Perhaps it was the strong energy you emanated. Yeah, but where could they be? Nizu had announced over the speakers that you were missing and advised the students not to engage if they found you, but to call a professional. They did not want to take any chances with you. Even an accident could lead to serious consequences. They were not willing to take that risk, especially not with a student. A kid with long white hair, YEC, or red eyes and a scar on her face. "All right, that's not helpful," a student huffed, annoyed that their gym training had been cancelled due to your disappearance. "Be serious," Shinso insisted. If Principal Nizu announced a class cancellation just to look for her, it must be serious. They were all searching for you. It wasn't overreacting, you were genuinely dangerous, especially in your current state. "You go that way." "I'll go this way," the purple-haired male stated as he headed toward one of the quieter halls, where fewer people ventured. He scanned the area, quickly noticing a door where a clattering sound emerged. He could hear a faint voice and some whining. Cautiously, he approached the door and stood just outside, aware that the girl he sought might be dangerous, especially if she was still frightened. He pondered whether to knock or slowly open the door, knowing either action might startle you. Before he could decide, Bakugu's booming voice echoed through the hall. "What are you doing just standing there? Don't you see we need to find her to get back to class?" He raised an eyebrow, glancing at the door in front of Shinso. Tone it down, Shinso replied sharply. The kid might. As always, Bakugu was rough and aggressive. He was frustrated that the entire day of classes had been suspended to search for you, but he couldn't deny that he was a little worried. With a kick, Bakugu opened the janitor's closet door, his hands in his pockets as if it were a casual act. However, his aggression and disregard for your possible fear led to him being quickly pushed away from the door and slammed against the adjacent wall. He groaned in surprise and pain, clearly not expecting that reaction. Stay down, Shinso hissed, squatting down to your level. He turned to see you tightly hugging Bucky, tears streaming down your face as your eyes glowed a bright red, your hand outstretched with glowing markings around it. You were visibly trembling. Easy. Easy, Shinso cooed, extending a hand toward you. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. He wished he could use his quirk on you, but he also wanted to seize this opportunity to learn how to comfort someone through conversation. Sorry you had to get scared because of his actions, he motioned to Bakugu, who grunted and looked away. He didn't mean to frighten you. As he moved a little closer, you tensed, your hand glowing brighter in response. Hey, calm down. No one will hurt you here, all right? Shinso assured you. We're all just worried about you. You glanced between him and Bakugu, recalling the aggression and hostility in Bakugu's eyes back in the classroom. But when Bakugu met your gaze, his expression softened, guilt evident in his demeanor. H hurt, screamed. This hurting, you stammered, fighting back tears. Our mind. Blab. Your voice trembled, and your lower lip quivered as your face flushed. Bakugu looked down, his brows furrowing in annoyance. He hated that he might be the reason you had run away and why you felt this way. It was his loudness, his aggression, that had caused this. Sorry, Bakugu sighed, looking at you with sincerity. I didn't expect you to get so scared because of the class argument. He stood up slowly, trying to give you space. You backed against the wall, and Bucky moved in front of you protectively. Bakugu, it's probably my fault, he interrupted, ignoring Shinso. It's my fault the class was like that, and it's probably my fault you remembered what happened to you. He squatted in front of you, your hands still outstretched defensively. He sighed, his expression softening. Sorry. Shinso approached you as well, flicking the lights on. He offered you an assuring smile, reminiscent of Shoei's tired eyes and lazy grin. You looked over at Bakugu, who regarded you with a sad, almost guilty expression. Shall we go back? Shinso asked. Everyone's worried about you, especially Mr. Aizawa. He chuckled, recalling how worked up the man had been. You nodded, feeling a bit calmer. You noticed Bakugu shift away, almost as if he feared scaring you further or being near you. You acknowledged this but chose to focus on Shinso. YN, you pointed at yourself, looking at him expectantly. Bakugu, noticing your lack of eye contact, left the room to wait outside, leaving you with Shinso. I'm Shinso, and that's. He turned to where Bakugu had stood, but he was no longer there. Shinso turned back to you, extending his hand. Let's get you back to Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa had learned that his teacher and uncle had been harboring children in his house, even when it was clear that he wanted to keep it a secret. It became evident when Aizawa suddenly asked what type of video games or comics Shinso liked. It was unusual for the typically reserved uncle to inquire in detail about teenage life and what it was like to be a teen in today's world. As you emerged from the closet, you grabbed Aizawa's hand, or rather two of his fingers, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Bucky followed closely behind you. You could sense the eyes on you, and your grip on his hand tightened, signaling your discomfort with the attention. Shinso stopped and knelt to your height, offering to carry you. You nodded and hugged his neck, hiding your face. You were startled when he lifted you up and continued walking, but it was a new and comforting experience, reminiscent of Aizawa and Shoei. By the time you returned to the faculty, Aizawa appeared almost frantic, not quite himself. When your eyes met, he was suddenly right beside you. You flinched into Shinso, recalling how Aizawa had reacted to his class earlier. Realizing you were still shaken, Aizawa retracted his hands and observed how you allowed Shinso to carry you. He apologized, placing a hand gently on your head, expressing regret for the fear his class had caused you. Missing Aizawa and feeling guilty for his frown, you reached out to him. You muttered an apology as Aizawa lifted you from Shinsu's arms into his own. You savored the warmth and familiarity of Aizawa's embrace for a moment. Aizawa then announced he would be going to class, patting your head as you sat by his desk in the teacher's lounge. It had been a day since the frightful incident, and Aizawa had decided not to bring you to class anymore. He wanted to avoid a repeat of the previous day's events, especially since the students at UA were curious about why you were so important that they had everyone searching for you. Your bright eyes looked up at the scruffy hero, your arms clutching a new plush toy you had found in a nearby store. Before he could leave, you quickly grabbed his sleeve, insisting that you wanted to join him. Aizawa hesitated, unsure why you wanted to come back to the class that had frightened you, but he couldn't say no to you. He decided it wouldn't hurt to walk you back if you changed your mind. As you silently walked to class, Aizawa glanced down at you occasionally to check if you were truly okay with joining him again. When you entered the classroom, a tense silence filled the air. The students' eyes were on you, and the atmosphere was thick with worry rather than excitement. You hugged your new angry dog plush tightly, feeling the weight of their gazes. Aizawa sensed the tension and struggled to find the right words, leaving the class to watch you in silence. Taking a deep breath, you began to walk, your eyes focused on the floor as their stares made you even more anxious. You stopped in front of the one student you had been thinking about since yesterday, Katsuki Bakugu. Looking up, you met his surprised crimson eyes and slowly presented the angry dog plushie in your hands. You wanted to give it to him as an apology since he had seemed sad the day before, especially after you had avoided eye contact with him and focused on Shinso instead. You stammered out an apology. Bakugu's face flushed as he accepted the toy. He wanted to reassure you that he should be the one apologizing, but he didn't want to appear soft in front of his classmates. Instead, he clicked his tongue and looked away, insisting that you didn't need to apologize for anything as it wasn't your fault. You noticed small smiles creeping onto the faces of your classmates, and the atmosphere began to lighten. At least you weren't as scared of them anymore, and they seemed less fearful of you. Later, you found yourself in a troubling dream. A figure loomed before you, insisting that a certain man was dangerous and that you must eliminate him. The words echoed in your mind, causing tears to well in your eyes as you stared at the image. You shot up from the bed, heart racing and sweat beading on your forehead. Looking around, you realized you were alone. Aizawa, you called out, searching for him. Right here, kitten, he replied, waving from his workspace where he was doing paperwork. Relief washed over you at the sight of him. It was just a bad dream. Sniffling, you called out to him again, prompting him to rise and sit beside you, soothing you as he laid you down next to him. He whispered comforting words, urging you not to cry. He thought it was time for him to sleep too. He wrapped an arm around you and closed his eyes, and you snuggled into his chest, enjoying the warmth of his embrace. He gently patted you to sleep, humming a soothing lullaby that always seemed to help you drift off more quickly. He watched you fall asleep in his arms, cherishing moments like this. Internships for the students had begun, and they were all preparing to meet their mentors. As expected, Shoei was interning under Aizawa. He trained with him after class, even on weekends, while you watched from the sidelines. At first, you were concerned as you witnessed them sparring, worried about their safety and even using your quirk to intervene at times. Shoei reassured you, wiping your tears away. He explained that they were not actually hurting each other but were training to become stronger. You whimpered, still anxious as you observed their sweaty, breathless smiles. You felt helpless to stop them from pushing each other to their limits. Shoei's training began with Aizawa narrowly avoiding a strike from his energy-generated blades. Shoei explained that he could control energy, stopping it and using it to erase others' quirks, while also generating weapons. His bright blue blades resembled well-controlled flames, and Aizawa remarked that they looked like lightsabers, a reference neither of you understood but nodded at nonetheless. Once Aizawa became familiar with Shoei's quirk, they started sparring, learning from each other's fighting styles. Aizawa gifted Shoei a scarf similar to his own, teaching him how to use it effectively. You found yourself subconsciously absorbing the lessons as well. Aizawa watched as Shoei struggled with the scarf, cutting him off when he asked how to improve. He shared that he had been a pioneer in using capture weapons at Shoei's age, having taught himself. Shoei grunted in frustration, asking for help, but Aizawa playfully reminded him to address him properly at school. He chuckled, taking a picture of Shoei as he tried to escape the scarf's grip. That day marked a milestone for Shoei as he learned to handle the capture weapon, managing to tie Aizawa up while blushing. Aizawa laughed, encouraging him to erase it. Spending time with you and Shoei always brought a smile to Aizawa's face. His phone gallery was filled with pictures capturing the moments you shared cuddling, movie nights, and walks. He had some of these pictures developed and placed in frames around his home, showcasing the milestones you both achieved together, like learning to make a sunny-side-up egg or crafting a papier-mâché pot for fun. Aizawa had learned to cherish each moment with you, a lesson imparted by his best friends, the Shirakumo siblings. They taught him that the present was precious, and time was fleeting. He understood the importance of treasuring every little moment with you and Shoei. On a lazy Saturday afternoon, the three of you sat on the living room floor, drawing whatever came to mind. Aizawa playfully made a cat impression, but you remained focused on your artwork. Shoei laughed, teasing Aizawa for not getting a reaction from you. Aizawa feigned hurt but continued to watch you draw. When you proudly showed him your drawing, he dramatically laid down on the floor, pretending to be overcome with emotion. Concerned, you crawled over to him, shaking him awake when he didn't respond. He opened his eyes to see you in tears, and Shoei watched in amusement as you began to wail. Aizawa quickly reassured you, explaining it was just a joke. He comforted you as you hugged him tightly, forgetting about drawing. He gently told you not to cry, while Shoei held back his laughter, teasing Aizawa for making you upset. Aizawa rolled his eyes and wrapped you in a blanket, patting your back as he lay down with you, trying to calm you down. Just then the doorbell rang. Shoei got up to answer it, revealing a raven-haired boy who seemed to be looking for Aizawa. The boy introduced himself as Hitoshi Shinso, a name Shoei recognized but had never met before. He learned about him through you, as he was the one who found you and brought you back to Aizawa. He was also a student Aizawa mentioned, someone he would soon start sparring with. Shoei Aizawa introduced himself, and the taller teen's eyes widened at the name, indicating he had heard of him as well. He gestured for the teen to come inside, and he followed, closing the door behind him. Shoei noted that the teen must be the student from General Studies, recalling Aizawa mentioning another student he was training. He then mentioned that he was Aizawa's son, albeit in a casual manner. As they entered the living room, Shoei observed that his dad was likely still calming Machi down. He glanced over and saw Aizawa with you in his arms, both of you fast asleep. You were nestled against his chest, and Aizawa wore a peaceful smile, his arm protectively draped over you. Shinso had never seen anything more adorable. He smirked and pulled out his phone, asking Shoei if he minded capturing the moment. Shoei laughed quietly, encouraging Shinso to take as many pictures as he wanted, mentioning he already had plenty on his phone. You snuggled deeper into Aizawa's embrace, and he cherished this time with you and Shoei. These moments were soft, warm, and precious, and he promised himself he would never forget them. Later, Shinso laughed as Shoei struggled with Aizawa's scarf, tangled up and unable to figure out how to use it. They were in a rarely used training ground, watching Shoei practice. Despite his struggles with the scarf, he excelled in other areas, displaying flawless hand-to-hand combat and impressive control over his energy-generated weapons. Shinso encouraged him, patting his back in support and noting how much progress he had made in such a short time. He felt a bit bashful admitting that a younger kid was advancing in combat skills faster than he had. Although he had heard from Aizawa that Shoei had some training before moving in, he sensed there was more to the story, especially given the recent news about missing children and the earthquake. He chose to keep those thoughts to himself, worried it might upset you or Shoei. He couldn't help but notice the strong resemblance between Shoei and Aizawa. It was intriguing, especially since Shoei had the ability to erase quirks, similar to Aizawa's power to control energy. It was a striking similarity, raising questions about their connection. As they continued, Shinso asked where they were headed, dressed in a first draft of his hero costume, which featured dark colors. Shoei chuckled, suggesting it wasn't so much gothic as it was dark-themed. They all wore comfortable, slightly baggy attire with combat boots and pouches for weapons and first aid supplies. Aizawa grumbled that he hadn't heavily influenced their styles, glancing down at you, who wore a dark-themed outfit gifted by Bakugu's mom. It consisted of a dark gray sweater with a cute skull design, a matching shirt, leggings, and boots. The boys laughed as they walked through the streets, heading to Aizawa's agency to check for new assignments. Upon entering a formal setting filled with other costumed individuals discussing work, you felt small and out of place amidst the formalities and conversations about topics you didn't fully understand. Aizawa suggested you could sit or stand beside him, but you felt it would be best to join in and listen as his sidekicks. He held your hand as you approached a desk where discussions about hero work began. You stood there, unsure of what to say or do, feeling like you often did out of place and still learning. As you looked around for something familiar, your gaze landed on a pair of wings attached to a tall blonde-haired man. Something about him drew you in, and before you knew it, you were heading over to him. His blue eyes met yours, and he paused his conversation to look down at you. His onyx wings ruffled slightly as he lowered himself to your height. He greeted you with a foreign accent, suggesting he wasn't from Japan. You stepped back, realizing you had approached a stranger, yet he felt oddly familiar. He chuckled lightly, asking if you were a little too young to be a hero. You hesitated, contemplating whether to engage with him. There was something about his long blonde hair, pointed ears, and slender black wings that drew you in, making him feel less like a stranger. He introduced himself as Corvus, extending a hand toward you. You muttered your name, feeling the warmth of his calloused hand as you shook it. There was an inexplicable connection that made you feel at ease, as if you belonged. Corvus inquired about your presence there, asking if you were lost or waiting for someone. His soft smile and accented voice put you at ease, allowing you to lower your guard. You glanced over at Aizawa and the two boys who were still engaged in conversation. You mentioned you were with them. Corvus's smile brought you comfort, and he gave your shoulder a gentle pat. You noticed his gaze linger on the boys, perhaps curious about Aizawa, who wasn't as well known as a hero. You studied Corvus, trying to understand the source of your familiarity with him. Everything about him was new, yet he evoked a sense of closeness. Perhaps it was the wings that captivated you, or maybe your longing for your own wings drew you to him. Just then, Shoei approached, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. He asked who Corvus was, trying to maintain politeness despite his suspicion. Corvus greeted Shoei with a smile, playfully referring to you as a little crow. He explained that he thought you were lost and expressed relief that you weren't, joking about how he would have been stressed trying to find your parents. Shoei maintained a serious demeanor, wary of Corvus. Sensing this, Corvus flashed another smile and ran a hand through his blonde hair, preparing to leave. He wished you a nice day and waved goodbye as he walked away. You felt a twinge of sadness as you watched him go, the connection you felt lingering in the air. Shoei expressed his concern, questioning why you approached someone you didn't know. You looked down, feeling guilty for worrying them. Aizawa sighed, patting Shoei on the back before kneeling to your level. He reminded you of the importance of being cautious around strangers, his tone firm yet not angry. You avoided his gaze, unsure how to explain your actions. In a moment of honesty, you muttered about his wings, and it seemed the boys understood, quickly assuring you they weren't upset. The day continued with the three of you exploring Hosu, taking breaks to eat and rest. It was enjoyable, with the boys taking turns carrying you and sharing jokes along the way. You occasionally stopped to pet a cat or two. As you walked hand in hand with Shoei and Aizawa trailing behind, Aizawa couldn't help but smile at how adorable the three of you looked together. He felt a sense of fulfillment he had never anticipated, realizing he had become a father figure to you. Despite the challenges, he cherished every moment, recalling what your past self had once told him about the joy of having a family. As night fell, he gazed up at the dark blue sky, comforted by its color despite the absence of visible stars. He suggested having ramen, but was interrupted by a loud explosion in the distance. Panic erupted as people began to run, and Aizawa turned to you, seeing the fear in your eyes. He reassured you that everything would be okay as Shoei picked you up. Just then, a car was hurled nearby, and they all turned to see a rampaging creature, a Nomu, causing chaos. Aizawa cursed under his breath, instructing you and the boys to stay safe and keep close. He donned his goggles and dashed off to help those in danger, using his scarf to pull people away from harm. You watched in awe as Aizawa displayed his heroism, saving lives and guiding people to safety. Suddenly, a throaty voice interrupted your thoughts, and you turned to see Dabi, his bright blue eyes fixed on you. He taunted you, suggesting that the boss would be pleased to see you. Before Dabi's flames could reach you, Aizawa swiftly wrapped you in his scarf, pulling you to safety. He glared at the villain, determined to protect you at all costs. Shoei and Shinso stood ready to fight, their own scarves at the ready. It would have been simpler if it were only Dabi, but he had backup, leaving Aizawa to face the challenge with the two boys by your side. They both had brown hair and chestnut eyes, grinning and revealing their fangs. You gasped as you watched them transform into a pair of lions, positioning themselves on either side to corner you against the flames and chaos. Aizawa grunted, gesturing for the two boys to step back. The massive cats were twice the size of ordinary lions, making them more challenging to handle. Shoei handed you over to Shinso, knowing that the older male had a better chance in combat due to his quirk. Aizawa warned Shoei not to be reckless as he backed away from the approaching lions. Shoei grunted, summoning twin blades that glowed with a bright blue hue, matching his now radiant eyes. His hair defied gravity, much like Aizawa's. In a lighter moment, Shinso might have joked about needing a blood test to see if they were truly related. When the lioness lunged at Shoei, he dodged and retaliated, striking her front paw and causing her to recoil. Aizawa wrapped his scarf around the lion that tried to pounce on him and threw it against the lioness, bringing them both down and buying time for everyone to escape. You all ran, desperately seeking safety, but were met with either a Nomu or flames blocking your path. Suddenly, your body froze as muscle memory kicked in. You turned to see Akane standing there, flanked by two Nomus. She controlled them with her telepathic ability, making them stand by her side like obedient pets. Aizawa recognized her as the one who had caused so much turmoil in your lives. He signaled for everyone to run in the opposite direction, but a rising concrete wall and a white tiger appeared, blocking their escape. The tiger jumped down, growling and indicating that they were surrounded. Akane casually remarked that it was Shigaraki's idea to create chaos, revealing that there was no real plan other than to instill fear. She smiled wickedly, her golden eyes fixed on you, and declared that it was time for you to return to her. Shoei appeared just as frightened as you, stumbling back in fear. Aizawa worried that this might affect his ability to fight. He assessed the situation, looking for a way out. They were perfectly cornered, away from other heroes. Despite his trembling, Shoei managed to regain his composure and took a fighting stance, declaring that he would never accept her as their mother and would never go with her. As they focused on Akane, Tora seized the opportunity and pounced on Shinso, who was holding you. You yelped, realizing you were the tiger's target and not Shinso. Backing away against a light pole, you felt trapped, unable to escape while your friends were preoccupied with Akane. Akane laughed, mockingly acknowledging your name. You narrowly dodged Tora's claws, but he managed to pin you down with a single paw. Your friends couldn't help you without risking Akane's Nomus attacking them. Akane gestured for one of the Nomus to move, and it quickly targeted Shoei. Aizawa attempted to intervene, but the Nomu was faster, pinning Shoei to the ground. Both Aizawa and Shinso called out to him in alarm. Shinso, being closer, tried to fight back but was soon overpowered by another Nomu. Akane sneered, declaring that they were nothing but weapons, devoid of names, homes, or families. Aizawa growled in response, rushing toward her, but she signaled for the other Nomu, which swiftly grabbed him and pushed him down harshly. Tora growled at you, a sound that only those with animal mutation quirks could understand. He conveyed that their plan was solely to capture you, while the rest would be eliminated. You looked at him in fear and surprise, realizing he was trying to help you. Despite his fierce demeanor, you sensed a hint of sadness in his blue eyes. With newfound adrenaline, you pushed Tora off using your quirk, ensuring he was incapacitated. You were grateful for his warning, as it fueled your determination to fight back. Aizawa groaned, struggling under the Nomu's grip, urging you not to act recklessly. But you activated your quirk, your eyes glowing crimson as familiar markings appeared on your arms. You were ready to confront Akane, but the Nomu holding Shinso and Shoei quickly intervened, striking you and sending you crashing into a nearby wall. You fell to the ground, your glow fading away. Shoei, now free, jumped toward the Nomu, dodging its attack and successfully defeating it. He landed beside you, shaking you awake. As Shoei tended to you, Shinso attempted to assist Aizawa. Before Aizawa could warn him, the Nomu holding him made a swift move, sending Shinso crashing into the concrete wall, leaving him unconscious. Seeing you awake, Shoei felt he could leave to help Aizawa. However, Tora regained consciousness and pounced on Shoei, pinning him down and biting into his shoulder. You were shocked and confused about Tora's true allegiance. Despite his actions, you could see regret in his eyes, indicating he was struggling with his instincts. Determined, you slowly rose to your feet, ready to confront the chaos surrounding you. You weren't going to cry or panic. No, you told yourself that you had to be strong for your family. As you limped towards Aizawa, you saw him struggling under the weight of the Nomu. Akane giggled, intrigued by your intentions. It would have been wise to target Akane, but at 4 years old, your focus was solely on your family. You raised your hand, and the Nomu was pushed off Aizawa. However, it quickly regained its footing and turned its attention towards you. Aizawa, determined to protect you, wrapped the creature in his scarf and pulled it away, leveraging its smaller size compared to the others. You glared at the Nomu as it pushed Aizawa aside. Despite your fear of losing control over your unknown quirk, you decided to act. The Nomu was swiftly torn apart, unable to withstand the pain you felt for Aizawa. You were visibly shaken, your breath quickening. Fear coursed through you, but you had to fight. You had to escape and save your family. Akane smiled at you, observing your emotional turmoil. She noted how you had grown to care. Aizawa disliked how she spoke to you, treating you as if you were merely her plaything. He shouted at her to stop, his eyes filled with determination as he prepared to confront her. But then, a larger Nomu slammed him to the ground. This creature had 4 muscular arms and a beak reminiscent of the one from the USJ incident. Aizawa coughed as it lifted him, bringing him closer to Akane. She met his crimson gaze, still refusing to let her quirk be erased. Tora kept Shoei's head pinned to the ground, blocking his view. Akane laughed, taunting Aizawa about the futility of his efforts. She then turned her attention to you, suggesting that Aizawa was the reason you were not behaving as expected. You felt tears welling up, overwhelmed by the chaos around you. All you wanted was to feel safe and to be with your family. You didn't want any of this. Aizawa, struggling beneath the weight of the Nomu, insisted that you were a good girl and that none of this was your fault. Akane dismissed his words, claiming you were responsible for the destruction and pain surrounding you. Her taunts stung, especially when she used your name. Aizawa, injured and bleeding, urged you to reject Akane's accusations. He fought against the Nomu, but the struggle resulted in him sustaining even more injuries. You cried out in alarm as he suffered. Akane seized the moment, suggesting that if you didn't return to her, Aizawa would face dire consequences. You shook your head, your heart racing with conflicting emotions. You didn't want anyone to die, especially not him. You were willing to make a sacrifice to protect those you loved. Aizawa pleaded with you not to make the exchange, but you felt compelled to act. You held back your tears, determined to save him and everyone else. You asked Akane to let him go first, ready to say goodbye if it meant ensuring his safety. With a wave of her hand, Akane commanded the Nomu to release Aizawa, who stumbled away, trying to regain his footing. He was determined to fight, but the pain weighed heavily on him. As you looked at Aizawa, tears streamed down your face. You could see the worry in his eyes, the fear that he might lose you. Despite everything, you managed to smile at him, offering the reassurance he always gave you in difficult times. You were smiling at him even as fear and pain lingered in your eyes. You wanted him to know that everything would be all right. With a heavy heart, you said goodbye, your smile a bittersweet reflection of the love you shared. Aizawa felt immense pain coursing through him. Everything was happening too fast and he struggled to keep up. His body was battered, with broken bones and injuries from overexertion. Tears threatened to spill as he called out to you, but you didn't turn back. Desperation filled his voice as he pleaded for you not to go. Akane watched with a cruel satisfaction, encouraging you to take the step towards her, framing it as your choice. As you moved closer to her, doubt crept in. Was surrendering your freedom truly the best decision? You looked around, contemplating the weight of your choice. The chaos and destruction surrounded you. You were the reason it all began, weren't you? It all started because they were searching for you, wanting you back. If you had just returned to them the first time, none of this would have happened. You could see Shoei, pinned to the ground by Tora, his eye covered by the tiger's paw. He looked at you with sadness, almost apologetically. It seemed like he was forced into this situation, or perhaps he was just trying to manipulate your feelings. You sighed, reaching out to take her hand, but then Aizawa charged past you, shouting fiercely that he wouldn't let anyone take his child. His face was bloodied, and one arm swung painfully as he ran toward Akane. He was determined to fight for you, unwilling to let you go, even if it meant risking his life. You meant so much to him. Though you had only been together for a month, it was enough for him to love you as his own. He had cared for you since the moment you entered his apartment. You were his child, and he would do anything to protect you. As he prepared to confront Akane, he glared at her with a fierce intensity, wishing to defeat her for the pain she had caused you and Shoei. He didn't care about her being a woman. She was a twisted individual who had tormented you both. He was ready to unleash his fury if he got the chance. But Akane merely smiled at him, a calm and unsettling smile. With a small gesture, the enormous Nomu pushed Aizawa back to the ground, pinning him down. You cried out in desperation, pleading for them to stop. Akane shrugged, showing no concern for Aizawa's plight. She claimed he deserved punishment for his defiance. You watched in horror as the Nomu restrained him, and he cried out in pain. You took a few steps forward, offering to go with her if it would save him. Aizawa, despite his injuries, managed to smile at you, assuring you that everything would be all right, urging you not to leave. Tears stained his face as the Nomu held him down. Akane laughed at Aizawa's words, her amusement growing as she saw his icy glare. She taunted you, saying goodbye to your father. With a sickening sound, the Nomu slammed Aizawa's head to the ground, and you felt a wave of despair wash over you. Shoei cried out for his father, struggling against Tora's grip. He reached out, desperate for a response, but all he could do was watch helplessly as Aizawa suffered. You looked at Aizawa, realizing he was gravely injured, possibly on the brink of death. It felt so unjust. Suddenly, the remnants of the previous Nomus burst into flames, and small rocks began to levitate around you. Nearby Nomus were struck by sharp stones as the ground trembled violently. Akane noticed your enraged expression, her curiosity piqued. Your eyes glowed a brilliant red, and a dark aura surrounded you, intensifying your presence. The cement beneath you cracked, but you remained still, focused on the scene before you. You mumbled to yourself, calling out to your father, realizing the gravity of the situation. Tears streamed down your face as you grasped the possibility that he might be gone. Akane's laughter echoed in your ears, mocking your pain. Determined not to waste any more time, you pushed through your fear. You had to stop her and save Aizawa. Your breathing quickened, but you were resolute. You lifted off the ground, your eyes glowing white as you focused on Akane. The Nomu was also lifted, thrown back violently away from Aizawa. Objects around you began to float, and the sky rumbled ominously. You extended your hand toward Akane, your glowing eyes locked onto hers. Unbeknownst to both of you, Aizawa was still conscious, watching you with concern. He realized your power was dangerous, but he was too weak to intervene. Aizawa groaned as he shifted in bed, instinctively reaching for you. Panic gripped him when he couldn't feel your presence. His eyes opened to find himself in a hospital, memories of the chaos flooding back. He shot up, wincing in pain from the bandages and casts that covered him. All he could think about was you. Where were you? He heard a voice and turned to see Yamada in the adjacent bed, looking worried. Yamada warned him to take it easy, reminding him that he had been badly hurt. Aizawa rolled his eyes, recalling how he had pushed through injuries before. But this time, he had to be cautious. Yamada frowned, expressing concern for Aizawa's well-being, reminding him that everyone had been worried while he was unconscious. Some students had come by because they saw Hoshiko on TV. The previous night's event had been briefly shown, detailing how the Nomis attacked Hosu and how Hero Killer, Stain had saved Midoriya. Hoshiko had even made a cameo as they were all brought to the hospital. Yamada explained this softly while gently adjusting Hoshiko's position so he could get off the bed. Some students had visited, and others were actually at the hospital. Midoriya, Ida, and Todoroki were also there for recovery. Aizawa sighed, wondering why Midoriya always seemed to be involved in these events. He remarked that it wasn't surprising that the hero killer had saved him. Yamada nodded in agreement. Aizawa grunted and shifted so his feet were on the cold tiled floor, though he remained seated. He then asked about the kids, specifically you and Shoei, his tone serious as he scanned the white hospital room. He already missed you. Yamada informed him that both of you were recovering, but Shoei had not woken up yet. He had overused his quirk and might be out for a few more days. Yamada's expression revealed that there was more to the story. He mentioned uncertainty about how Shoei's eyes would recover due to the excessive force and heat from his quirk. Aizawa felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He blamed himself for not being strong enough or quick enough to protect any of you during the chaos. He then inquired about Shinso, to which Yamada replied that he had the least amount of wounds, none of which were fatal or serious. They had escorted him back home to Aizawa's cousins. At least one of you wasn't too badly hurt. Aizawa then noticed the silence in the room and the way Yamada was avoiding eye contact. He pressed for information about you, feeling a growing sense of dread. Yamada hesitated, and Aizawa's concern deepened. He demanded to know where you were, his tone becoming more intense. Yamada finally admitted that he hadn't seen you. Aizawa's heart sank at the thought of you being missing. Yamada quickly clarified that you were in quarantine. Aizawa's eyes widened in alarm, but Yamada continued, explaining that the doctors believed it was best to keep you under observation due to the unknown effects of your powerful quirk. They had sedated you to keep you asleep after you had accidentally woken up and nearly lost control. Aizawa rubbed his temples in frustration, feeling overwhelmed. He couldn't believe that you were being treated this way. He expressed his anger, demanding to speak with the doctors who made these decisions. Yamada tried to calm him down, explaining that they only wanted to help with your quirk and improve your mental state. Aizawa insisted that you were not unstable, you were just scared. He felt stressed, used to having you by his side every day. The thought of you alone and frightened in a different place was unbearable. Yamada raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, understanding Aizawa's distress. He knew how sweet you were and how much Aizawa cared for you. Aizawa questioned what the doctors planned to do with you and if he could see you. Yamada informed him that you would undergo therapy. Aizawa pressed for permission to see you, his voice strained as he looked into Yamada's eyes. Yamada shook his head sadly, explaining that the doctors believed it was best to keep you at a distance for now. Aizawa's frustration boiled over as he tried to get up, but he stumbled due to his injured foot. Yamada quickly caught him and urged him to sit down. Aizawa insisted that he needed to see you, tears welling in his eyes as he recalled the last time he saw you, crying with blood on your face. He just wanted to know if you were okay. He repeated his desire to see you, his voice filled with desperation. In another part of the hospital, a doctor was startled by the sudden noise as she looked up from her tablet. She expressed her frustration at the interruption, noting that they had already informed Aizawa about the plan, but he was clearly upset. The other doctor sighed, acknowledging Aizawa's attachment. The female doctor suggested it might have been better to wait until Aizawa recovered before informing him about the situation. She reviewed the articles about you, detailing how you had been found under rubble, barely breathing, and how you had been an experiment of a Yakuza drag gang before coming under the care of a hero. Another article mentioned how you had been attacked by Nomis but had miraculously escaped serious injury. She asked her colleague if they had any additional information about you, and he confirmed that your name was YN. The doctor's interest piqued as she continued to read more about you, realizing that your name sounded familiar. Mary Rosefield, a graduate of UA with a focus on general studies, had become a medical hero dedicated to understanding the mental state of others. Typically, she would be out in the field, assessing heroes to determine if they were fit for high-pressure missions or examining trauma patients recently rescued from disasters. However, it was unusual for her to take on a case like yours, as she usually only visited hospitals for brief checkups, much like Recovery Girl. At that moment, she was typing on her iPad, documenting everything she knew about you so far. She stretched slightly, almost losing her balance. Dr. Rosefield, a former transfer student from America, recognized you immediately. She had volunteered to handle your case the moment you and Aizawa were rushed into the hospital where she worked. What a coincidence it was. After learning about your situation, her curiosity grew. She needed to understand more than what the media had reported, which barely scratched the surface of your experience. You had likely endured far worse than simply being locked up and isolated from the world. When you were brought to the hospital that night, she was the first to see you. She guided you to the waiting room and offered to treat your wounds, but when you flinched and appeared on the verge of tears as she approached, she realized she needed to approach you differently. Rosefield had helped many people, from children to married couples and even criminals. Yet, she found a special joy in helping kids. There was something uniquely rewarding about seeing a child smile. As she entered the room, another doctor called out to her, urging her to hurry. Rosefield rushed out and made her way to where you were hiding in the corner, tears streaming down your face. The doctors surrounding you were monitoring your condition, but she wanted to limit the number of people around you to reduce your stress. She scolded the other doctors for intruding, expressing her concern for your well-being. They left quickly, sensing the tension in the air. Once they were gone, she turned her attention back to you, her expression softening as she approached slowly. She greeted you gently, hoping to ease your fears. You recoiled, trembling and whispering for her to go away. You had awakened in a stark white room that reminded you of the dreadful laboratory you had escaped. Wires and needles were attached to you, and despite your discomfort, you had managed to corner yourself against the wall, far from the exit. You feared using your quirk, uncertain if Aizawa was nearby. The thought of losing control and hurting him again terrified you. In another part of the hospital, Shoei found himself enveloped in a blinding light. He reached out, questioning whether he was dead after the last thing he remembered was being placed in an ambulance. The brightness surrounded him, and he prepared himself for what he believed might be heaven. As he reached for the light, he noticed a figure emerging, dressed in white with long hair. The figure's face was obscured by the glare, and he called out, unsure of who it was. The voice that responded was familiar yet teasing, suggesting that perhaps God could be a woman. Shoei felt a mix of confusion and humor at the exchange. Another figure appeared, urging the first to let him rest, and he realized he was not alone. As he tried to focus, everything remained blurry, and he groaned in frustration. The playful banter continued, and he recognized the loud voice as his friend Hoshiko. She pulled him up, and he winced at the sudden movement, feeling the pain in his body. It became clear he was not dead, and her antics were as annoying as ever. With a flick of her wrist, she helped him regain his sight, and he could finally see her clearly. He joked about her appearance, which elicited a playful response from her. Their light-hearted exchange was interrupted by Aizawa, who lay in his own bed, tiredly glaring at them. He expressed his regret at requesting Shoei's transfer to his room, but a small smile crept onto his face when he confirmed he was all right. Shoei felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing how fortunate he was to be surrounded by friends in such a challenging time. He turned to see the two Yamadas smiling widely at him. Aizawa shook his head, explaining that if Shoei hadn't opened his eyes and started talking as if he were searching for something divine, those two would have buzzed his hair off. The two Yamadas displayed a razor and scissors in hand, eliciting a mixture of shock and confusion from Shoei, who actually enjoyed growing out his hair. He turned to his father, seeking clarification. Aizawa noted that Hizashi had a dark sense of humor and liked cutting off his friend's hair. Yamada quickly opposed this notion, insisting he didn't enjoy cutting anyone's hair off. He explained that he only did it as a punishment for being reckless enough to end up in the hospital. Hoshiko laughed, and Shoei silently thanked his lucky stars for waking up in time. When asked about the USJ incident, Yamada mentioned that Recovery Girl wouldn't let him visit Shoei, claiming he would be too loud. Aizawa grunted in agreement, adding that she had noticed the scissors and further denied him entry. Shoei looked concerned and a bit terrified of his uncle Yamada, who smirked and remarked that as a hero he could bring anything without raising suspicion. Hoshiko burst into laughter upon realizing the reason behind a picture of a buzz cut. The father and son duo widened their eyes in shock and horror at the revelation. Aizawa felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as his son looked on, amused and curious about how his father would look with very short hair. Aizawa protested, insisting that he shouldn't be blamed for the kid seeing the picture, while Yamada questioned why Aizawa had it displayed in the first place. A female doctor entered the room, hands tucked inside the pockets of her white coat. Shoei, Hoshiko, and Yamada were confused about her identity, but Aizawa appeared surprised. She introduced herself as Rosefield, revealing that she worked there. Aizawa seemed taken aback, recalling that she had always been a thinker. Yamada looked between them, sensing something was off and questioning Shoei about it. Aizawa, realizing Yamada's teasing, confirmed that Rosefield was indeed their batchmate from General Studies. Rosefield then inquired if Aizawa was the guardian of a girl named YN. Aizawa's demeanor shifted as he asked for her whereabouts. She urged him to listen before reacting, noting that he had been quite loud upon waking. She explained that she was in charge of YN and was about to start therapy with her, emphasizing that YN needed time away from him. Aizawa's protective instincts flared as she described the traumatic experiences YN had endured, suggesting that it wasn't healthy for her to be brought into his home so quickly. Rosefield expressed concern for YN's well-being, explaining that she had developed an unhealthy attachment to Aizawa. While it was good that she trusted someone, it was dangerous for her to rely solely on him. Aizawa argued that YN had gotten along with the UA staff and even his students, but Rosefield clarified that she was merely tolerating them because they were important to him. She warned that any sign of Aizawa's disapproval could provoke a dangerous reaction from YN. Aizawa was visibly shocked by the implications of her words. Rosefield reassured him, stating that YN was still afraid of many things he believed she had overcome. She struggled to eat and sleep even with the comfort he had provided. Aizawa processed this information, realizing that YN was merely tolerating her circumstances to please him, as he was the only adult she had ever trusted. Rosefield cautioned him about the potential consequences of breaking that trust, emphasizing that it was not an intentional act but a possibility that every guardian faced. Aizawa listened intently, grappling with the weight of her words and the responsibility he bore for YN's well-being. There would come a time when he might accidentally break her trust. Her minty eyes locked onto his dark ones as she expressed her concern. Shoyuta was warned that if she lost trust in the one person who was her reason for enduring everything, it could lead to an explosive reaction. She was a ticking time bomb. Then, she posed a question to him about how he could help her. Gripping him tightly, she searched his memories, trying to understand his thoughts and actions regarding the girl. The suggestion that he should erase all her memories of him hung heavily in the air. Aizawa stared at her in disbelief. He felt a deep worry after hearing how the girl only tolerated her situation for his sake, how she only trusted him. This realization made him feel like a double-edged sword. While he would willingly endure pain for her, he feared she might end up hurting herself and those around her. But was erasing himself from her memories truly the only solution? The thought of forgetting all the cherished moments they had shared was unbearable. He adamantly refused to accept that as the only answer. There had to be another way. He couldn't let her forget. She had come so far, it couldn't all be erased. The psychiatrist explained that erasing her memories of her time in the lab would break her mind, as those memories formed the foundation of her childhood. Removing them would strip away what made her who she was. Aizawa struggled to comprehend this. Her traumatic experiences were essential to her identity, and he couldn't fathom the idea of removing them. Desperation filled him as he asked if there was another solution. He didn't want her to forget their moments together, even if she had only tolerated them. He looked down at his bandaged arms, feeling a deep sadness. He didn't want anything to be tampered with in her mind, especially not their shared experiences. It was then that Rosefield realized Aizawa's connection to the girl ran deeper than she initially thought. He was drawn to her not just because of who she was, but because she reminded him of someone they both cared for. Aizawa's desperation led him to ask if there was another way. Rosefield, sensing his urgency, revealed a potential solution that might take weeks or even months. It involved distance. They would need to spend time apart, along with therapy. It was a longer process, but it meant no tampering with her memories. She wouldn't forget him, but she would have to endure days without him. He repeated the word distance, contemplating its implications. It wouldn't be easy, especially given her attachment to him. Aizawa felt a new emotion rising within him. This could work, but he needed to know how long it would take. Rosefield explained that it depended on how she would cope with the separation. Aizawa hated the thought of erasing her memories, knowing it could backfire and leave her in a worse state. Distance, however, felt unbearable and torturous. Could he really choose this path as a treatment for her? He promised to take good care of her, even as he grappled with the internal conflict. You meant the world to him. The idea of leaving you in the care of others felt wrong. He asked if he could visit during this time apart. Rosefield, sharing his concern, explained that they would have to see how things progressed. If it took too long, occasional visits could be arranged. Aizawa sighed, recognizing the difficulty of the decision. He wished he could consult you for your opinion, but he knew you would likely refuse both options. His head throbbed with the weight of the situation, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it was the hardest challenge he had faced in a long time. As Rosefield pressed him for a decision, Aizawa found himself at a loss for words. He hung his head, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders. The word distance echoed in his mind. After their conversation, Rosefield advised him to rest and prepare to say his goodbyes to you, at least for now. He needed to be the one to explain the situation to you, ensuring you would remain calm and understand what was happening. If anyone else told you, you might think they were lying. When the day arrived, he was brought to your room, where you had been staring blankly at the white walls for hours. You had fallen silent, ceasing communication with Rosefield after expressing that you would wait for Aizawa 3 days prior. Though you still ate and interacted with others, you had become a shadow of your former self. Rosefield pointed out your state to Aizawa through the small window of the door. He frowned, recalling how you had been during the first few days he had you. Now, he was about to tell you that you would be staying with them while he returned home. He had already discussed the situation with Shoei, Hoshiko, Yamada, and Kiyama, gathering their opinions before deciding on the distance approach. They all agreed that it was better than erasing your memories. Aizawa stood by the door with Rosefield and Yamada, while Shoei, Hoshiko, and Kiyama observed from a separate room, watching you and the unfolding scene. Shoei was there in case anything happened and your quirk needed to be erased. Rosefield entered first, offering you a smile as you looked at her blankly. She mentioned that she had a visitor for you. You tilted your head, eagerly waiting for the person to come in. Your world seemed to pause when Aizawa walked in on crutches, his hair tied in a messy bun. He gave you a sad smile, but it faltered as he took in the biggest and brightest smile you had ever worn. Your mouth was agape, cheeks rosy with happiness, and your eyes sparkled with excitement. "Daddy!" you exclaimed, your voice filled with joy. You hopped off the bed and ran past Rosefield to him. He fell to his knees, enveloping you in a tight hug. You were all right, you weren't badly hurt. You were safe and sound in his arms. Aizawa felt tears welling up. Why was he always faced with such difficult situations? Couldn't he just have a happy life with you? Outside, Yamada rubbed his eyes, feeling emotional as he watched the scene unfold. The 3 observers in the observation room were equally stunned. Shoei stood speechless, while Hoshiko had already begun to cry on his shoulder, and Kiyama covered her mouth in shock. You were simply too happy to see Aizawa. The joy radiated from you, and your eyes glimmered with excitement. For the first time since they had met you, you were genuinely happy, even on what was supposed to be the worst day. Aizawa buried his face in your shoulder, and the 2 of you stood there for a while, breathing in the familiar scent of each other. He cherished the memories of your time together watching TV, grading papers, playing with cats, and doodling. But what he loved most was napping with you, anywhere, anytime. He struggled to find the right words, not wanting this moment to end. So, you both remained in a comfortable silence. You kept murmuring, "Daddy," like a chant, snuggling deeper into his embrace, blissfully unaware of the sadness surrounding everyone else. "Daddy is here," you said, your happiness radiating. Aizawa hugged you tighter, feeling more tears threaten to spill. He managed to respond, "Yes, I am, aren't I?" He couldn't let go of you. He couldn't stop hugging you. You were so content, your little heartbeat racing with excitement, making it harder for him to hold back his emotions. "Daddy's here." As the school day began, Siro asked Hoshiko about Shoei's absence. She offered a small smile, unlike her usual bright grin. Jaira questioned the absence of Aizawa as well, noticing her quiet demeanor. It was a rainy Monday, a week after the incident in Hosu, a week after the near capture of the hero killer Stain. Deku, Ida, and Todoroki had also faced Stain, fighting for their lives but were further away from where the chaos had erupted. They had sustained injuries and were reprimanded, only to see their homeroom teacher in bandages as he spoke to them, avoiding their questions about his own condition. There was another villain that needed to be handled nearby. Aizawa had explained before leaving their room. For 2 days, they hadn't seen or heard from him. As far as they knew, he was injured, perhaps more than they were. After being released from Hoso Hospital, they returned to class, only to find that their homeroom teacher and classmate were still absent. A week had passed, and they wondered what had happened to them. Hoshiko sighed and prepared for class quietly. Her usual bubbly demeanor was replaced with a somber tone, causing concern among her classmates. 3 days after the incident, they learned that present Mike and Hoshiko had visited Aizawa and Shoei, returning quieter than before. Hoshiko, usually the loudest in class and known for her playful teasing, had changed. Her sudden silence was troubling. Although she still joked occasionally, it was not with her usual energy. "Hoshiko," one of her classmates called. She turned to them, offering a small smile. "Quit being a worrywart, will you? He's just got a cold and decided to stay home. Like the baby he is." Deku looked at his classmates with concern. "Do you think someone's seriously hurt? Because I think someone is." He noticed the agreement on their faces. "Oh, quit worrying." Bakugo growled. "Aizawa-sensei's probably busy with hero stuff, and that little brat he calls a son is probably just sleeping in. Stop making a big deal out of nothing." He took a seat, observing his classmates. "For all we know, half and half here might just be having one of those monthly mood swings." They glanced at Hoshiko, who still didn't attempt to joke around with Bakugo. For a week, she had been like this since their visit to the hospital. Present Mike had also toned down, still loud but lacking his usual vibrancy. Even Midnight seemed to have lost her spark. Something was definitely wrong. "Do you think?" "Morning." Aizawa's hoarse voice interrupted, surprising everyone as he walked to his seat, looking tired. They crowded around him, questioning what had happened during his absence. He looked up at them with his glowing eyes, his hair floating slightly. He glared at them, saying it was too early for such questions. They backed off and he sighed. "Sorry. It's been a rough week. Nothing you kids need to worry about." He headed to his desk, preparing his lecture material while glancing at Hoshiko, noting her quietness. "Nice to see you're back," she said. "Haihei still got that cold?" "Yeah," he replied sadly. The school day felt unusually gloomy. There wasn't much noise from either of the two, creating an awkward atmosphere in the classroom. Their lunch was spent as usual, but without you or Shoei, it felt sad and dull. Ochako pouted as she glanced over at them, noting their gloomy demeanor. Deku, Ida, and some other nearby students stared at the somber sight. Deku nodded in agreement, acknowledging how quiet they were, even Mike-sensei. Shinso shot them a look as he approached their table, commenting on how 1A students seemed to enjoy sticking their noses in places they didn't belong. The 3 of them simply waved at him. All Might had just returned from his trip to the States and was in the teacher's lounge, sifting through papers. Nizu greeted him with a smile, mentioning that there were 2 new students in 1A. He advised All Might to be gentle with them, as they had experienced a rough week. All Might chuckled in his muscular form but turned to his slimmer self upon seeing the names of the new students. His brow raised in surprise. He left Nisa's office and approached Aizawa, who was unusually focused on his laptop instead of napping. Yagi called out to Aizawa, who looked up with bloodshot eyes and a frown. Aizawa acknowledged his return with a sigh, turning his chair to face him. Yagi nervously glanced at the files of the new students, his eyes landing on the name, Shoei. Aizawa. He asked if there was any chance he could learn more about them. Aizawa cut him off, confirming that Shoei was indeed his son. He explained that Shoei had recently started living with him and had proven himself worthy of joining 1A due to recent villain activity. He also mentioned that Hoshiko Yamada was mixed child, clarifying that it was more of a foster situation. Aizawa warned Yagi not to mention anything about family, as both students had experienced a difficult week. He noted that Shoei was still absent while Hoshiko was not at her best and might not participate in the day's activities. Aizawa planned to supervise the class to check on Hoshiko, advising Yagi to keep his enthusiasm in check. Yagi thanked Aizawa and made his way to his desk, calling out to Mike, only to find him napping, an unusual sight for the usually hardworking teacher. Yagi furrowed his brows, muttering to himself that he felt like he had missed a lot. When hero training began, the class perked up at the sight of All Might. Their excitement was palpable, momentarily overshadowing their concerns for Shoei and Hoshiko, who both seemed tense at All Might's presence. The class was surprised to see Aizawa supervising instead of napping. Mina raised her hand, smiling at Aizawa while All Might prepared for the session. She asked about you, prompting All Might to turn to Aizawa for clarification. Aizawa's eyes twitched slightly, revealing his struggle to maintain his usual demeanor. He sighed heavily, explaining that you would not be joining classes for the time being due to personal matters. He then instructed All Might to continue with the announcements. As All Might began, Hoshiko raised her hand, requesting to be excused from the activity because she wasn't feeling well. All Might, unsure how to handle the situation, hesitated. Aizawa interjected, allowing Hoshiko to go to the clinic for a checkup, reminding her to return with a clinic slip. Hoshiko nodded and left the classroom, leaving an awkward silence in her wake. Aizawa turned back to All Might, signaling him to continue. Life without you felt plain to Aizawa. He wondered how he had managed before you came into his life. The day dragged on, cold and tedious, with everyone in the faculty quiet and missing your presence. He couldn't distract himself with napping or cat videos, so he buried himself in work, missing the moments when you would help him with typos. He recalled Rosefield's advice about explaining things to you, knowing she was right that you needed to understand why certain changes were happening. Aizawa stood by the door to your room, feeling both excited and apprehensive about the news he had to share. Rosefield encouraged him to take his time, suggesting he ease into the conversation and reassure you that you would still see each other, just not as often. Aizawa looked through the window at you, staring blankly at the wall. He asked Rosefield if he needed to tell you about your new living arrangements, and she nodded. They discussed the schedule, which would be set for Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, with the possibility of changes if needed. Aizawa ran a hand through his hair, feeling the weight of the conversation ahead. Can I stay overnight here at least every Saturday? He asked. Just Saturday nights? Sure. That will work. Okay then. He hated recalling the moment he walked in there. It had started off so well, so happy. His fingers typed faster, pressing harder on the keys. You were happy. Your big, wide eyes and cute, chubby cheeks were rosy as you smiled. Your tight hugs and the way you leaned on him filled his heart with warmth before he had to break the news. Daddy? You called as you saw him get up after giving you a gentle kiss on the head. Are you going home? Aizawa turned to you as you stood up and walked to his side. He knelt down to your height. I have to go, sweetheart, he said softly. You have to stay here for a while, okay? You shook your head, already pouting. No, Daddy. Stay. Baby. I can't. He struggled to keep his voice steady as he patted your head. We both need to get better. The nice lady doctor will help us. All right. But, Daddy, stay. Honey, We won't heal if we stay together. He wasn't sure if that was the right thing to say. He wished he had chosen better words, but they all fled his mind the moment he saw your adorable face. For us to get better, he gestured to his broken arm to help you understand, we need to distance ourselves for a while, okay? But I'll visit. I promise. We'll have lots of fun, okay? You shook your head, frowning as tears welled up in your eyes. I'm sorry. Sorry, Daddy. You wiped your face. I hurt Daddy. No, I stay. And, honey, no. It's not your fault. Aizawa pulled you into a hug as you cried. It's not your fault, okay? None of this is your fault. We just need to see each other a little less. He kissed your forehead as you cried into his chest, fighting back his own tears. You somewhat understood what he meant. You knew that you both needed healing and distance. But you couldn't shake the feeling that it was your fault, that you had caused this. It's my fault. I hurt people. I hurt Daddy. No, no, no. Aizawa looked at you, cupping your little face with his big hands. You didn't do anything wrong. None of this is your fault. You looked at him with crimson eyes, filled with stress and overwhelming emotions. You did not hurt anyone, and you did not hurt me. It's not your fault. It will never be your fault. He hugged you tightly, resting his head on top of yours. It's not your fault. Rosefield stared at the window that showed where you were. You sat blankly, staring at the wall for hours, refusing to let anyone accompany you. She had noticed how you lacked sleep and proper nutrition, as you also started to refuse the food they offered. It was a pitiful sight, heartbreaking, but something stopped Rosefield from walking into your room to comfort you. Her hand shook as it reached for the doorknob, but her other hand halted her. She hissed and turned to leave, convincing herself that distance was best. Or you might explode if your trust in the only person you felt comfortable with was broken. Hey, Eraser! Vlad called out. You said she was allowed to come by today? He asked Aizawa, holding Bucky, who wiggled in anticipation for you. It had been almost a week since your therapy started, and this was only the second time Aizawa had visited. Rosefield said you could be brought out to join Aizawa as he worked at. But sorry, Vlad. Aizawa frowned. Something came up. They didn't let her out. Vlad and the other teachers exchanged apologetic looks. They missed you. You were their little cutie who brightened up the place, and now you were gone. It was just sad. Oh. Vlad frowned. He loved it when you played with Bucky. It was the reason he had been bringing his dog to school recently. It's fine. What came up? He patted Bucky's head as the dog whimpered. Aizawa scratched his head. They said there wasn't much progress and thought it would be better to limit visits with other people. They all nodded as Aizawa went to his desk to finish his work. He missed you so much. He felt lonely despite having Shoei at home. There was no little girl walking around the house, inspecting everything even after being told what the item was. There was no one to water the plants on the balcony and talk to them as if they were responsive humans. No one to pet the cats and hug them goodnight. No one to sleep beside Aizawa at night. Life just wasn't the same without you in it. Aizawa sighed, looking over the calendar to see if it was his scheduled visit. Still tomorrow. He frowned a bit. Days felt longer without you. He glanced at the quizzes he had checked, noticing the students' drawings waiting for a response from you, who had made it a habit to draw a smiley face on the back. Sho, want some coffee? Yamada offered him a cup and he accepted it. The blonde took a seat beside Aizawa and smiled sadly. Days are always different without our little listener, huh? I wonder how I lived my life before meeting you. Aizawa chuckled. I ask myself that almost all the time. He took a sip of his coffee. I try to remember it, but I just can't seem to recall the feeling before all of this happened. As they conversed, Yagi walked in and was greeted by Bucky's bark. Oh hey, does he need to go to the vet again? Nah. Vlad shook his head, turning to Yagi. Brought him because I thought Eraser was going to bring the little squirt over. Yagi nodded, not fully grasping the conversation. He seized the moment to inquire more about the little girl everyone had been discussing. He asked who this little squirt was and if she was connected to the child named YN. Vlad's expression brightened as he spoke about you. He explained that you were Eraser's youngest daughter, saved from a laboratory alongside 2 teenagers. He described you as adorable and sweet, the life of the party. However, he mentioned that you were currently undergoing therapy, which was sad since it meant you had to stay in the hospital. Yagi glanced at Aizawa, who was sipping coffee and chatting with Yamada. He began to understand the change in everyone's demeanor. Twice entered the bar, sharing news about your location. He informed the group that you were still at Hoso Hospital, undergoing therapy. Shigaraki smiled as he sipped his drink, expressing satisfaction with the situation. The rest of the group looked at him, expecting more information. Dabi suggested they should rescue you while they had the chance, noting that you were being monitored by doctors without Eraserhead around to complicate things. Shigaraki shook his head, insisting they let you be for now. He explained that the therapy you were receiving would ultimately benefit them. He toyed with his empty glass, pushing it toward Kurojairi for a refill. Mr. Compressed, taking a seat beside Shigaraki, asked how this situation could be advantageous. Kurojairi elaborated, explaining that you were likely developing an unhealthy attachment to Eraser, necessitating this distance for your therapy. This separation would create feelings of betrayal, which could work to their advantage. Tora chimed in, predicting that your trust in those around you would diminish the longer you remained in the hospital. Kurojairi estimated it would take about 2 weeks for this to happen. They agreed to let you feel betrayed, making it easier for them to convince you later. Tora announced his intention to visit you, assuring the group he wouldn't draw attention to himself. As he left, Dabi expressed doubt about trusting Tora, finding him difficult to read. However, Shigaraki reassured him that Tora was an asset they needed to keep. Tora walked through the rainy streets, feeling invigorated by the fresh air. The hideout had felt stifling, and he appreciated the chance to be outside. The drizzle created a calm atmosphere, allowing security guards to take breaks. The hallways of the hospital were quiet, with few people around. A week passed, and visitation days changed to Wednesdays and Saturdays. Your time with Aizawa and the others was gradually reduced, which began to affect you. Rosefield wanted you to become more comfortable with strangers, sending nurses to accompany you, but you often recoiled and cried. You had become more fragile than anyone anticipated, eating very little and sleeping even less. You hardly spoke and barely moved from your bed. You felt trapped in your own mind, unable to draw or walk around. Tora's words echoed in your thoughts, warning you not to trust too much or you would get hurt. While he had made mistakes, his advice had often been helpful. Now, however, he seemed to be suggesting you shouldn't trust Aizawa. But Aizawa had never done anything wrong. He had always been there for you. As you slept, you felt a gentle pat on your head. You didn't fully wake, finding comfort in the touch, imagining it was Aizawa. You let the hand continue, drifting deeper into sleep, unaware of the eyes watching over you. Aizawa was on the phone, frustrated as he learned he couldn't spend the night with you. He missed you dearly. It had been 2 weeks since he had seen you, and he had only visited 3 times. He sat on his bed, resting his head in his hands, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. The limitations on visitation were difficult for him to accept. He wanted to wallow in his sadness but knew he had responsibilities. He had work to do and also needed to care for Shoei. Aizawa received a notification from UA about upcoming exams, realizing he would soon be busier than he wanted. While he disliked being occupied, perhaps it would help take his mind off you. As you thrashed around in bed, you cried out as nurses held you down, preparing to administer another unknown medication. Quit moving! Your arms and legs were restrained by nurses while 2 doctors administered injections to your shoulders, and you cried out in discomfort. You wept, but no one was there. "Daddy!" You gasped, clutching the blanket as you scanned the dark room. You had always disliked the darkness, especially when Aizawa wasn't there to comfort you. But he was absent, leaving you to face your fears alone. The glowing stars on the ceiling provided a dim light, a reminder that you were truly alone. Nights were often restless, filled with dreams of Aizawa that left you awake, hearing echoes of voices. Sometimes you cried yourself to sleep, but that was rare. You mostly endured the long nights in silence. You loathed being there, feeling as if it was driving you mad. You could almost hear Aizawa and others speaking, which frightened you, But you had no one to turn to. No one was there for you. You hugged the blanket tightly as tears streamed down your face. "Daddy," you whispered softly. "Daddy. Please." You shut your eyes tightly, wishing for him to appear. But he never did. Aizawa was buried under a mountain of paperwork, focused on grading and organizing exams. This distraction kept his mind off you for a while. He noted which students would need extra classes during summer camp, finding solace in the busyness that kept his sadness at bay. He typed away on his laptop, unaware of his phone buzzing silently on the table. "I'm sorry, sweet," Rosefield said gently. "He's not answering right now, but I'll try to reach him again later. He might just be busy." You frowned at the drawing of 3 cats that you missed dearly. Aizawa always displayed your artwork on his bedroom wall, and you had been eager to show him your latest creation, but he seemed too occupied. Almost 4 weeks had passed without seeing Aizawa, and now you were waiting for him on a Saturday, as Rosefield had promised you a whole day together. You clutched your stuffed cat, a gift from Aizawa, when your ordeal began. You sat on the bed, ignoring the cut fruits meant for you. Why were you there? Was it because you had trusted Aizawa too much? Was it a punishment for the chaos you had caused? You waited for Aizawa, hoping he would come and spend the night with you, as he had promised. But as the afternoon wore on, your hope began to fade. "Wyan," a voice called softly. You didn't want to look around, your senses often betrayed you. You frequently heard your name, but there was rarely anyone there. "Sweetheart." Aizawa's voice filled you with worry as you remained unresponsive. He felt a pang in his chest, realizing he had only just arrived as the day was coming to an end. Guilt washed over him as he saw you ignoring him. "Wyn." You could no longer hold back. You turned toward the voice and were taken aback, as if you had seen a ghost. Was that really Aizawa? "Hey, honey," he greeted with a soft smile, "missing you dearly." He lowered himself to your level as you approached him. Aizawa noticed something was different. You seemed more cautious than before, and it hurt him to see you like this. Usually, you would rush into his arms, but this time you hesitated, remaining silent as you drew closer, your eyes filled with uncertainty. "What's wrong, Wyn?" he asked, noticing you stop right in front of him. Your eyes widened with fear, and your brows furrowed as you studied his face, struggling to believe he was truly there. Aizawa regretted missing 2 days of visitation due to exam preparations and summer camp. Aizawa? Your return to calling him by his last name struck Aizawa hard, filling him with sorrow. You reached out, placing your hand on his soft black long sleeve. He watched as you sighed in relief, happy to confirm he was real and present. "I'm right here, Wyn," he assured you gently, meeting your gaze. He fought to hide his sadness over your regression to calling him by his last name. "It's me, honey." You gasped softly and wrapped your arms around him tightly. He embraced you back, feeling the weight of your trembling body. You had lost weight, and the look in your eyes revealed your sleepless nights. He held you close as you quietly cried on his shoulder. "Shoo, I'm here, baby," he whispered, rubbing small circles on your back. "Daddy's here." The rest of the afternoon was spent side by side. You were practically glued to him, drawing cute pictures, reading books, watching cat videos on Aizawa's laptop, and cuddling. He missed you deeply. There was an indescribable warmth and brightness that filled the room whenever you were around. You snuggled into his chest as he held you, humming a lullaby until you fell asleep. He longed for the nights when you would be in his arms, feeling lonely without you by his side. "Good night, Wyn," he whispered, kissing your forehead as you slept peacefully. He wished he could stay the night with you, but the rules prevented it, leaving him frustrated. As he slowly closed the door, he couldn't help but stare at you. He sighed and finally shut it, leaning against the door to your room, releasing a heavy breath. "I'm sorry you couldn't stay the night, Aizawa," Rosefield said, trying to reassure him. Aizawa shot her a glare. He felt frustrated, believing there was no progress. He clenched his fists, looking down in anger. The child was calling him Aizawa again, and he noticed how much thinner she had become. "It's always like this in the beginning. It may look like regression, but it's just the child's denial," Rosefield explained. Aizawa shook his head, still feeling frustrated. "Good night, Rosefield." As Shinso and Shoei walked through the city streets, Shinso asked how the exams had gone. Aizawa had given them the rest of the day to explore as a reward for passing. Shoei groaned, rubbing his neck. It had been alright, but he hadn't expected Hound Dog to be their opponent. They both chuckled as they took in the afternoon city scenery. Hound Dog had been a tough challenge to overcome. And how did you defeat him? Shinso asked, curious. The first years always seemed to be on another level, whether in physical ability or mental stability. Hard to explain, Shoei replied. Shinso laughed and waved it off, having heard a rumor that they had defeated him with belly rubs. The two had grown close, almost forming a brotherly bond as they trained together after class, with or without Aizawa. Shoei learned a lot from Shinso, from combat techniques to using the scarf, and even gained insights into Aizawa's character. As Aizawa's nephew, Shinso had knowledge that most others did not. Shinso stopped in his tracks when he realized where they were. This was the hospital, the place where you were. He turned to Shoei, searching for a response as the younger boy remained quiet. Shinso began, but Shoei interrupted, insisting they were just going to give Machi a quick visit. He glanced at Shinso, their eyes meeting. The older male placed a hand on Shoei's shoulder, reminding him that Aizawa had said it would be best for him to focus on his studies while you were still there. It was better than being sad and missing you all the time. Shoei argued that they hadn't been told they couldn't visit, claiming it was just their dad. Shinso sighed reluctantly, looking up at the building before nodding. It would be nice to see you again. They walked inside, and as usual in a hospital, people were busy with their tasks. Shoei didn't need to ask for directions. He had memorized the way to your room. Hey Shinso called out as Shoei practically ran to your room. He followed after him, worried. He was excited to see you too, but he remembered how Aizawa had looked after one of your visitations and feared things weren't as good as they seemed. He worried that Shoei might get hurt by seeing your condition. When Shinso snapped out of his thoughts, he noticed Shoei running back to him, a troubled expression on his face. Shinso began, but Shoei insisted he needed to call their dad immediately, glancing anxiously toward your room. What? Shinso started, but Shoei repeated his request, explaining that he had left his phone at home because their dad didn't allow him to bring it to school. The urgency in his voice worried Shinso, but he complied. Once the phone began to ring, Shoei grabbed it, anxiously hoping for his dad to pick up. Shoei seemed too focused on the ringing to respond to Shinso's questions. He turned to look at your room door and decided to peek through the small window. Shinso stepped back, fear overtaking him. He wasn't sure what he had just seen, but he understood why Shoei felt the need to call their dad. Aizawa had just finished his class with the second years and was heading to his desk to check papers when he noticed Yamada at his desk, looking worried. Aizashi, didn't I tell you not to? Aizawa started, but Yamada interrupted, saying they needed to go. Shoei had called, and something was wrong with you. Aizawa grabbed his jacket and rushed to inform Nizu. He dropped his belongings at the desk and prepared to leave, even though he didn't fully understand the situation. He followed Yamada out of the school after Nizu allowed them to go and recommended calling for backup if necessary. Aizawa hopped into the car as Yamada drove off, demanding to know what was happening and what Shoei had said. Akane has you, Yamada replied. Shinso stood outside your door, heart pounding. There were many people inside, all surrounding you. He didn't know what they were doing or why, but it was terrifying. The wires and needles attached to you were alarming, and he felt powerless to intervene. He lacked the ability to control them all and didn't have the strength to confront them. He turned to see Shoei, who appeared to be on the verge of a panic attack. Shoei was trembling, struggling to breathe, and looked like he might collapse. Despite his distress, he fought to stay upright, but Shinso was unsure how to help in this situation. Shinso had never faced anything like this before, and he didn't know what to do. What would a hero do? Would they barge in and confront everyone, hoping Aizawa or another hero would arrive in time? Should he call for help from the other doctors, risking that they might be on the side of those in the room? Or should he wait and hope for the best, praying you would be all right? The weight of responsibility pressed down on him. He was the eldest at that moment, and he didn't want to put Shoei at risk, especially given how he was acting now. He struggled to stay on his feet, overwhelmed by fear, and Shinso felt it too. His mind raced with thoughts of how he could help. His feet felt glued to the ground, unable to move as he stared at the small, blurred window to your room where you were being held. They were experimenting on you. Your cries reached him, faint and muffled, as if the room had been soundproof to keep your distress contained. Shinsu's heart pounded in his chest, feeling as if it might leap out. He glanced at his trembling hands, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Then he heard Shoei rushing into the room, dark scarf in hand. Without a second thought, he charged in, quickly restraining as many people as he could, demanding that they stop their operations. As gentle hands brushed your hair, you were reminded of Aizawa. His tender touch and soothing voice brought a sense of comfort, but then memories flooded back of him attacking Shoei and nearly harming you. He had tried to hurt you. You didn't want to be near him after everything he had done. The pain and suffering he caused you and Shoei were too much to bear. Even when you tried to make him see the harm he was inflicting, he didn't stop. If you were older, perhaps you would have noticed the blank expression he wore, a sign of being controlled. But you were too young to see that Akane had him under her influence. You failed to recognize that Aizawa had no control over his actions. Yet, he had left you there for weeks, almost months. If he hadn't abandoned you, maybe things would have turned out differently. You might still be at home, doodling with Aizawa by your side while he and Shoei watched a movie. You wouldn't be haunted by the image of Aizawa trying to harm you. Your eyes fluttered open at the realization that someone was gently patting your hair. Terror gripped you as you met the gaze of the man who had nearly choked you. He called your name softly, but you recoiled, falling off the bed with a loud thud. Every part of your body ached, a reminder of the recent events. Aizawa rushed to your side, worry etched on his face. Despite the strain on your throat, you cried and backed into a corner. You were still in the hospital, the same hospital that held so many painful memories. He reached out to you, trying to comfort you and apologize, but you were too frightened to accept it. His hand revealed bandages from where you had clawed at him. You hoarsely cried out, pushing him away with your quirk, only to feel more distress when you saw his bright red eyes and floating hair. He had erased your quirk. Though you often wished for him to erase it completely, it terrified you that he was doing so now, at a moment when you wanted nothing more than for him to stay away. His soft, sorrowful voice called to you, but you were too agitated to listen. You didn't want Aizawa there. Tora entered the room with Yamada and Shoei, hissing at Aizawa, telling him he was frightening you. Shoei glared protectively at Aizawa, urging him to leave. Aizawa opened his mouth to protest, but Yamada placed a hand on his shoulder, agreeing with Shoei. They escorted him out, leaving the two boys to help calm you down. Aizawa sank onto a bench, burying his face in his hands. He was consumed by sorrow, feeling helpless to comfort you or even apologize. It broke his heart to see you so terrified of him, unable to meet his gaze. He expressed his anguish to Hisashi, choking back tears as he lamented what he had done. He felt responsible for your fear, for the pain he had caused. Yamada tried to comfort him, reminding him that he hadn't been in control. But Aizawa was filled with regret, blaming himself for not noticing the signs earlier. He pointed out his mistakes, feeling foolish for not realizing that something was wrong. He had been too focused on his students and their grades, too worried about you being different and fragile. He hung his head low, his dark hair falling over his face. He admitted his fear of what you could do, how much chaos you could bring, leading him to treat you with excessive caution. The weight of Aizawa's regret was palpable, a heavy burden he carried. He had tried to protect you, but in doing so, he had broken your trust. The brunette let out a deep sigh as his blonde friend gazed at him with sorrow. Yamada expressed that Aizawa had broken her trust and caused her great pain, leaving her terrified and wanting distance. He emphasized that they had taken on the responsibility of being parental figures the moment they welcomed the children into their lives. It was a difficult journey, especially considering the children's pasts, and it was natural to feel overwhelmed. They were officially guardians, even if not legally adopted, and it was important to acknowledge that mistakes would happen along the way. Yamada smiled encouragingly when Aizawa looked up at him. He reminded Aizawa that, despite their best efforts to be role models, They were still learning and would inevitably make errors. The children had their own personalities and experiences, making the transition to parenthood challenging. Yamada reassured Aizawa that it was not his fault. No one could have predicted Akane's manipulation or the extent of her influence. He acknowledged the pain of betrayal but insisted that it was not impossible to mend the broken trust. Although it would be difficult and take time, Aizawa could still make amends. Yamada believed that, while their relationship might never return to what it once was, Hoshiko would appreciate Aizawa's efforts to show he cared deeply for her well-being. Aizawa managed a small smile, agreeing with Yamada's perspective. He resolved to work on regaining Hoshiko's trust, no matter how long it took, and he just needed to figure out how to do it. Meanwhile, Hoshiko attempted to reassure her father, who was tightly hugging her and apologizing profusely after the recent events. She glanced at her bandaged arm, recalling the moment Yamada had pushed her against the wall to protect her. Despite the pain, she chuckled and hugged him back, acknowledging that his actions had been necessary to prevent a worse outcome. Yamada held her close, surprised by how protective he had become as a father figure. He had always seen Aizawa as the one with a nurturing side, but he never expected to feel such a strong connection to Hoshiko. He understood now the depth of Aizawa's desire to shield the children from harm, feeling grateful that Hoshiko was safe and that he had not caused irreparable damage. Aizawa groaned as he stirred awake in the hospital, feeling the familiar ache throughout his body. Determined to piece together the events that had led him there, he struggled to recall what had happened. The pain in his head suggested he had been knocked out, while the bandages on his arms remained a mystery. Gathering his strength, he rose and made his way to the door, stepping into the adjacent room. He spotted Kayama leaning against the door, indicating that Yamada and the others were nearby. Upon entering, he noticed Hoshiko and Yamada on one bed, with Shoei at the far end, also bandaged. Fleeting memories of being under Akane's control surfaced, along with the troubling recollection of nearly harming Shoei. As he approached, Yamada intervened, stopping him from getting too close. Their eyes met, Aizawa's filled with irritation and confusion, while Yamada's reflected concern and fear. They both turned their attention back to Shoei, who gasped in shock at the sight of Aizawa. "Dad," Shoei said, his voice tinged with fear. His eyes met his father's, revealing a mix of fear and caution. Shoei's body was tense, either from the strain in his muscles or the instinctive fear that arose at the sight of Aizawa. As Aizawa reached out for his son, Yamada tried to intervene, but Aizawa hesitated, noticing Shoei flinch at his approach. Shoei was clearly trying not to show his fear, making an effort to avoid offending his father or hurting his feelings further. Yet, the fear was palpable and his body betrayed him. The guilt in Aizawa's eyes made it evident to Shoei that, despite his efforts, he was scared and did not truly want Aizawa near him. Aizawa looked down sadly, meeting Yamada's gaze before deciding to leave the room. "It's for the best, Sho," Kayama reassured him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder as he cast one last glance at his son before stepping out. Shoei attempted to rise and stop his father, wanting to convey that he was all right, that it wasn't Aizawa's fault and everything was okay despite his earlier reaction. However, he groaned at the sudden movement, feeling the pain in his body. Hoshiko jumped out of her bed to assist him, reminding him not to move too much due to his fractured rib. Shoei groaned again, his eyes still on his father's retreating figure. Tora rolled his eyes, commenting on how Aizawa seemed even more depressed than usual as he, Shoei, and Hoshiko stood by the door while Yamada and Kayama went to fetch food. Aizawa sat in his hospital room, staring at his bandaged arms, his mind replaying the traumatic events that had nearly cost him everything. His pessimism and self-loathing consumed him, and the silence in the room only deepened his despair. When Shoei approached on crutches, Aizawa instinctively wanted to reach out but stopped himself, recalling the harm he had caused. Shoei insisted on seeing him, and their eyes met in a moment of silence. Tora, not wanting to witness the emotional exchange, decided to leave. Shoei settled beside Aizawa's bed, offering a small smile. He reassured his father that he wasn't angry and that it wasn't his fault. Aizawa struggled to meet his son's gaze, unable to forgive himself for what had happened. Shoei continued, explaining that Aizawa had no control over the situation and that he had only listened to her. He placed a hand on Aizawa's arm, maintaining his smile despite the tension in his body. Aizawa finally managed to meet Shoei's eyes, and tears began to fall. He apologized, expressing regret for not doing better. Shoei tried to comfort him, insisting it wasn't his fault. But Aizawa was consumed by guilt, feeling suffocated by the reality that he had hurt his own children. In another part of the hospital, Shoei tried to comfort a friend who was hiding under a broken table, refusing to let the medics near. The pain from Aizawa's earlier actions still throbbed in her neck. Shoei's own battered state did not help the situation, as she remained unable to move or let anyone close. When Tora entered, he crouched beside Shoei and attempted to console their friend. He suggested that she should get checked for injuries, promising to take care of her for now. As Tora crawled closer, he offered a gentle smile, and she leaned against him, beginning to calm down. Aizawa found himself back at square one. The trust that had existed was gone, and the fear was more pronounced than ever. He knew he needed to be patient, gentle, and understanding, recognizing that he owed it to her and to himself. Despite this, he still felt responsible for what had transpired. Fortunately, she hadn't completely shut down. She managed to communicate with others, albeit with more caution. Her personal space had expanded, which was understandable given the circumstances. Overall, she was coping better than expected, except for her reactions to Aizawa's presence. Whenever she saw him across the room, she would lose focus, falling silent as she tried to avoid looking his way, though her gaze would inevitably drift back to him. Just being in the same room made her uneasy. Despite this, they needed to help her feel comfortable with Aizawa's presence. They couldn't remain in the hospital indefinitely, she had to go home. So, each day after classes, they would visit, allowing Aizawa to stand in the room while Shoei and Hoshiko played with her to distract her. They hoped that with time, she would be able to feel at ease with Aizawa nearby. Yet, there were moments when Aizawa felt like giving up. Aizawa observed as you drew with Shoei, who had fallen asleep on the floor, leaving his work behind. Hoshiko and Yamada were absent. Yamada was busy with his radio show, and Hoshiko was with him. Aizawa sighed, wishing Mike were there to reassure him that everything would return to normal soon. Instead, his thoughts drifted to darker places, reflecting on the self-doubt that lingered as he watched the children create art. Your bruises were still visible, as were Shoei's, and Aizawa noticed how uncomfortable Shoei felt when classmates inquired about his injuries. It was clear that explaining how his father had unintentionally hurt him was a struggle. Aizawa recognized that both you and Shoei were affected by the recent events. He noticed how Shoei flinched at sudden movements and tensed up in certain situations, especially when their eyes met. This was frustrating for Aizawa, as he felt responsible for their pain. He watched you intently as you focused on your drawing. Your small hands moved gracefully across the paper, and it was a relief to see you calm and engaged. When you reached for another color, it slipped from your grasp and rolled toward Aizawa. Your eyes met his, and you hesitated, glancing at Shoei, who was still asleep. You didn't want to disturb him, so you turned back to Aizawa. He contemplated whether to hand you the color or let you figure it out on your own. To his surprise, you stood up and walked toward him. Aizawa felt a surge of warmth as you approached, and he picked up the coloring material, extending it toward you. You paused in front of him, both of you looking at each other and then at the coloring item. With a gentle smile, Aizawa offered it to you. You shyly thanked him, taking the color from his hand and returning to your drawing, casting a brief glance in his direction. This small gesture meant the world to Aizawa. Later, Tora raised an eyebrow as he sat on Aizawa's couch with Shoei, questioning why Aizawa was so excited about such a minor act. Shoei shot Tora a glare, reminding him of his affiliation with the League of Villains. Tora defended himself, stating he had intervened to prevent Aizawa from becoming a child murderer, though he pouted childishly afterward. Shoei dismissed Tora's claims, suggesting he might have been the reason for the chaos in the first place. Tora insisted he didn't take sides, explaining that Akane was a mad scientist with her own agenda, and he wasn't involved in their affairs. Shoei rolled his eyes and turned away, prompting Tora to react defensively. Aizawa interrupted, warning them both about their language and reminding them of Tora's potential value in gathering information about the league. Tora feigned offense, claiming he felt used, but Aizawa maintained his stance. After the incident with the coloring material, you began to feel more comfortable approaching Aizawa, though you still kept your distance. It was a significant improvement, and Aizawa appreciated it. He helped Shoei put on his shirt, noticing the boy's lingering pain and the numerous bandages covering his torso. Aizawa wondered how Shoei managed to concentrate in class under such conditions. He suggested that Shoei rest the following day and skip school, concerned about his well-being since the incident. Shoei sighed but ultimately agreed to stay home with you and rest. As the sun rose, a feeling of suffocation gripped you, the weight of large hands around your neck was overwhelming, and the glare of red eyes haunted you. Sleep had eluded you since that fateful night. The recent events replayed in your mind, preventing you from closing your eyes and drifting off to sleep. It was frustrating. Shoei was fast asleep beside you, and Tora was in the other bedroom. You lay there, aware that Aizawa was on the couch in the living room. You worried for him, wondering how he was doing, but fear lingered in your heart. You were afraid he might hurt you again, even though you knew deep down he wouldn't. You hugged your pet cat tightly and shut your eyes, hoping it would help you find some rest. Your ears perked up at the sound of a creaking door. You opened your eyes to see Aizawa slowly walking into the room. He paused when he noticed you, and the two of you exchanged silent glances. Aizawa offered a gentle expression as he approached. You quickly sat up in bed and instinctively moved back, driven by fear, though you never intended to hurt him. Aizawa raised his hands in a calming gesture. He assured you he wouldn't do anything. He sighed, glancing at Shoei, who was still asleep, then back at you, who regarded him with caution. Your neck throbbed, and you studied Aizawa's defeated expression. He looked more hurt than the time you thought the Nomu had taken him from you. You couldn't comprehend it. He spoke your name softly, and you flinched at the sound of his voice, sensing his guilt over past actions. He asked if your neck still hurt and if you wanted him to get some ice. When he moved closer, you instinctively recoiled, feeling as if you were back at square one or worse. Aizawa noticed your trembling and was reminded of the first time he met you, when you were still getting to know each other. That was months ago, and now you wore a similar expression of fear, but this time, you had a reason to be afraid. You stammered, expressing your pain, and Aizawa's frown deepened. He acknowledged that he had hurt you, nearly causing you serious harm. He looked away, seeing the marks his fingers had left on your neck. He apologized, his voice filled with regret. You gazed at him, recognizing the sorrow in his eyes. You might have hugged him if fear hadn't held you back. Aizawa sighed, wishing you a good night before leaning down to kiss Shoei, but you instinctively shielded your brother, a pout forming on your face. You cried out in fear, and Aizawa's eyes widened as he took a step back, feeling even worse. You saw him as a villain, someone who had hurt both you and Shoei. With a heavy heart, Aizawa nodded and left the room to prepare for work. You finally fell asleep after he left. When you woke up, Shoei had already read the note Aizawa left on the fridge. It mentioned that he hadn't wanted to wake Shoei and that he had prepared breakfast for both of you. He also reminded Shoei to take a bath and help you, suggesting that the Tiger Kid could borrow his clothes. Shoei sighed as he opened the fridge to find the breakfast in a glass container. He watched you enter the kitchen, holding your cat, while Tora eagerly awaited the food at the dining table. Shoei helped you into a chair and served the food. Tora looked at him with confusion, questioning the meal. Shoei rolled his eyes, explaining it was steak. Tora shook his head, insisting he didn't eat meat. Shoei teased him about being a vegetarian tiger, prompting a glare from Tora. Tora explained that he had been living on a diet of instant noodles, which made Shoei chuckle. He encouraged you to eat, pushing your plate closer. You hugged your cat, looking at Shoei with sadness. You asked about Aizawa, your voice barely above a whisper. Shoei informed you that Aizawa had already left. Your expression fell, and you looked like you were about to cry, which made both boys tense. Shoei quickly reassured you, insisting Aizawa would return. But despite his words, tears began to flow, causing panic in both boys. You felt guilty, believing you had acted too harshly and made Aizawa leave. You thought your behavior had upset him, and now you wanted him back, even if fear lingered in your heart. Meanwhile, Aizawa had explained to the Yamadas that you had finally returned home and shared the events of the morning. Yamada asked about Shoei, noticing Aizawa staring sadly at his food. He had noticed how the boy had not rested since and felt a slight relief that he was absent today. Hoshiko waved Yamada off, assuring him that the boy, though shorter than her, was tough. She smiled at Yamada and then gave Aizawa an encouraging look. Placing her hand on one of Aizawa's bandaged arms, she flashed him her bright smile and mentioned that she had trained with the boy a few times in the lab, emphasizing that it would take much more to keep him down. She tried to lighten the mood, but Aizawa's self-doubt lingered. Shoei sighed as he sat on Aizawa's bed, hugging his black cat, Machi, while you sat there crying. He tried to comfort you, promising that your dad would return, but you had shut down completely after hours of tears. Tora sighed, recalling his warnings about becoming too attached to anyone, as it could lead to heartache, even if unintentional. He knew the pain well and didn't want you to experience it. Tora suggested leaving you alone for now and trying to call Aizawa again. Aizawa hadn't answered his calls due to school policy, and Tora understood that he must have been busy with classes. Both boys looked at you, still sad and clutching your favorite plush toy. Tora found your reaction unsettling. He wanted you to be cautious about trusting others, especially Aizawa, but he felt bad seeing you so heartbroken. Meanwhile, Aizawa was engaged in one-on-one training with Shinso, trying to distract himself from thoughts of you and Shoei. He had not seen Shoei all day and was concerned about you being back home. Aizawa threw a punch and a kick, trying to focus on the training. Shinso noted that Aizawa seemed off, and after a brief exchange, Aizawa decided to end the session for the day. Tora glared at Shoei's bright orange tiger-themed jacket, questioning its childishness. Shoei rolled his eyes, helping you into your favorite jacket and scarf on a particularly cold day. He reassured you that it was the only one that fit, and they needed to leave before the school day ended. Yamada tried to cheer Shoei up, but it was clear that his friend was still down. Aizawa had planned to head home late to give you space and think, but he was also considering a drink to relieve stress. When 13 entered and inquired about Shoei's absence, Aizawa checked his phone, his eyes widening at the number of missed calls and unread messages from Shoei. Realizing he had neglected his notifications, he felt a surge of panic. He quickly donned his coat and prepared to leave, feeling the weight of worry settle in his chest. As he sprinted through the school, he read through Shoei's texts, his heart racing with concern. He feared something had happened, perhaps related to your quirk. The thought of you being hurt or upset drove him to run faster. As he exited UA, the setting sun momentarily blinded him. He shielded his eyes and continued running until he heard your voice calling out to him. Aizawa turned to see the three of you standing together, bundled up warmly. Relief washed over him as he approached, noticing you hugging your toy. Shoei explained that you had been upset after he left and, with no response to his calls or texts, they decided to come find him. Aizawa felt a small smile tug at his lips, grateful that you were all right, even as the cold reddened your cheeks. It was fine, he thought softly. He wasn't exactly sure what to do next. You were probably still afraid of his touch and wanted some distance. So he stood there, and for a moment, silence enveloped the room. Shoei gently nudged you, reminding you that Aizawa was right there. He asked if you didn't want to see him. You looked up at Shoei and then back at Aizawa. Your grip on Shoei's coat loosened while your hold on your toy tightened. You took a few hesitant steps forward before letting go and walking over to Aizawa. Aizawa watched you closely, careful not to make any sudden movements that might scare you away. You struggled to find your voice as you approached him, your words coming out broken. You felt the hot tears welling in your eyes as you apologized. Aizawa lowered himself to your height, his expression gentle. He reassured you that you hadn't done anything wrong. You shook your head, still alert and cautious, and confessed that you felt you had hurt him. You pointed to the bandages hidden beneath his sleeves and then to his chest, where you noticed him gripping his shirt. You recalled the moment he left the room, how you had quietly approached the slightly open door and seen him sitting on the couch, his head hanging low. You could tell he was upset, and that realization made you feel guilty. Aizawa looked at you with a hint of surprise as you continued to express your sorrow. He quickly reached out to pat you, but you flinched, prompting him to slow down. He apologized to you, acknowledging that he was the one who had hurt you. Shoei smiled softly and joined the two of you, wrapping his arms around both of you in a comforting hug. Aizawa embraced you both, and for a moment, the three of you shared warmth and solace. Tora observed the scene from a distance, shaking his head in mild annoyance at the emotional display. Later, you woke up in a cold sweat, gasping and disoriented. Shoei was beside you and the room was lit. A frown formed on your face as you whispered Aizawa's name. Even after your apology at UA, it took time to adjust back to Aizawa. For now, the pats and hugs you initiated were the only comfort he could offer, but it was better than nothing. You missed him dearly. Shoei often hogged the blanket, leaving you cold, and right now, you craved the comfort that only Aizawa could provide. You thought about the recent events, the distance from Aizawa, the experiments you had endured, and the injuries sustained when Shoei and Shinso rushed in to save you. You remembered Aizawa's blank eyes as he struggled against the control that had taken hold of him. You tried to convince yourself that it was over, that it wouldn't happen again, but the worry lingered. The lights in the bedroom were on, likely because Aizawa had been working at his desk, but he was nowhere to be found. Shoei was fast asleep, and you hugged your cat plushie tightly as you ventured out of the room. You found Aizawa sleeping on the couch. You hesitated to disturb him, knowing how busy he had been, but you needed reassurance. You softly called his name and gave him a gentle pat. When he didn't respond, you felt a pang of worry and whispered, "Daddy." You patted him again, trying to wake him up. He groaned and rubbed his eyes, looking at you with curiosity. He asked why you were awake, and you shared your troubled feelings, still shaken by your nightmare. Aizawa sighed and asked what you wanted him to do. Understanding your apprehension, he preferred to let you guide him. He had once sung you a lullaby to help you sleep. He chuckled and nodded, suggesting they turn off the lights first. He got up groggily, switched off the lights, and left the door open, knowing neither you nor Shoei liked closed doors. Returning to the couch, he slowly extended his arms to you, careful to avoid startling you. You walked into his embrace, feeling safe as he wrapped his arms around you. He laid you down on the couch, murmuring that he missed this. "Good night," he said softly. You replied with a sleepy, "Night." Meanwhile, Tora yawned as he woke up on the floor, preferring it to a bed. He scratched his head and wandered into the kitchen for a glass of water. As he glanced at the couch, he noticed you and Aizawa sleeping peacefully together, Aizawa's arm draped protectively over you, holding your small hand. Both of them were sleeping with their chests against the couch. A cat toy lay on the floor, but it seemed unimportant as they enjoyed Aizawa's warmth. Tora scoffed and walked to the balcony to look at the early morning streets, inhaling the fresh air and commenting on how clingy the people seemed. It was a Saturday, and with nothing planned, they decided it would be nice to go out for a walk. Aizawa thought it would be cute if you wore the red jumper dress that Kayama had gotten you. He noted that it was a little big and suggested fixing it with a belt. After adjusting it with a cat buckle belt, he stepped back with a satisfied look, declaring it looked better. You admired your outfit, a red jumper dress, a white sweater, black leggings, and brown boots. Aizawa then suggested tying your long white hair, trying out a new hairstyle he learned from the girls in his class. He tied your hair into a ponytail, finishing it with a neat ribbon. As you walked out of the room, you noticed Tora in clothes that fit him nicely, while Shoei wore his usual patterned hoodie. Both boys turned to look at you, their cheeks flushing at your cuteness. Aizawa, sounding proud, asked for your opinion on the outfit. Tora was speechless, and Shoei examined you further, insisting you were missing a cat pin for your ribbon, which he promptly added, calling it perfect. Tora rolled his eyes while Aizawa chuckled lightly, and you looked at them with curiosity. Tora assured you that you looked pretty, and when you looked up at Aizawa, he nodded in agreement. Aizawa pointed out an ice cream truck, and the three of you exchanged puzzled looks, not knowing what it was. He suggested buying some so you could try it, leading you to the truck. He picked out the ice cream since none of you were familiar with it and handed it to you. You looked at the favorite flavor with curiosity, glancing up at Aizawa, who was enjoying his own. You took a bite, surprised by the coldness and the amazing flavor that melted in your mouth. You savored it, feeling delighted. Shoei exclaimed in delight at the taste, while Tora appeared equally pleased. The two boys enjoyed their treats, visibly ecstatic. Aizawa, smiling at your reactions, remarked that he would need more of the ice cream. The ice cream vendor chuckled at the scene. Shoei then asked if they could go into a nearby convenience store, curious about what made it appealing. Aizawa chuckled, sometimes forgetting how new to the world his kids were, and led the way inside, cautioning them not to get their hopes up. However, once inside, the three of you gasped at the many rows of shelves filled with various items. Shoei smiled brightly and rushed to the nearest shelf, while you and Tora followed, exploring each aisle. Aizawa kept a watchful eye on you, ensuring you felt safe among strangers. You were slowly adjusting to being around people, which was a positive sign. Aizawa showed you a plastic basket, inviting you to place anything you wanted inside, promising to buy it. Shoei's eyes sparkled with joy, Tora smirked, and you looked up at Aizawa innocently. Shoei did most of the picking while you wandered with Aizawa close by. You pointed to the magazine section, and Tora followed you there, stopping at the comic section. He found a comic featuring Aizawa and smiled, giving it to you before wandering off to look at other magazines. You hugged the comic, feeling happy as you followed Tora. Aizawa browsed through the magazines, looking for cooking ideas, when his eyes landed on a cute cat magazine, thinking you would like it. He picked it up, but then noticed you and Tora looking at a section with more mature content. Tora pointed out a lady in a revealing outfit, and Aizawa, feeling flustered, quickly guided you both away from that area, his face turning red. After a few more minutes, Aizawa lined up to pay for the items. As he approached the counter, Tora remembered something and asked if he could add one more thing. Aizawa agreed, and Tora ran off with you following closely behind. You stopped at a display of inexpensive jewelry, and Tora picked out a blue bracelet for you while holding a red one for himself. He looked into your curious eyes and nervously asked if you could be friends, acknowledging his past mistakes. You understood why he felt that way and smiled, your tail wagging slightly as you giggled at his blushing face, confirming your friendship. Just then, the moment was interrupted by two older kids. One person made a disparaging remark, prompting the two of them to turn. Another sneered, calling them a mutt and a freak, their tone dripping with mockery and hostility. Feeling uneasy, you hid behind Tora, who glared back at them. One of the bullies continued, tauntingly commenting on how affectionate you and Tora appeared, as if anyone could love mutants like you. Tora clicked his tongue, barely whispering, "mutation haters," but you heard him. He was well aware of the prejudice against those with animal-related quirks, often seen as uncivilized or lesser due to their abilities. Reports from other countries spoke of similar discrimination, highlighting the stigma surrounding those with animal traits. You were unaware of how insecure you felt about your appearance. You didn't know the term for it, but you disliked the scars you had acquired and the mutations you openly displayed, finding it more comfortable than hiding them. The scars, especially, were a painful reminder of the lab that had caused them, and you often concealed them under the sweaters that you and Aizawa had bought. As Tora growled at the bullies, you fought back tears. Both of you understood that the situation was tense but not dangerous enough to warrant action. Tora warned the bully who insulted you to back off. The bully retorted, mocking Tora's features and suggesting that your scar was a result of a street fight. Laughter erupted from the group, and you looked down, letting your bangs shield your face. Tora's eye twitched in frustration. He hated this, especially since he felt responsible for your scar. If he hadn't caused it, perhaps none of this would be happening. The taunts continued, mutt, freak, animal. Tora clenched his fists, teeth gritted, and took a step forward, ready to confront them, but you held onto his shirt, not wanting any violence or to hurt anyone, even if they were bullying you. Seeing your distress, Tora sighed and nodded, turning to leave, but the bully stepped on your tail, causing you to yelp. The bully mocked your pain, applying more pressure to your tail. You recalled Aizawa's advice about not using your quirk unless it was a life-or-death situation. The bullies laughed, taunting you further. Just then, Shoei appeared, noticing the scene. He looked down at the bully stepping on your tail and saw the fury in Tora's eyes. Shoei warned the bullies, asking if they thought it was fair to pick on smaller kids. The leader of the group shot back with a taunt, questioning who he thought he was. Shoei leaned closer, his expression darkening as he warned them of the consequences if they didn't learn to control their words. His eyes glowed with intensity, and the bullies stumbled back in fear. He continued, demanding they leave you alone and threatening to hunt them down if they dared to tell anyone. The bullies gasped and fled, leaving Shoei shaking his head as he turned to you, who was in tears. Tora was trying to comfort you, though he didn't quite know how. Shoei instructed Tora to give the bracelets to their father, gesturing for him to go. Tora nodded and left to find Aizawa. Shoei placed a hand on your shoulder, watching as you traced the scar on your face. He gently took your hand, replacing it with his own to make you look at him. He reassured you not to listen to people like the bullies, insisting they were simply unkind. He brushed your hair away from your face, telling you that you were the prettiest girl he had ever seen. You wanted to smile at his words, but the hurt lingered, and you turned away, removing the ribbon and ponytail Aizawa had styled, letting your hair fall over your face as you hung your head low. As you walked away toward Aizawa, Shoei sighed and retrieved the ribbon with the cat pin, following behind. Aizawa had just finished paying and was waiting for the items to be packed. He noticed you with your hair down, looking sad. He knelt to your height, extending a hand to pat you gently. He asked what was wrong and noticed your messy hair. You frowned, avoiding his concerned gaze. Aizawa glanced up to see Shoei glaring at the group of boys, who were now trembling in fear at his presence. Understanding the situation, Aizawa shook his head, sighing at the behavior of kids these days. He patted your head and took your hand, and together with Tora and Shoei, they divided the responsibility of carrying the bags. As you walked out of the store and into the street, you felt quiet and unenthusiastic, a stark contrast to your earlier demeanor. Aizawa tried to cheer you up with comforting words and topics you enjoyed, but your gaze remained fixed on your free hand, which bore scars. As you neared home, a light drizzle began, providing a welcome distraction. You found comfort in the rain, enjoying the refreshing and calming sound it made. Aizawa opened a large umbrella, ensuring all four of you could stay dry. Your mood brightened slightly as you hopped in puddles, and Aizawa joined in, playfully stomping to create small splashes. Suddenly, you stopped in your tracks, noticing a pile of boxes in a small alleyway. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, questioning your curiosity. You, being an inquisitive child, let go of his hand and walked over to the boxes, not minding the rain soaking you. You worried that it might be a poor kitten getting wet from the rain. You bent down to hug the large black cat, which had a strange, misty appearance. With a sweet smile, you looked at your friends as you embraced the cloudy-looking feline. They would have been awed if they weren't so concerned about how the cat looked, resembling a dark mist. You turned to Aizawa with an excited expression, one he hadn't seen since the therapy incident. You asked if you could keep the cat. Aizawa hesitated, unsure about the unusual creature, but your happiness made it difficult for him to say no. Your girlfriend picked up a gray kitten, and Aizawa remarked that it was dirty. You pouted, insisting that you couldn't leave it behind, especially when it meowed at you. You hugged the wet kitten tightly and decided to name it Smokey. The genuine joy in your eyes made it hard for Aizawa to resist. After a moment, he sighed and agreed, reminding you to hurry before you both got soaked. Later, as you settled on the couch with the misty cat, Aizawa's son, Shoei, expressed his doubts about bringing the cat home. Aizawa shrugged, noting that it seemed harmless and suggested a trip to the vet would be a good idea. You had picked up a cat that possessed a quirk, which was quite lucky. The vet explained that it had a mutation giving it a misty appearance and possibly the ability to teleport or shapeshift, though that was still uncertain. Tora, observing from a distance, asked what you planned to name the cat as it meowed loudly. Shoei commented on its volume, suggesting names like Misty or Smoke, but Aizawa found those too confusing. You looked out at the dark, cloudy sky and then back at your new companion, deciding on the name Cloud. Aizawa nodded in approval, while Tora shrugged, still annoyed by the cat's loud meows. Shoei, sitting beside you, playfully declared the cat, Loud Cloud, and lifted it into the air, singing a tune. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at the name, watching as Shoei struggled to hold onto the cat, which meowed loudly in response. Tora laughed, suggesting that the cat was cursing at Shoei. Aizawa smiled at the innocent joy shared among you three, observing the familiar cloudy properties of the cat's mutation. As time passed, you found yourself reflecting on Tora's words about Aizawa's potential fading interest. You didn't want to believe it, but doubt crept in. Aizawa had been visiting less frequently, leaving you to wonder if Tora's visit was coincidental or if it had something to do with Aizawa's absence. You questioned whether it was Aizawa's choice or if he was influenced by someone else. Aizawa's reassurance that it wasn't your fault lingered in your mind. You worried that perhaps he was just avoiding placing blame directly on you. One morning, you woke up early, the sun streaming through the window. You sat up and stretched, glancing over at Aizawa, who was facing away from you. In the 3 weeks since you had adopted the kitten, you began to doubt your own perceptions and worry more. Curiosity led you to lean against him, examining his peaceful sleeping face. You poked his cheek gently, feeling the roughness of his stubble. When he stirred and smiled at you, you felt a wave of relief. It seemed he was not upset with you. You continued to explore, fascinated by the hair on his face, wondering if you would grow some too. As you touched his stubble, a shiver ran through you. Aizawa chuckled at your curiosity, and you felt a sense of happiness, reassured that he was still there for you. Wasn't he upset that you had practically caused that situation for him? You were trying to understand why he chose to leave you in the hospital. Perhaps knowing his reasons would help you not to listen to Tora and place your trust in him. If you understood why he left, maybe you could stop worrying and doubting every move he made, returning to the days before the incident. He snapped you out of your thoughts with a warm smile, one that you didn't realize he missed so much. He cherished these little moments with you. They felt warm and comfortable. Unbeknownst to you, he was blaming himself for everything that had happened. He wrapped his arms around you and turned to the side so you could lie on the couch. His dark eyes were fixed on you, always providing assurance. Should you trust those eyes, or were they merely a spell like Akane's hands? He insisted it was still too early and attempted to close your eyes by gently brushing his hand over them. You fluttered them open, looking at him innocently. You didn't understand why he wanted you to sleep, but your mind was wide awake, contemplating things only a 4-year-old could think about. He encouraged you to go back to sleep, covering your eyes with his hand and softly chanting the word, sleep, as if it could cast a spell. When he removed his hand, you opened your eyes to admire Aizawa's happy smile. It was a pleasant sight. His soft smile was always wholesome. You were so precious, so small and cute. He wanted to pinch your chubby cheeks, but he knew that would likely make you cry, and he definitely didn't want that. He giggled softly as you refused to close your eyes again. With a sigh, he shook his head and said it was your choice, but he was going back to sleep. He closed his eyes, and you didn't want him to because that would leave you awake alone. You placed your tiny hands on his face, playfully pushing up his cheeks as he laughed lightly. Your weekend was spent at home, watching movies, playing with the cats, drawing, writing, eating, and cuddling while napping together. It was just fun to be back home, to return to what felt like normal, whatever that meant after the Hosu incident and the disaster at the hospital. Even with the weekend feeling normal, doubts still lingered. You were wary and afraid of the people you cared about leaving you, especially Aizawa. When Monday arrived, you felt uncertain about facing the lively class again. Despite their kindness, you still had doubts about some of them. With Tora's words in mind and the fact that he was now living with you three, your wariness grew. Regardless, the 4 of you headed to school and met up with the Yamadas. As usual, you arrived early with only a few students around, but the staff were almost all there and were thrilled to see you. Aizawa had even informed Vlad about you and brought Bucky along, much to Tora's dismay, as he wasn't fond of dogs. The teachers smiled warmly at you, happily greeting and waving. You were accustomed to this, but Tora still seemed a bit asocial, despite having more to say than you. He glared or hissed at them when they approached, so most teachers came to you instead. They knew you preferred a quieter environment, so they welcomed you as gently as possible. Kayama couldn't resist hugging you tightly and kissing your chubby face, which made Tora look on in disgust. You felt the bed shift, slightly waking you from your slumber. Opening one eye, you noticed Aizawa had finally settled down beside you. The sun was already out, streaming into your room through the open door and window. You looked at him and his sleeping form. Perhaps due to sleepiness, you decided to give him a small poke to confirm he was really there and not just a dream. You struggled to trust your senses when it came to distinguishing reality from illusions, especially after everything that had happened. You called out to him, still groggy. He hummed and turned to you, giving a small smile as he cuddled you. He apologized for waking you and encouraged you to go back to sleep. His warmth and protective hold were always comforting. As you walked into the lounge with Aizawa and Tora, Yagi waved at you warmly, wishing you a good day ahead. He was dressed in his usual loose formal wear with a side bag in hand. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and questioned whether Yagi would be teaching classes that day. There was a hint of annoyance in Aizawa's voice as Yagi offered a sheepish smile. Aizawa pointed out that if Yagi wasn't going to do his job, there was little reason for him to return at all. It wasn't that Aizawa disliked Yagi, he was simply tired of the other pro's antics. Yagi was often absent, and when he was present, it was clear who he favored teaching. Aizawa frequently had to substitute for the classes Yagi missed, which was frustrating, considering he was already the homeroom teacher for Class 1A. You had seen Yagi in the lounge a few times, perhaps talking to other teachers or handling files, but it was rare to see him just resting. He reminded you a bit of Aizawa. As the teachers worked and the students focused on their lessons, you and Tora found ways to pass the time. One of your activities involved watching Aizawa's iPad, followed by doodling in the sketchbook he had brought the other day. You thought about taking a stroll around the lounge since Tora often seemed eager to explore and stretch his active legs. However, lessons were infrequent these days, especially with teachers working overtime, seemingly serious about planning an event. Tora would flick his ears every time he heard a conversation starting. He often complained about the noise, slumping onto the desk and pretending to take a quick nap. On one of those rare occasions, you noticed the tall, slender blonde hero in the lounge, seemingly doing nothing or just resting. When his tired, sunken eyes met yours, you shyly peeked at him with interest. He smiled and waved, mouthing a greeting. You returned the wave, glancing back at Tora, who was still asleep. You felt hesitant around the man, unable to pinpoint why. Something inside you urged caution, despite his tired demeanor. You watched as he returned to reading the papers in his hands, occasionally glancing at you, his smile wavering slightly. Your curious gaze remained fixed on him until he turned to you with a sad smile, making you wonder what he was reading. Yagi called out to Yamada, the other blonde, prompting him to rise from his chair to discuss the papers. Their conversation was barely a whisper, but you noticed them glancing your way often. Yamada seemed to be doing most of the talking, while Yagi looked at you, a small frown forming on his face. Yamada mentioned something about you and Shoei, but he stopped when he noticed your interest, recognizing the shy curiosity in your eyes. He explained that Aizawa had rescued you both and taken you in, adding that he thought Yagi would know more by now. Yagi responded with a quiet acknowledgement, expressing concern for what you had been through. They turned their attention back to you as you returned to doodling, seemingly losing interest in their conversation. After Yamada bid Yagi goodbye and left for his class, Yagi returned to his desk, reading about the files on the two newcomers of Class 1A, which was quite unusual for UA. He examined the files: Hoshiko Yamada, Shoei Aizawa, and Wine Aizawa. He was also informed about Tora and was expecting a file on him soon. It was a peculiar situation. In all of UA's history, students had never been allowed into the hero course without recommendations or passing entrance exams. Yet, Nizu had deemed Shoei and Hoshiko capable enough to join the course without any formal testing, despite being relatively new to the world. Months of exposure didn't necessarily mean they were ready, and years of training in a laboratory didn't guarantee they could become heroes. Yagi would have to see their skills in action to truly assess them. He had already met Hoshiko in class and noted her academic brightness, but he had yet to see Shoei or either of them in action. His thoughts were interrupted when a paper airplane hit his head. He turned to see you and Tora exchanging glances, both pretending to be innocent. Tora whispered a playful reprimand about throwing it in the wrong direction, which made Yagi chuckle. He picked up the paper airplane and approached you, handing it back. Before you could take it, he examined it closely, noting its poor construction. He didn't want to be unkind, but the airplane needed improvement. He began to demonstrate how to fold it better, applying more pressure to the wings. After finishing, he handed it back to you, allowing you to hold it this time. You thanked him with a small smile, while Tora glanced at the now well-formed paper airplane. Yagi smiled at both of you, cherishing the innocence you shared. He wished he were still as strong as he once was, thinking he might have been able to help prevent the challenges you faced. As you stood with Tora and Aizawa, waiting for your class to arrive, Tora questioned why you were there. Aizawa explained that you were going to have rescue missions, and he needed to supervise. Tora glared at him, expressing concern about being used as rescue dummies. Aizawa reassured him that no one would be supervising you, as the faculty was currently unavailable. Tora rolled his eyes, insisting he wasn't a baby. Aizawa sighed, wondering where All Might was. Tora turned to Aizawa in alarm, his tone revealing his fear. The loud rumbling laughter that followed made you tense up. All Might made a dramatic entrance, his towering form stepping out of the shadows in his iconic costume. Aizawa rolled his eyes, commenting on the theatrics, while you and Tora instinctively stepped back, feeling a mix of awe and apprehension. All Might reached out to pat you, unaware of your feelings, as Aizawa watched the scene unfold with concern. This was something Aizawa disliked about All Might, his obliviousness. He attempted to warn him, but before he could finish, an incredible force pushed him away, sending him crashing against the building. The sight of your expression made him pause. He had expected you to look terrified due to All Might's size and loudness, but instead, you displayed no emotion. Your gaze was intense, almost lethal. As they walked through the dim hallway leading to the training grounds, where they would meet Aizawa and All Might, Shoei questioned the lack of lights. He wondered why a prestigious school like UA would have such a dark corridor. Hoshiko, standing beside him, giggled and suggested that this was one of those dramatic moments in an anime where the protagonist has an inner monologue. She glanced around, spotting their classmates in hero uniforms. Shoei chuckled and shook his head, betting on Midoriya being the protagonist. Hoshiko waved him off, mischievously claiming she knew who the real protagonist was. As they continued walking, they listened to their classmates excitedly discussing the upcoming training session. Shoei clenched his fists in his pockets, pretending not to care when Hoshiko asked if he had met All Might. She nodded, describing him as a chill teacher but overly enthusiastic, likening him to a big, muscular himbo. Shoei grunted, acknowledging that he must be the annoying, overly enthusiastic type if she called him that. Hoshiko laughed at his dry humor. She continued her rant, praising All Might for being number one and having a nice smile, but criticized his unrealistic optimism. Shoei agreed, noting that All Might's recent rescues had been too destructive, though thankfully, other heroes had managed to evacuate civilians quickly. As they approached the light at the end of the tunnel, Hoshiko teased Shoei for copying Aizawa's style, which he defended as simplistic and practical for night patrols. They exchanged playful jabs about each other's hero attire, their friendship built on trust and honesty. As they neared the exit, the ground shook slightly, causing them to exchange worried glances. You were with Aizawa, which meant you would join the class and meet All Might. They rushed forward, sprinting to reach you. Shoei accidentally bumped into Bakugo but continued running, feeling the ground tremble more as they got closer. Bakugo barked at him, curious about their urgency, while Kirishima wondered why they were in such a hurry. Before Bakugo could respond, sounds of what seemed to be a struggle echoed ahead, filling Shoei and Hoshiko with fear, while the others were intrigued. Aizawa spotted the two and instructed you to stay back, trying to snap you out of your blank expression. You glanced at Shoei and Hoshiko before turning back to All Might, who had been startled by your sudden intensity. He chuckled nervously, unaware of how his presence affected others, often assuming he brought comfort. Aizawa ordered All Might to remain still, but the hero seemed determined to ease your tension. Tora watched in fear as All Might stood up, seemingly unfazed by your demeanor. Years of training had led to this moment, yet Tora found himself trembling while you stood tall, emotionless and fierce. He recalled the extensive training you had undergone, realizing now what they had prepared you for. You had once resisted their guidance on controlling your quirk, but now you stood before him, a force to be reckoned with. Tora muttered, "Trigger," under his breath, his heart racing as he looked between you and All Might. Aizawa felt uncertain, knowing you weren't listening and that you showed no signs of backing down, while All Might remained stubborn as usual. Calm down, he thought, though he could see how calm and collected you appeared. You muttered about a bad man, raising your hand once more as All Might was lifted into the air, as if you were about to tear him apart. That was your plan, after all? The powerful hero felt the pressure surrounding him, his limbs aching as if he had overexerted himself. Just as Aizawa was about to activate his quirk, a black capture weapon wrapped around All Might, causing him to fall to the ground. The boy's blue gaze was fixed on your still red eyes. It was remarkable that they remained that way despite Shoei erasing your quirk. Perhaps it was because he was still learning how to stop someone's energy flow without physical contact. He held the capture weapon firmly, confident that All Might wouldn't break free unless he exerted more force. Aizawa looked at his serious son, who wore the same expression as his younger sibling. Aizawa hesitated, fearing that his eldest might be just like you at that moment. He worried about what had happened. Was it a lingering effect of Akane's quirk? Or was it a result of whatever transpired before he reached the hospital? His throat felt dry as another possibility crossed his mind, that you had intended to do something like this all along. To harm All Might. Or to hurt the students. Perhaps you were the one providing information to the League. No, Aizawa refused to entertain that thought. He didn't want to think of you or any of the four that way. You were just children. Even if there was a chance that it could be true, he couldn't blame you or hold it against you. You had grown up in that environment. Aizawa called out to Shoei again, this time with a warning tone. He gestured for the other students to stay back while Shoei held his own capture weapon. The boy glanced at his father, his eyes glowing blue, which made Aizawa curse inwardly, realizing that Shoei might have also erased his quirk. Shoei turned to you as Hoshiko approached All Might, placing her hands on his shoulders. The three of you shared an emotionless expression that worried Aizawa. Tora, however, was the one who felt fear. They might not be themselves, Tora said, his voice barely above a whisper, anxiety evident in his tone. Especially, YN. Aizawa glanced at Tora and then back at his own children. Did this mean he had to fight them? He hoped not, especially after the recent incident. He opened his mouth to speak, but Shoei interrupted. YN, calm down, he said sternly, his bright blue eyes focused on you, his hair floating slightly as he exerted his quirk. You responded without hesitation, your red eyes fixed on All Might's restrained form. Eliminate target. Most of the students gasped, along with Aizawa. Deku looked concerned, his eyes darting between the unfolding scene. He couldn't grasp everything happening, but the fact that you and Shoei had activated your quirks was shocking, especially since today was meant to showcase Shoei's abilities. They had only witnessed one aspect of his quirk, the solidification of energy into weapons. But this entire situation revealed many unknowns about the newcomers. Deku and the others began to fear and wonder just how much power you three possessed. No need for that, Hoshiko replied, her tone serious, a rarity for her. She kept her hands firmly on All Might's shoulders, as if urging him to remain still. Target subdued. You shook your head, reaching out toward All Might. Eliminate target, you insisted, stepping closer as your mutations began to manifest. You were ready to engage in close combat to fulfill your command. Shoei narrowed his eyes at you, noticing that you maintained the same expression. He stepped in front of you, preventing you from advancing. He could eliminate emitter or power-type quirks, but mutation or transformation quirks might be more challenging. Elimination does not need to proceed, he told you. The target is subdued and will be taken care of. Is that understood? He waited for your response, but you remained silent. Understood, why at endpoint 14, he called out to you. Shoei. Aizawa scolded his son for using that name. Don't call her that. Copy. You replied, your eyes returning to their natural color as your body relaxed, as if awakening from a trance. Shoei sighed, his hair falling down as he deactivated his quirk. He seems to have the same quirk as Mr. Aizawa. Todoroki remarked to Deku, noting the similarities in their hero costumes. Your eyes felt heavy and your entire body was fatigued. The slight sting from using your emitter quirk was evident as you glanced up at Shoei and then at Aizawa's concerned expression. Daddy? You murmured before losing consciousness. You didn't even have the chance to fall to the ground as Shoei caught you with one arm while holding the capture weapon with the other. Shoei sighed heavily, almost in relief, as he released all might from the capture weapon. Hoshiko smiled at him, patting his shoulder. Are you okay? She asked, and he nodded, slowly rising as he tried to make sense of what had just occurred. What just happened? Aizawa questioned, looking at Shoei's unfazed expression. Why? I wasn't sure if they had actually managed to do it to her, Shoei began. So I didn't say anything. But it seemed they managed to embed a command into YN. He sighed and glanced at All Might, doubting himself. He might have the same influence over you and could have acted against the hero out of fear. He looked at the students watching and then back at his father. And that command is to eliminate the target. Hoshiko hummed in agreement. And that target is All Might. Aizawa nearly shouted in the teacher's lounge, running a hand through his hair as he tried to process everything. He had put the class on hold and excused 4 students along with All Might, leaving the class in the hands of Vlad, who clearly favored his own students. You were in the clinic, starting to run a fever, with Tora by your side while Aizawa took the 2 to a more private lounge, leaving All Might in another to rest. Shoei expressed his frustration, explaining that he hadn't been sure if they had actually managed to handle the situation. He hadn't wanted Aizawa to worry. Aizawa glared at them, feeling the weight of the situation. Hoshiko remained silent, allowing the father and son to discuss their concerns. Nizu and Yamada were bound to arrive soon, as news traveled quickly. Aizawa's gaze intensified as he confronted Shoei, who began to feel anxious under his father's scrutiny. The thought of Aizawa doubting him and viewing you as a potential threat was mentally exhausting. Shoei's expression shifted from cold to soft and pained. He just wanted Aizawa to trust both him and you. He looked away, struggling to maintain eye contact as he confessed that he didn't want Aizawa to see you as dangerous or untrustworthy. You were his little sister, and he cared deeply for you. Aizawa's expression softened, but he couldn't ignore the reality of the situation. He didn't want to doubt either of you, but he knew he might have to act more like a hero than a father. He couldn't risk others being pulled into this because he wanted to feel like a good dad. He placed a comforting hand on Shoei's shoulder, urging him to share what was troubling him. Shoei broke down, hugging his father tightly as he explained the intense training they had undergone, which had been focused on using their quirks for survival. He described how their training had involved eliminating the number 1 hero and other heroes, and how some kids were compared to heroes and trained to surpass them. Aizawa listened intently, understanding why the kids had withheld information out of fear of being seen as enemies. Hoshiko added that she too had been compared to Aizawa, and he realized the weight of the situation. He hugged Shoei tightly, feeling a surge of concern for you and the traumas you had endured. No child should have to bear such burdens. Later, Nizu inquired if your cold state would persist whenever you saw All Might. Yamada suggested there might be a way to address the issue, but Tora interjected, emphasizing that it wouldn't be easy. Aizawa agreed, urging everyone to remain calm and avoid escalating tensions. As Shoei and Hoshiko sat by your bedside, they examined your features while the adults discussed the situation. Nizu asked if it would be best to keep All Might away from you, to which Aizawa agreed, wanting to prevent further complications. Yamada pointed out that you had seen All Might before and had even interacted with him, which led to a realization that you might not recognize him in his slimmer form. Nizu suggested that as long as you didn't recognize All Might in his other form, they could manage the situation. He instructed Yamada to inform All Might about what had happened and advised Aizawa to ease the concerns of the class without going into detail. As they left to carry out their tasks, Nizu wished the teens a good day before leaving them alone in the clinic during Recovery Girl's brief lunch break. Hoshiko turned to Shoei, questioning whether they should reveal that they also had their own triggers. Tora quickly interjected, shaking his head. He pointed out that the adults already viewed you as a threat, and they didn't want to be seen differently as well. They were already in a precarious position, especially with the cautious behavior of the adults. To what extent would they go to ensure nothing like that happens again? A thick silence enveloped the room, but Tora pressed on despite the evident discomfort of his companions. He pondered what might happen if their unknown triggers were discovered. Tora seemed to be taking this far too seriously, even keeping it from the adults. Perhaps it was because he, too, was secretly frightened by the unknown possibilities if the heroes learned about this, that it wasn't just one person involved. As for Hoshiko's hero costume, she had found designs on Pinterest that inspired her. She liked the idea of fitted clothing layered beneath baggy, flowy attire. She had a penchant for jackets. The fitted suit underneath was crafted from a strong material designed by the support course to make her movements lighter. However, since she wasn't fond of overly revealing outfits, she opted for yellow shorts and a jacket instead. The top was designed to be flowy and light, reflecting her bright personality. This style cleverly concealed smaller weapons like a small knife strapped to her leg or HRs under her jacket for tools such as gas or smoke bombs. Hoshiko also owned yellow-tinted shades given to her by Yamada, but she rarely wore them, fearing they might break in battle and injure her, as they were precious to her Yamada's first gift, much like Aizawa's cat plushie Tamachi. The first runner-up design was similar, but Hoshiko felt the pose and overall design lacked cohesion. She realized she had added too many details when simplicity could have sufficed. While she considered keeping the utility belt, she thought a harness around her torso would be a more unique choice. For the bodysuit, Hoshiko wanted to express her confidence without being overly flashy. The swimsuit-like design, popular among heroes to convey sexiness and confidence, didn't resonate with her. She believed a girl could showcase her confidence without resorting to such extremes. The shades, as mentioned, would remain unused since they were a cherished gift from Yamada. The second runner-up design frustrated her due to its bland color scheme of plain black and gray, lacking any undertones. The longer, baggier jacket felt mismatched, especially considering her teasing of Shoei for his baggy clothes, despite her own fashion choices. The design felt uninspired, and the leggings paired with a nearly bra-like top didn't capture Hoshiko's essence. As for Shoei, his design underwent minimal changes from the initial concept. He appreciated the final version, though he cringed at the anatomy and how awkward it appeared, a result of his art block. The initial design had more variations, which he wanted to incorporate, but he thought a fitted suit would offer a refreshing change from Aizawa's style. Shoei believed he would prefer the freedom of movement that a fitted outfit provided. He envisioned a jacket that would remain mostly unzipped for easy access to the HRs holding the blade handle for his energy-based weapons. After all, who wouldn't enjoy the sensation of a jacket flowing in the wind? In class, Shoei noticed Deku staring at him, raising an eyebrow in question. Deku quickly averted his gaze, trying to act as if nothing had happened. Shoei felt annoyance creeping in, especially since he sensed his seatmate and others had been watching him for quite some time. He understood their curiosity, given the recent incident where you attempted to confront All Might, and he had called out a code. Deku interrupted him, mentioning that you had tried to eliminate All Might. He clearly struggled to reconcile the image of you as a threat, especially since you were just a child. However, witnessing the aftermath of your display of power was unsettling. After the incident, Deku had checked on All Might, only to be horrified by the bruises covering his mentor's back, some dark and severe. Shoei's eyes widened slightly at Deku's words as he glanced around at the curious faces of their classmates. He disliked their incessant need to pry into others' lives, their desire to be involved in matters that were not theirs. Not everyone was open to discussing their problems, especially family issues. He furrowed his brow, wishing for the next teacher to arrive and start class, hoping to escape this uncomfortable situation. It was none of his business, that was all he could say. Bakugo growled as he turned to face Shoei, who stood behind him, and declared that it was their business. He accused the younger boy of wanting to harm All Might. Shoei attempted to defend himself, insisting that wasn't true, but Bakugo pressed on, demanding an explanation for what they had witnessed the previous day. A dense silence filled the room as everyone awaited a response from one of them. Hoshiko huffed and slammed her hands on the table, turning to Bakugo. She pointed out that Mr. Aizawa had already instructed them not to pry into the matter. She questioned Bakugu's stubbornness and urged him to let things settle before sticking his nose into their issues. Her finger pressed against his chest as she glared at him. Bakugu was both impressed and annoyed by Hoshiko's bravery as she held his gaze. She insisted that it was right for Mr. Aizawa to stop bringing the girl to class, especially given their current behavior. Bakugu clicked his tongue, his anger flaring as he muttered that the girl deserved it, suggesting she could be untrustworthy. Shoei clenched his fists, trying to maintain his composure in the tense atmosphere, especially since he was your sibling. Hoshiko, however, lacked his restraint. Her eyes widened as she turned to him, and his mocking smirk set her off. She lunged at him, gripping the collar of his uniform, her two-colored eyes glaring fiercely. She was ready to strike. But before she could, Shoei seized her arm. His calm voice cut through the tension, sending a chill through the room. It was not a warm tone, it was one that warned he was at his breaking point. Hoshiko glared at him and pulled her arm free, stepping away from Bakugu, who was curious to see how hard she could hit. Bakugu growled, and Shoei turned to him with a menacing glare, his bright blue eyes conveying that he could easily end the confrontation but chose not to. Bakugu scowled, reluctant to admit that both you and Shoei intimidated him, even slightly. They all returned to their seats just as Present Mike entered the classroom, greeting them with a cheerful, "Good morning." He tried to lighten the mood despite the palpable tension, eager to proceed with the English activity he had planned. Aizawa observed you and Tora sitting at his desk as usual. You listened to Tora chatter, but Aizawa could barely hear him from where he was. Vlad approached him, patting his shoulder and asking if he was all right. Aizawa snapped out of his thoughts and sighed heavily, expressing his worries about the situation and his concerns about doubting his students. Vlad urged him not to think that way, offering him a cup of coffee. He reminded Aizawa to have faith in his students, who, despite their difficult backgrounds, were good kids. Aizawa glanced at Vlad and then back at you, agreeing but feeling a lingering doubt. He sighed again before his phone buzzed in his pocket, a reminder to keep it close for any important calls. Answering, he recognized Night-Eye's voice on the other end, who had reviewed the file on Hoshiko and Shoei. Night-Eye expressed surprise at the revelation that Shoei's mother was Wine, Shirakumo, and Aizawa confirmed it, concerned about what the issue might be. Night-Eye explained that Shoei's mother had been one of his first interns turned sidekick, and he wanted to speak with Shoei to share more about her. Aizawa felt a pang of guilt for not telling Shoei enough about his mother, especially since he was one of the closest people to her. Night-Eye also requested to meet Hoshiko and you, expressing a desire to get to know the unique kids. As you entered the teacher's lounge, you hid behind Tora, feeling uneasy under the curious gazes of the faculty. Aizawa noticed and dismissed the teachers, telling them to leave you alone. Tora smirked at you, teasing that you were like a celebrity. You didn't understand the term, so you ignored him and approached Aizawa, who was still adjusting to his surroundings and had yet to meet all the other teachers. Tora joined you and Aizawa, asking what the plan was for the day. Aizawa instructed them to stay put while he worked, warning them not to cause any trouble. He offered Tora a chair beside you and gave both of you a gentle pat before heading to class, reminding Tora not to misbehave. An awkward silence settled between you and Tora as you waited for Aizawa to return. Tora huffed and leaned on Aizawa's desk, and you did the same, both of you resting your heads on your arms in a strange silence. Tora glanced at you as you closed your eyes. He noticed the scar on your left side and felt a pang of guilt, knowing he was the reason you had it. If only he could turn back time and change that moment, things might have been different. He sighed and began to drift off to sleep. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the silence, causing both of you to jump. Your eyes widened as a few items around the faculty began to shake. You instinctively placed your hands over your chest and turned to see who it was, looking visibly startled. Vlad frowned, realizing how loud he had been and how sensitive you were. He quickly apologized, bending down to your height and offering a small reassuring smile while some teachers looked around at the rattling objects. He whispered an apology and gently patted your head, not meaning to frighten you. Tora was equally surprised by the commotion. He looked at you, astonished by your reaction. While he knew you were strong, he hadn't expected such a response to a mere scare. You managed to stammer out that you had been frightened, a small pout forming on your face. Tora understood that you were young and had the innocent demeanor typical of children your age, but he was puzzled by how powerful your quirk could be. He felt relieved that you were with Aizawa, otherwise, you might have caused significant chaos. Yamada approached, pouting as well. He apologized to you and playfully squished your cheeks before patting your head. Turning to Tora, he flashed a smile and asked for his name. Tora, unimpressed, simply replied with his name. Yamada's enthusiasm didn't wane as he expressed surprise that Tora was so young yet advanced for his age. Tora explained that he was considered more advanced than most kids, possessing the mind of a 14-year-old despite his young age. Vlad chuckled nervously, calling it sweet before patting Tora's head and leaving to attend to his work. Tora growled, adjusting his hair and wondering why everyone felt the need to pat him. He looked at you, who offered him a small smile. Aizawa entered Nizu's office, where the principal sat on his desk. Nizu gestured for Aizawa to take a seat, and he did. Nizu wanted an update on the training camp plans. Aizawa began to explain that he had already contacted the area when Nizu interjected, wanting to discuss the incident involving All Might. Aizawa felt a twinge of concern, knowing that All Might had sustained some injuries during your outburst. Nizu asked about your well-being, and Aizawa reported that you were all right but still skittish. He noted that you were adjusting to his class and learning quickly. Nizu nodded, and an awkward silence fell between them, leaving Aizawa anxious about Nizu's thoughts on your earlier incident. Nizu then inquired about your quirk and whether Aizawa had attempted to train you. Aizawa admitted he hadn't been sure if he was allowed to, concerned that training you might feel like pressure. He cared about your feelings and didn't want to stress you, especially considering the destructive nature of your quirk. Nizu chuckled, reminding Aizawa that he was indeed allowed to train you. He believed it would be beneficial for everyone involved, acknowledging the power of your quirk for someone your age. Aizawa nodded in agreement before they shifted the conversation back to the training camp. Shoei walked through the halls toward the private lounge, hoping to find you with Yamada. Upon opening the door, he was met with Midoriya and a scrawny Toshinori Yagi, the latter looking nothing like the hero everyone knew. Midoriya was unsure how to react to Shoei's presence with Yagi. Shoei, unfazed, asked Yagi if he knew where Mr. Yamada was. The tension in the room was palpable, but Shoei seemed oblivious. He pressed on, asking if Yamada was in the faculty or class, needing to speak with him. Yagi, surprised, asked if Shoei knew who he was. Shoei confirmed that he did and reiterated his need to find Yamada. Midoriya, confused and worried, questioned how Shoei recognized Yagi as All Might. Shoei raised an eyebrow, resembling Aizawa in his demeanor, and sighed. He explained that it was a long story, his cold gaze making both Midoriya and Yagi shiver. He asked once more where Mr. Yamada was, receiving confirmation that he was in the faculty. Shoei thanked them and left quickly, eager to find you. The two boys exchanged bewildered glances, pondering how Shoei had known the truth about Yagi. Shoei asked his dad if you were going to start your training as they enjoyed lunch together in the private lounge. It was just you, Shoei, and Aizawa sharing a meal. Aizawa nodded while observing you eat the lunch he had prepared with care for both you and Shoei. He explained that according to Nizu, it was best for you to begin with the basics to get a feel for your quirk, especially after what had happened with All Might. It was important for you to gain control over it. Shoei nodded, munching on his food while glancing at you. You looked between them as you ate, aware that they assumed your youth meant you wouldn't understand their conversation. However, you were quite perceptive and grasped the essence of their discussion. You understood their concerns, even if some vocabulary was still new to you. You didn't like the idea of training, it felt daunting. But deep down, you recognized its necessity. You were aware of your potential to cause harm, and you didn't want to be seen as dangerous anymore. If training could help you control your abilities, perhaps it was worth pursuing. Aizawa waved a hand in front of you, his warm brown eyes filled with concern. He asked if you were okay and what was on your mind. He gently pushed your hair back to better see your face. You felt his rough hands on your soft skin and looked at him, knowing he was there to help you manage your powers. Aizawa was not your enemy. You had sensed that from the moment he entered the interrogation room, his sympathetic gaze assuring you of his intentions. You leaned into his touch, feeling comforted as your small hands grasped his larger one. Aizawa's soft voice calmed you, providing reassurance even in your most anxious moments. You murmured about training, your voice barely above a whisper, filled with uncertainty. You were aware that training often involved challenges and pressure. Would your training with him be painful? Would it instill fear? Aizawa shook his head, realizing he might have worried you. He assured you that you wouldn't get hurt under his watch. Tora approached, having finally escaped from the Yamadas, and questioned the purpose of training if it didn't involve some level of discomfort. Aizawa shot him a small glare, knowing Tora was quite outspoken. Shoei teased Tora, insisting that training didn't have to be painful, just tiring. Tora growled in response, frustrated by the nickname he had been given. Aizawa intervened, warning them to watch their language, and the three fell silent, returning to their meals. He turned to you, reminding everyone that training didn't have to be exhausting or painful. In the nearly empty gym, you stood surrounded by a few scattered objects, just you and Aizawa. He smiled at you and knelt down to your level, placing a hand on your shoulder. He encouraged you not to be afraid, explaining that the task was simple. He pointed to some items and instructed you to move them to a nearby room using your quirk. You nodded and approached the items. Aizawa encouraged you to try, knowing you had the ability but unsure if you were ready. With your tiny hand outstretched, you focused on a volleyball on the floor. A faint glow surrounded it as markings appeared on your arm, and the ball floated up. You looked at Aizawa for approval. He praised your effort, instructing you to place the ball in a blue basket nearby. You followed his guidance and successfully dropped it in. Aizawa encouraged you to try moving 2 ball this time, and you concentrated on the task, determined to finish quickly. To Aizawa's surprise, you lifted all the scattered volleyballs and placed them in the basket with ease. Your innocent eyes awaited further instructions. He chuckled, impressed by your progress, and pointed out 2 poles connected by a net, asking you to bring them in carefully. As you both walked toward the storage room, Aizawa wondered if he was pushing you too hard, but you seemed undeterred. You focused on the tangled net and poles, attempting to untangle them as he had requested, quietly repeating the word to yourself as you concentrated on the task. This time, both arms were used as if holding 2 poles, trying to untangle the net. Aizawa observed closely and gently placed his hands over yours, guiding you in the movement. He encouraged you to take your time, reminding you not to rush. Together, you worked on the net, and he smiled warmly, gesturing toward the storage room for you to place it carefully. Your training continued as you cleaned up the gym, which Aizawa had intentionally left messy for you. It wasn't too difficult. There was just a slight heaviness and energy flowing through you as you moved things around. A faint glow covered your arms, and your eyes flickered from red to a different hue from time to time. Aizawa had insisted you change into more athletic clothing instead of your usual baggy turtlenecks. As time passed and he assigned you more tasks, you began to feel warmth in your body, and soon, you were sweating. He checked on you, noticing the droplets of sweat on your face. You wore leggings and a long-sleeve shirt, determined to keep your scars hidden. Looking into his eyes, you wanted to make him proud, to show him he could trust you as you had learned to trust him. So, you nodded, affirming that you were all right. You whispered that you were okay, glancing around the now tidy gym. Aizawa chuckled and confirmed that your work for the day was complete. He smiled at you, crouching down to your level and patting your head, praising your efforts. Hearing him say you did well filled your chest with warmth. You had made him proud. He stood up and offered his hand for you to hold, suggesting it was time to change and go home. You hesitated, asking about training. He reassured you that you were done for the day, and when you expressed surprise, he confirmed it was finished. He noticed your tired expression and rosy cheeks, promising that training would continue tomorrow. Thus, your training journey began. Aizawa never pushed you to your limits like he did with his students. Instead, he gradually increased your training, instructing the students to leave a mess for you to clean with your quirk. This way, you wouldn't notice the changes or the growing amount of work you had to do. He planned to subtly train you and intended to let you join his class during their training camp in 2 weeks. Aizawa shifted in his sleep, but you found a way to reach for his face. His facial hair felt strange yet fascinating to touch, and like any curious child, you wanted to explore. He muttered for you to let him sleep, feeling you leaning against him. He turned away to check the time on his phone, wondering why you were awake so early on a Saturday. He laid on his stomach, trying to drift back to sleep while you attempted to stand on the bed. As you took a step forward, the softness of the mattress caused you to lose your balance. Just as you began to fall, Aizawa quickly grabbed your foot, his eyes widening in surprise at the close call. He pulled you into a protective embrace as you squirmed, noting that you were becoming more energetic, especially when playing with Shoei or Hoshiko. After a while, Aizawa found it impossible to sleep and decided to scroll through his phone. He noticed an email from Night Eye that he had missed. It was a request to meet regarding the children, particularly concerning Kashikawa Usagi, who seemed to be at the center of some matters. Sighing, Aizawa sat up and called Night Eye to see if he was available that day. Night Eye's voice was as monotone as ever, expressing surprise at Aizawa being awake so early. Aizawa chuckled, apologizing for not seeing the email sooner. Night Eye offered to meet at his agency if Aizawa wasn't busy, mentioning he would be in his office all day. Aizawa stretched carefully, trying not to wake you, and moved to the living room to think about his response. He considered bringing the kids later that day and asked if Night Eye wanted to meet just the two of them or if he would like to include Hoshiko and Tora as well. Night Eye seemed intrigued by the mention of Tora, expressing interest in meeting them all. Aizawa nodded, acknowledging the request to finish up his work. He placed his phone on his pink jogging pants and surveyed the bright, inviting living room filled with natural light. Most people would never expect him to decorate with pictures or have plants, but that was a side of him only known to those close to him. He moved to the kitchen, opened several cans of cat food, and filled each cat's bowl. As he patted the cats, Loud Cloud was the only one to respond with a loud meow. Aizawa chuckled and retrieved his iPad, setting it up in the kitchen. The kids were fast asleep, and he found it unfair that they had fallen asleep right after nearly giving him a heart attack an hour earlier. While they slept, he decided to prepare a meal. He donned his pink pusheen apron and began searching for a recipe. With a small, content smile, Aizawa followed the cooking video, moving swiftly around the kitchen as he worked. Tora woke up and wandered into the living room to see what Aizawa was doing. He watched the man cook with a serious demeanor, taking a seat on the couch and absorbing the calm atmosphere. It was a stark contrast to the League and his previous home, much more breathable and pleasant. Tora's blue eyes were fixed on Aizawa, who had been nothing but kind to him, despite knowing what Tora had done to you and Shoei and Hosu, and perhaps even in the lab. It felt strange to him that people like you could trust so easily. Maybe it was because you had never experienced the kind of pain he had endured. Aizawa's soft gaze from the kitchen broke Tora's thoughts as he offered to let him help. Tora shrugged and joined in. As Shoei entered the kitchen, Aizawa noticed him grabbing his metallic coffee container from the previous day. He commented on the importance of not having cold brew on an empty stomach and questioned when Shoei had started drinking coffee. Shoei waved him off and took a seat at the dining table, watching Aizawa chop vegetables while Tora stirred the ingredients in the pan. You entered the living room, hair tousled and eyes still sleepy, taking a seat beside Shoei to watch the cooking process. After helping Shoei set the table, you settled into your chair, eagerly waiting for Tora to bring in the breakfast he and Aizawa had prepared. Aizawa and Shoei sat on either side of you, while Tora took a seat across from you. The food was served and the boys dug in. Aizawa helped you with your meal, and you mimicked him by placing your hands together in gratitude before saying a traditional phrase of thanks. Aizawa received a call from Night Eye, who wanted to discuss a possible internship for the two teens. It had been a week since the call, and Aizawa felt a mix of emotions. Was it jealousy that his child was being offered an internship with such a renowned agency, or was it worry about what Night Eye might discuss with you kids and how it could affect you? Regardless, he and Yamada prepared to drive you four to the famous hero's agency. Aizawa turned to see Shoei chugging down his coffee and quickly reminded him that it wasn't healthy. Shoei pouted as Hoshiko and Tora chuckled at the situation. Aizawa inquired about how many cups Shoei had consumed, noting that he hadn't eaten yet. Shoei insisted it was only 2, But Hoshiko pointed out the discarded cups in the trash, revealing it was actually 4. Aizawa sighed, lamenting the lounge's excellent coffee machine. He called out to Hizashi, who quickly packed up his desk and bag before nodding with a sheepish smile. They were ready to go. Hoshiko noticed Shoei's glasses and teased him about wearing them, to which he rolled his eyes and explained they were reading glasses. As the car ride to Nightai's agency began, the atmosphere was lively with Shoei and Hoshiko bickering in the back seat. Yamada chuckled at their antics and glanced at Aizawa, reminiscing about their own youthful days. He pulled out a small Polaroid picture of the two of them in their UA uniforms, looking a bit worse for wear. After the interview, Hoshiko giggled as everyone agreed it had gone well. Yamada noticed you holding an All Might plush and pointed it out. You nodded and smiled, explaining that Night Eye had given it to you as a gift. Although you weren't particularly fond of All Might, Night Eye seemed genuinely nice, and Aizawa trusted him enough to leave the 4 of you in his care. Despite your reservations about All Might, the plush didn't quite resemble him. It was just a fluffy toy with a similar color scheme and a big smile, nothing like the big, buff hero. You smiled to yourself as you hugged it, recalling your conversations after the interview while waiting for them to pick you up. Hoshiko had asked about your enthusiasm for All Might, teasingly wondering if you were a fanboy like Midoriya. Night Eye chuckled, acknowledging that he was indeed a fan. When you hesitantly asked why he liked All Might, he explained that the hero had given him hope and accepted him as a sidekick despite the limitations of his quirk. He smiled warmly, reminiscing about those years, and added that All Might was a beacon of hope, even with his flaws. Night Eye then looked down at you, mentioning that he had heard you didn't like All Might and that you had even tried to eliminate him. Ashamed, you looked away, apologizing and recalling the times you felt scared of All Might. You explained that he had hurt you, referring to an incident in the lab. Night Eye was surprised to hear this and realized it was related to the lab's events rather than All Might's character. He reassured you that All Might was a good person, just like Eraser, and that he had a kind heart beneath his intimidating appearance. He gently tapped your chest, saying you both shared a pure heart and made mistakes, but that didn't mean you couldn't be forgiven. Night Eye then reached for the All Might plushie on his desk, hoping you would like it even a little. He handed it to you, explaining that people wouldn't make toys of him if they didn't like him. He encouraged you to consider saying sorry the next time you saw All Might, hoping to help you overcome your fear. You nodded, slowly taking the toy and examining it. Night Eye smiled, then turned to the others, distributing All Might-related merchandise. Hoshiko chose earphone accessories, Shoei picked a keychain, and Tora selected a hoodie. Aizawa commented that now they knew where to go for free All Might merchandise, and although he didn't sound it, he was pleased that Night Eye was helping you see All Might in a different light. It was a lazy afternoon for the kids, though not for you. Aizawa had given you an important task of helping him check his papers. You sat on his lap, holding a red pen as he read aloud the statements for you to mark. When he confirmed another statement was correct, you cutely checked it off, trying to perfect your mark. Suddenly, Aizawa received a text from Yamada, informing him that Hoshiko was coming over. He turned to Shoei, who had been sitting on the floor, leaning against Tora in his big tiger form, and asked him to prepare some food for her. Shoei, lost in thought, sighed and replied that she could starve for all he cared. Aizawa chuckled, using his fatherly tone to encourage him. Shoei eventually smiled and got up to head to the kitchen to prepare something for Hoshiko. When Hoshiko arrived, her loud, cheerful voice filled the room, and you jumped a little, finding it cute. She dramatically posed, announcing her arrival. Aizawa greeted her nonchalantly, unfazed by her antics. Hoshiko walked over to you, affectionately squishing your cheek before teasing Tora about his tiger form. She joked about preferring a black panther over a tiger, giggling at Aizawa's unamused expression. As Aizawa moved on to another paper, the pace was slower than when he worked alone, but he enjoyed this quality time with you. You leaned against him, gazing up at his tired eyes, which looked different with his reading glasses on. Meanwhile, Hoshiko and Shoei were exploring the dusty storage room out of boredom. Shoei joined her as they discovered a box filled with pictures. They looked through them, finding a silhouette of a girl standing against a beautiful night sky. Shoei muttered in surprise, wondering if one of the pictures was of their mother, as they continued to sift through the faceless images, noting the girl's silverish hair with colored tips. As they looked through the pictures, some had little notes written on them, the handwriting a bit too feminine for Aizawa. Hoshiko excitedly pointed out one photo of Aizawa with a girl. The girl's face was obscured by her hoodie, but Aizawa's expression was clear. He wasn't looking at the camera but rather at the girl beside him, his expression soft as he leaned in close. It was a tender moment that felt quite romantic. Hoshiko giggled, commenting on how cute it was, noting the caption, "Third-year training camp, credits to Hisashi Yamada." Shoei examined the picture, noticing how Aizawa appeared both different and the same. While he still had his usual serious demeanor, there was a brightness in his eyes that Shoei found hard to articulate. Hoshiko sighed, reflecting on the coincidence of Aizawa being connected to her mother, a woman she barely remembered. Shoei, lost in thought about the photo and its sweetness, nodded in agreement. Hoshiko then picked up another photo, her eyes widening in surprise as she leaned closer. Shoei followed her gaze and saw a picture where her face was visible. Hoshiko smiled, commenting on how pretty Shoei's mother looked. Shoei noted the resemblance between her and YN, pondering if that was why Uncle Sho had chosen the name. Aizawa was busy recording grades on his laptop, with Tora sleeping nearby in his large tiger form. He stretched but paused when he felt the weight of YN asleep on his lap. His heart swelled at her cuteness, and he decided it was time for a nap. He carefully carried her to his room but stopped at the sight of the open storage room door. It was unusually quiet, especially with Hoshiko around, so he approached to find them surrounded by scattered Polaroid pictures. Aizawa's eyes widened at the sight of the old photos. Hoshiko laughed, showing Shoei one of the pictures, and they both chuckled at the sight of Aizawa holding Y in his arms, his quirk activated, wearing a mock, disappointed dad expression. He held back his voice to avoid waking YN as he asked what they were doing. Shoei casually replied that they were looking through pictures and questioned why Aizawa had hidden them. Aizawa looked away, admitting that it was difficult to display them since YN had been gone for years. He had kept them tucked away, perhaps forgetting they existed. The two kids exchanged apologetic glances, and Aizawa reassured them it was fine, encouraging them to bring the pictures out for display. He tucked Ting in on his bed, taking a moment to admire her peaceful sleep. Her well-being, along with Shoei's, was important to him, and he wanted to keep them both happy and safe. Hoshiko and Shoei entered the room with the box of pictures, suggesting they do it there since Tora was taking up space in the living room. They settled in and began sifting through the photos with Aizawa, discussing which ones would be best for his mini library. As they looked through the pictures, Shoei asked if the upcoming training camp would be in the same location as the one in the photo. Aizawa shook his head, explaining that the training camp would be in a different, undisclosed area to prevent any incidents. He reminisced about the previous camp, describing how it had more rooms and allowed for personalization, recalling how YN had brought lights and snacks. He chuckled at the memory, adding that while YN had brought many things, she had forgotten her sleeping bag, leading to them having to share. Hoshiko perked up, surprised that boys and girls were allowed to sleep together. Aizawa clarified that during that time, it wasn't considered a big deal, but he firmly stated that such arrangements would not be permitted now, especially with Mineta around. Hoshiko then spotted a photo of Aizawa and Hisashi holding guitars, looking like they were enjoying a picnic. Aizawa nodded, sharing that he played while Shoei's father did most of the singing. He handed Shoei a picture of his mother with a microphone, revealing that she had sung as well. Hoshiko marveled at the sight before her. She commented on how pretty Aizawa's mother was and then curiously asked him how he managed to win her heart. Aizawa rolled his eyes, finding her question amusing. He explained that she was his best friend's little sister, and they had spent a lot of time together. Hoshiko teased him about falling for his best friend's sister, prompting Aizawa to reveal that their feelings were mutual and that they eventually decided to make their relationship official. Hoshiko nodded in amusement, a teasing smile on her face, while Shoei was simply happy to hear about it. After a brief silence, Hoshiko broke the tension, asking Aizawa if dating his mother made him an ex-boyfriend since she had passed away. Aizawa shrugged, not fully grasping her point, and Hoshiko turned to Shoei with a serious expression, questioning if it felt strange living with his mother's ex-boyfriend. Aizawa dismissed her comment playfully. Later, Hoshiko stumbled upon an old picture that made her hold back laughter. Shoei leaned in to see it, and they both erupted into silent giggles, shaking with laughter on the floor. Aizawa, who was sorting through more pictures, asked what was so funny. Hoshiko revealed the picture, and Aizawa's face turned bright red upon seeing it. It was a particularly embarrassing photo of him, and the two friends laughed uncontrollably, unable to contain their amusement. Aizawa insisted that the picture should be destroyed, declaring that such a memory should never be remembered. The scene around them was chaotic, filled with debris and uneven ground. People were fighting fiercely, but it felt distant and disconnected. In the midst of the turmoil, a blinding light shone down from a hole above, revealing more chaos outside. The atmosphere was filled with confusion and destruction, and the weight of Aizawa's wings pressed heavily against him, urging him to take action. Despite the pain in his body and the turmoil in his mind, he felt compelled to move. Suddenly, a warm hand rested on his shoulder, and he opened his eyes to find Aizawa in his hero attire, smiling gently. He encouraged Aizawa to wake up and get ready, mentioning the need to arrive before the students. Aizawa carried him out of the bedroom, where Shoei and Tora were still groggy on the couch. Shoei complained about the early hour, expressing his frustration at being woken up. Aizawa helped Aizawa settle into the shower while he prepared for the day. He playfully flicked Tora's ear, who had fallen asleep beside Shoei. Aizawa explained the importance of arriving early to finish preparations for the training camp. Shoei protested, claiming he was a student too and could catch up later, but Aizawa insisted he needed to be ready. After helping Aizawa get dressed and dry his hair, Aizawa called to Shoei, startling him into action. He carried Aizawa out of the room and instructed both him and Tora to put on their shoes. Aizawa then apologized to Kaneko, the cat-sitter, for the early morning wake-up call, expressing his trust in her to care for the cats while they were away. Kaneko smiled sleepily and asked how long they would be gone, to which Aizawa replied that it would be 3 weeks at most. "You don't have to do much, just feed the cats, clean their trays, and maybe even bathe them if necessary." She giggled, acknowledging the task. He expressed his gratitude once more, feeling his phone buzz with a message from Yamada. They were about to leave, and he reminded them to take care and stay safe. As she watched them depart with bags filled with clothes and supplies, her smile faded when she caught sight of the young tiger passing by. His blue eyes briefly met her amber ones before he turned away to follow Shoei. You stepped out of the apartment building, holding onto Aizawa's large hand. You spotted Yamada waving, but instead of his old gray car, he was driving a white minibus. Aizawa placed your belongings in the back before climbing into the passenger seat with you in his lap. Hoshiko, sitting at the front with her hair in a messy bun, greeted them sleepily, commenting on the early morning and the challenges of having dads who were teachers. Yamada shot her an annoyed look, but Aizawa interrupted, urging them to get moving as he still needed to finalize details at the faculty. Upon arrival, the two teens fell asleep in the minibus while Yamada stayed behind. Yu and Tora followed Aizawa into UA. It felt strange to see the lights on in the building with no students around. The large windows showing the dark sky added to the eerie atmosphere. Aizawa instructed you both to stay put while he headed to the principal's office. He had been busy ensuring everything was ready, working alongside Vlad and Nizu to prepare for the upcoming training camp, which was meant to be a secret to most. Yamada and Snipe were the drivers, only given the route to the camp, which was a long drive, hence the early start. Nizu informed Aizawa that students would arrive by 4 a.m. As you and Tora sat there, you took in the empty desks around you, feeling a newfound respect for Aizawa and his dedication to his students. He had been tirelessly arranging everything with Vlad and Nizu, hoping to prevent any incidents like the one at USJ. Vlad announced that the Pussycats would be joining them, questioning whether it was wise not to bring All Might. Nizu explained that you would be coming along, and they wanted to avoid stressing you out. Tora and you exchanged glances, aware of the underlying tension. Vlad raised a valid point about not allowing one child to dictate the situation, but Nisa countered that bringing all might posed risks to both him and the students, as his presence could attract villains. As the training camp began, Vlad waved at Aizawa, who had just arrived with you and Tora. He inquired about the rest of Aizawa's class, to which Tora shrugged, mentioning that Aizawa had dropped them off in the middle of the forest. Aizawa winced at the phrasing. Class 1B silently expressed their relief that Aizawa wasn't their homeroom teacher, while Vlad looked concerned. Aizawa insisted that it wasn't too late for the students to learn some survival skills. He gestured for the pussycats to introduce themselves to Class B. You watched in awe as they struck dramatic poses, your fluffy white tail wagging with excitement, though you felt too shy to approach them. Tora stood beside you, feeling a mix of curiosity and disappointment. He was a cat too, so why didn't you seem as amazed by him? He didn't particularly like the pussycats, especially Tiger, whom he viewed as a mockery of his kind. When the pussycats left to help with the students' baggage, Class 1B noticed you and Tora hiding behind Aizawa. Vlad smirked at their reactions, then turned to you, his buddy. He was a big, strong guy who loved your cuddles. He encouraged the students to gather their things and head to their rooms before walking over to you. He affectionately patted your head as you wagged your tail, which made you even cuter in his eyes. Vlad picked you up, ignoring Aizawa's watchful gaze. He was excited to introduce you to his class, and you didn't mind being carried away from Aizawa. You looked over at a teen with silver hair and unusual eyelashes, who reminded you of someone else you knew. He grinned at you, accompanied by a ginger-haired girl and a blonde boy. You pointed at the silver-haired boy, recalling the name Tetsu Tetsu. He reminded you of Eijiro Kirishima, and you affectionately called him since he had asked you to. When Tetsu Tetsu showcased his quirk, you couldn't help but think of Kirishima. The silver-haired boy tilted his head, introducing himself as Tetsu 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 Tetsu, showing off his sharp teeth. You remembered how you used to be afraid of Kirishima because of his spiky hair and teeth. The color reminded you so much of Akane, and the sharpness of the teeth didn't help at all. You used to steer clear of him and others you didn't like. You usually clung to either Shoei or Bakugu, as Hoshiko was a bit too loud and energetic for you to keep up with. Since Shoei often napped, you found yourself sticking closer to Bakugu in the classroom. Being friends with Kirishima helped you get past your initial fear of Bakugu after a few words of reassurance from both Aizawa and Bakugu. You turned to Vlad, feeling a bit confused by his name. The teens around you awed as Tetsu Tetsu dramatically declared that if someone as adorable as you named him, he would embrace any name you gave him, smiling happily at your little nickname. The ginger-haired girl introduced herself as Kendo, her smile encouraging you as you slowly muttered her name. Monoma, the blonde, gave you a strange smile, prompting you to glance at Vlad. He assured you that Monoma was really like that while he walked with you in his arms, Aizawa watching from a distance, more concerned about you than Tora hissing at Tiger. Tora hissed, clinging to Aizawa as he backed away from the curious, muscled Tiger. The big fellow just wanted to get to know the kid, as they were technically alike. Aizawa muttered for Tora to calm down, observing how he resembled an agitated cat with his hair standing up and tail all fluffed. He looked at Tiger, who stood still, and suggested giving Tora some space for now, planning to try again later. Aizawa sighed and turned to you, who had been standing by the door to the outside where the pussycats were. You seemed fascinated by them but hesitant to approach. You weren't great at walking up to people on your own. You preferred others to introduce you to their friends. Some you liked, and some you didn't. You watched the pussycats discuss how they would train the students, wanting to say hi but feeling stopped by the sight of Koda. His sharp eyes reminded you of Tora's back in the lab. Those cold, piercing eyes held a hint of something darker, a spark of hatred that worried you. It wasn't just directed at you, it seemed to be aimed at almost everyone, even his aunt. Standing by the door, you observed Koda among the heroes, gazing at the vast training field. Aizawa approached, catching you off guard. He encouraged you to talk to them, assuring you they wouldn't hurt you. You pointed at Koda, wary of what he could do, especially with those sharp eyes. Aizawa reassured you again, unable to control how people, especially kids like you, Tora and Koda, acted. He smiled at you, hoping to ease your apprehension, but those cold eyes still haunted your thoughts, reminding you of someone you knew. Pixie Bob commented on how quickly you and Aizawa arrived at the entrance, where you saw who you expected. Hoshiko waved tiredly at Uncle Sho, who walked behind her. They both looked worn out but managed to smile. Pixie Bob expressed her amazement that they had broken past her creatures, mentioning how she had to exert extra effort to rebuild them for your class. Tiger commented on their early arrival, calling it impressive. The two collapsed in front of you, sweaty and exhausted, but they smiled as you waited for the rest to join. Dinner was lively, with kids eating hungrily like wild animals. You sat with the teachers in the lounge, noticing Kota skipping his meal and leaving. You also saw Tora leaving after finishing up early, and you munched on your food, curious about what the two were up to. Your father munched on his food, casting an annoyed glance at the noisy students. You jumped slightly when they made even more noise. The pussycats found you adorable, just like everyone else did. Ragdoll giggled, commenting on your cuteness, and your tail wagged at her smile. Vlad chuckled, mentioning how Shoei looked just like you, and they all laughed while you sat there, curious but not feeling the need to join in the conversation. Ragdoll pointed out Shoei approaching, asking if that was him. He stopped in front of the teachers, asking if he could sit with them for the rest of the meal. Aizawa furrowed his brows, ignoring the pussycat's giggles, and asked why. Shoei complained about Hoshiko and Kaminari's antics, but Aizawa insisted he return to his classmates, explaining that he needed to learn to deal with them. Shoei sighed and returned to the noisy table filled with energetic students, while the teachers watched him settle back in. Kirishima noticed Shoei getting up from the public bath, grabbing a towel, and expressed disappointment that he was leaving so soon. Shoei muttered as he dried himself and walked out, leaving the rest of the boys watching him go. Deku observed Shoei, the youngest in class, and noticed the scars that marked his body. Aizawa had vaguely informed them about how Hoshiko and Shoei had entered the hero class, hinting at a rough past without going into details. The class listened intently, curious about their new classmates, but some felt it was unfair that UA would admit two random kids just because of their background. Aizawa reassured them that they would be tested, just like everyone else, to determine if they would be placed in the hero course. If not, then they would be placed in general studies. There were murmurs about it, slightly satisfying them. Most of the boys watched as Shoei left the room, their eyes on his bare back, which bore many scars. Kirishima pouted a bit, observing the youngest male in class exit the public bath. He reflected on Mr. Aizawa's words about their involvement in serious matters, guessing it wasn't something trivial. He glanced over at Deku, who was among those who had been watching Shoei. Kirishima noted that Shoei had a lot of scars, perhaps even more than Deku. Deku nodded, always curious about Shoei. He had taken note of his other classmates' abilities, but Shoei was surprisingly secretive. Each time Deku had the chance to see Shoei in action, he sensed that Shoei was hiding something, as if he was intentionally keeping his other skills under wraps. As far as Deku knew, Shoei could generate energy-based blades and erase quirks. It seemed straightforward, yet every time Shoei faced someone in class or even his father, he revealed a new trick. Deku lingered on the memory of Shoei's scars. With his keen observation, he had noticed the scars on Shoei's wrists and felt that some of them might not have been inflicted by others. He leaned against one of the edges, deep in thought. Shoei may have been secretive, but with 3 weeks of training camp ahead, Deku was bound to see more of Shoei's skills. Aizawa called out to his son as he entered the changing room, asking if he had found his shirt. He watched Shoei shrug and change into his sleepwear, a white long-sleeve shirt and pajama bottoms adorned with a cat design. Aizawa sighed and opted for his extra shirt instead of the long sleeve he had planned to wear that night. He packed up and stepped out to look for you. In the living room, the girls were giggling, excitedly suggesting taking a picture. The pussycats seemed to be enjoying it as well. Aizawa furrowed his brows and approached Vlad, who was watching the scene with amusement. He turned to see what all the commotion was about and felt a mix of surprise and warmth at the sight before him. There you were, smiling in his long-sleeve shirt and scarf, clearly happy to be among his class, waddling around and trying to keep the sleeves up. You called out to him, running over and hugging his leg, giggling with joy. Aizawa chuckled and picked you up, allowing you to snuggle against him. The class watched in awe, captivated by the moment, but Aizawa was focused solely on you. He smiled and kissed your cheek, playfully accusing you of stealing his things. The class would surely remember the sweet smile their sensei wore for you. You seemed to be settling in well at the training camp, and Aizawa hoped he wouldn't have to worry too much about your training. The next morning, Aizawa sighed as you clung to his scarf, finding it cozy despite its size. The class watched in amusement as they prepared for the day, finding it entertaining how you hugged the scarf like a plush toy, pouting and shaking your head when he asked for it back. He tried to reason with you, suggesting they could share it. You tilted your head, considering the idea. Eventually, you found yourself sitting on your father's shoulders, wrapped in the scarf while he wore it too. Aizawa was supervising, keeping a distance from the training students as the pussycats took charge. Aizawa groaned, feeling the heat from your presence and the scarf. He removed it from both of you and dropped it to the ground, holding your small hands as you watched the students train to become. He felt your tail wagging, pleased that you were happy. He had expected you to be more nervous in such an environment, but you were surprisingly calm. You leaned against his head, calling out to him. Aizawa acknowledged you, and your gaze fell on Midoriya, who stood there nervously. Aizawa's expression shifted to his usual serious demeanor as he regarded Midoriya with an unamused look. Midoriya stammered, asking if All Might would be present, prompting Aizawa to roll his eyes at the familiar fanboy questions. After explaining to Midoriya why All Might couldn't attend, the boy left, leaving Aizawa to stretch and relieve the tension in his neck. He tied his hair into a messy bun and looked down at you, who was playing with the scarf. Suddenly, he noticed the scarf moving as if it had a life of its own, flowing through the air. You looked up at him innocently, and he marveled at how you had seemingly mastered the capture weapon without even trying. Now he was eager to start your training again. Each student had their own way of training, and today's goal was to test their quirk endurance. Hoshiko was working on amplifying and reducing the sound she could hear, practicing on a hill where she would scream, testing her control over the radio waves and her hearing. Meanwhile, Shoei sparred with several classmates, showcasing his impressive abilities. He practiced his hand-to-hand combat, integrating his quirk into the mix. This allowed him to test how quickly he could generate energy-based weapons and explore the variety of weapons he could create beyond energy blades. Another reason for being paired with different students was to identify which quirk types were easier to nullify. He had learned that emitter quirks were the easiest to counter, while transformation and mutation quirks were more challenging to erase, as they involved stopping the energy flow within a person's body, which hindered their ability to use their quirks. Although Aizawa hadn't instructed any of the other teachers to train either him or Tora, the Tiger Boy was engaged in a one-on-one session with Pixie Bob. She was testing his control over the elements, and it became clear that he struggled to manage them compared to others. In his tiger form, his control was even less effective. Meanwhile, he was with Aizawa, a little distance away from the rest of the group to avoid distracting the other students. They stood together in the forest, where Aizawa aimed to assess the magnitude of his control over the environment and identify any potential weaknesses or limits. So far, it seemed he could only use his emitter quirk or his mutations, but not both simultaneously. However, during certain stressful events, he had managed to unleash both his mutations and his destructive quirk. Aizawa reassured him, standing beside him and emphasizing that they were far from others, ensuring he wouldn't hurt anyone. He took a deep breath, feeling the surge of power within him. The ground trembled slightly, and small rocks began to levitate. Aizawa wanted to gauge how far he could push his limits without losing control, needing to understand the extent of his power for safety reasons. As a hero, he had to be prepared with a contingency plan. He noticed his hair starting to defy gravity, a faint glow surrounding him, and his eyes flickering to crimson. He was trying just as Aizawa wanted him to. Yet, it seemed he was holding back, ensuring his power didn't overflow. Aizawa encouraged him to push further, reminding him that he could do it. A hazy memory surfaced, a familiar voice assuring him that it wasn't as painful or frightening as it seemed. As he focused, the ground cracked, and larger rocks began to float. The vibrations intensified, making Aizawa wonder if the others could feel it. He was still in control, but Aizawa urged him to unleash more of his power. The memory of bright yellow eyes stared back at him as he let his power flow, trying to grasp it fully. He remembered feeling fear, but a reassuring squeeze of his hand brought him back to those bright eyes, calming some of his worries. He was reminded of K.T.13, who had comforted him in a similar situation. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face, floating like everything else around him. He delved deeper into his thoughts, memories of the lab and the people he had known flashing before him, overwhelming him with emotions that wouldn't fade. Aizawa gently patted him, noticing the smaller trees beginning to break and float along with the ground. He urged him to stop, scanning the area to assess the situation. When he looked down, he saw him with a blank expression, his pupils resembling slits, like a cat's when threatened. The boy with bright yellow eyes reassured him, smiling despite the chaos behind them, which they both knew would lead to consequences. Suddenly, he awoke, finding Aizawa asleep beside him. His small hand rested under Aizawa's head, as if he had dozed off while he examined his face. He traced the scar beneath Aizawa's right eye, reflecting on another dream from the lab. Recent events filled him with worry, not just for himself but for his family, especially Aizawa, who constantly placed himself in danger to save others, including him. That was the life of a hero, wasn't it? Sitting up, he rubbed his eyes to adjust to the darkness. Aizawa's muscular arm lay across his lap as he slept soundly, like everyone else. For some reason, he found himself awake at such an early hour. The sun had yet to rise, and you found yourself wide awake. It could have been Aizawa's tight embrace or the stuffiness of the shared yellow sleeping bag, but either way, sleep had escaped you. The room was spacious enough to accommodate the entire first-year hero course, with the girls on one side and the boys on the other, separated by a thin wooden wall. You and Aizawa were near the door in the girls' area while Vlad was stationed with the boys. Both teachers were positioned near the sliding door to ensure that no unwanted visitors, particularly the smallest and most disliked student, Mineta, would wander in. The pussycats were taking turns on night watch, keeping the students and the two overworked teachers safe as they slept. You turned your head at the sound of shuffling and spotted a short figure trying to sneak around. It was Mineta, who had somehow slipped past sleeping Vlad. His nasal voice broke the silence as he greeted you, clearly nervous. He asked why you were awake, and you remembered the warnings about his creepy behavior. The class had little regard for him, and you understood why. Behind Mineta, a taller figure whispered, and you guessed it was Kaminari. Mineta insisted he and Kaminari were just heading to the bathroom, but you knew better. You narrowed your eyes at him, recalling how the girls glared at him whenever he made inappropriate remarks. Mineta introduced himself with a grin, making a gesture that only earned him a swift reprimand from Shoei and Hoshiko, who looked ready to defend you. Hoshiko's glare was particularly fierce as she warned him to stay away from you, emphasizing how lucky he was that Aizawa wasn't present. Shoei picked you up and moved you away from Mineta, cautioning you not to trust him. Mineta nervously smiled, but you could sense his insincerity. As much as you hesitated, you decided to wake Aizawa, knowing he would handle the situation. However, before Aizawa could fully awaken, Mineta and Kaminari scurried back to the boys' side, clearly afraid of what Aizawa might do. Aizawa groaned as he opened his eyes, still half asleep. You covered his eyes and told him to sleep, and soon enough, his soft snoring filled the room again. The atmosphere returned to calm, with only the sounds of soft snoring and occasional murmurs from the students. Everyone was fast asleep except for you. You could hear Mandalay gently urging Koda to go to sleep, but instead, you noticed him slipping away into the woods, heading to his hideout. Curiosity piqued, you decided to follow him. You slipped past the heroes on guard and into the woods, using your heightened senses to track his scent. You wanted to understand what he did when he disappeared during the day and to continue your conversation with him. You found Koda in a secluded spot, and he asked if you aimed to be a hero. His tone was laced with disdain, making you anxious. You weren't sure how to respond. The life of a hero seemed filled with constant battles, and you weren't certain if that was the path you wanted. You preferred the idea of being normal, whatever that meant in a world filled with quirks. You shrugged, unsure of your answer, feeling the weight of his gaze. Just as you were about to speak, Hoshiko's gasp drew your attention. She had discovered a piano and began to play a melody you had never heard before. You had never seen a piano, only a guitar that Shoei had found in storage. Hoshiko's playing was captivating. Koda interrupted your thoughts, questioning if you had never seen a piano before, his tone teasing. You turned back to him, caught between curiosity and embarrassment. He didn't know her situation. She shook her head, admiring how gracefully Hoshiko played. It was likely she learned from Yamada, who had all sorts of instruments at his place. She muttered shyly that she hadn't played before, her eyes sparkling at the new melody Hoshiko was creating. Koda clicked his tongue and looked away, trying to hide his surprise behind a frown. He questioned how she hadn't seen a piano before, his tone reminiscent of Bakugu's, and wondered what rock she had been living under. She tilted her head innocently, insisting that she didn't live under a rock, still unfamiliar with such phrases and metaphors. Koda grunted and turned away, dismissing the conversation as stupid. He hopped off the couch, wandering off as usual, leaving her to ponder his initial question. Did she want to be a hero too? She paused when she saw Koda standing alone, staring at the moonlit forest. It was a serene scene. He looked at her, almost as if expecting her to follow, before waving and returning his gaze to the trees. He began to share his story, revealing that his parents had been killed. Despite their tragic fate, people praised them, calling their actions good. His jaw clenched as he balled his fists, clearly struggling with his emotions. She noticed he was no longer focused on the scenery, his eyes were shut tight, fighting back tears. She approached him as he stood there, trembling with anger and sadness. He expressed his frustration, questioning why people praised those who had died so horribly. She offered him a sympathetic look as he continued, lamenting the state of the world filled with conflict and the reckless use of quirks. He looked up at the star-filled sky, exclaiming his discontent with the situation. She understood his frustration and sadness. While she had never experienced the loss of someone special, she could empathize with his hatred for violence and quirks. She didn't hate them, but she didn't particularly like them either. In her own circumstances, she had been forced to use her quirk in harmful ways, which filled her with fear. Violence was all she had known until she met Aizawa, and it was all she had done before escaping the lab. Though she was hesitant about using her quirk, she still wanted to help others. Despite her antisocial nature, she found joy in assisting her dad and Shoei. It felt good to lighten their burdens as long as it was something she could manage. She didn't want to fight, she wanted to be a source of support without resorting to violence. She quietly admitted her uncertainty about wanting to be a hero, which earned her a glare from Koda. He was clearly displeased with her response, especially after sharing his own feelings. However, she expressed her desire to help others, looking down at the ground as she spoke. She missed the way Koda's expression softened as he listened. He sighed, acknowledging that he wanted to help too. He didn't enjoy being mean, but seeing others trained to fight was disheartening. To him, it felt like the students were preparing for battles, and she shared that sentiment. Growing up in a harsh environment, she didn't like witnessing such things, but she had to tolerate it since Aizawa was their teacher and Shoei aspired to follow in his footsteps. Despite her discomfort, she felt powerless to change her situation. Living under a pro-hero meant she had to train as well. It would reflect poorly on Aizawa if she couldn't control her destructive power. She didn't like the feeling of her quirk when activated, but she knew she had to learn to control it to avoid hurting others. That was simply the reality she faced. The two of them stood in silence, gazing at the night sky filled with countless sparkling stars. Unbeknownst to them, Tora had followed them the moment they left the room, overhearing their conversation and feeling displeased. Before the sun rose and anyone else woke, she returned to Aizawa's sleeping bag, where he was still peacefully asleep. As the others began to stir, a new training day commenced, and she had to join in as well. As usual, it started with warm-up stretches. The others were so flexible that she worried they might injure themselves. All she could manage was to reach for her toes or stretch as high as she could, which felt like a significant effort. Achiko giggled, calling her cute as she looked between her legs while they all stretched together. After warm-ups, they jogged around the area. Fortunately, she didn't have to participate in that part, as it would have been too much for her. Instead, she sat on Vlad's broad shoulders, watching everyone, including Aizawa and the pussycats, jog as part of their routine. Aizawa called out that it was just a brisk jog as Hoshiko and Shoei raced ahead, sprinting to see who could finish 10 laps first. Hoshiko laughed as she passed Shoei, teasing him with a playful smile while he glared back at her. Their dynamic was a strange mix of friendship and rivalry. Vlad chuckled, commenting on how energetic the two were, and noted that it reminded him of Aizawa and Hisashi back in the day. Aizawa glanced at her before speeding up to catch up with the two spirited competitors. She watched the playful bickering from a distance as Aizawa gradually closed the gap between them. You were amazed by how fast they were going and how quickly Aizawa was catching up. After all, he was a pro hero. Hoshiko noticed the grown man getting closer and felt a rush of panic. She could see the intensity in his dark eyes and the frown on his face. She urged herself to speed up, worried about what he might do when he caught up to them. Shoei glanced back and saw his dad approaching. He felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively tried to distance himself, unsure of why he felt scared. Meanwhile, the other students watched in awe as their homeroom teacher sprinted past, playfully taunting them by declaring, "Too slow." This initiated an impromptu race. The students began their individual training sessions, each focusing on their own type of endurance. Your task was to make as many objects float as possible without losing control. You stayed close to Ochako, who had a similar quirk, but you demonstrated greater control and endurance, managing to keep more items afloat for longer. By the time Aizawa returned, Ochako looked dizzy and on the verge of being sick. You, however, stood ready for further instructions. Aizawa patted your head and told you to let the floating rocks down. He then suggested a new challenge, making the objects heavier while Sato and Midoriya attempted to carry them. This would test their strength and endurance without exhausting their energy reserves. Jiro was working with Hoshiko, amplifying her heartbeat to see how long she could nullify the sound. Shoei was sparring with Kaminari, focusing on how much energy he could handle from his friend. The chaotic atmosphere of the training sessions was overwhelming. It was difficult not to flinch whenever someone yelled or pounced on another student. You preferred the quiet training sessions with Aizawa in the gym, where it was just the two of you, free from the noise and potential injuries. Here, everyone seemed to be getting worked up, sweaty, and even dirty as they pushed themselves to their limits. You struggled to understand the point of such intensity, as the loud noises and sudden movements made you anxious. Aizawa made sure to keep you at a safe distance during training. Training was exhausting, not because you were unfamiliar with the power surging through you, but because using your quirk made your body heat up. It felt as though you were overheating from the effort. Today, the sun blazed down, intensifying the heat. You were sweaty under your cat sweater, but you focused on countering Tora's water attacks. Aizawa stood nearby, ensuring that nothing went too far. He wanted to avoid overexerting you or causing you too much stress. However, it was essential for you to learn to handle your quirk to prevent any potential outbursts. You struggled to maintain your footing and grip as Tora pushed more water toward you. As your foot slipped back, Aizawa recognized the sign of your fatigue. He called for a halt, telling Tora that it was enough. Tora stopped and let the water return to the tanks. Aizawa approached you as you stumbled, feeling dizzy and weak. Whether it was the sun or overexertion, you definitely needed a break. Aizawa noticed that you seemed to have a limit when you were conscious, likely due to your awareness of the drawbacks of your quirk. He picked you up effortlessly, pushing back the hair you refused to let him tie. He placed a hand on your forehead and confirmed that you were warmer than usual. He declared it break time and carried you back to the lounge, where Vlad was resting. Vlad noticed your return and commented on how it was shorter than the previous day. Aizawa settled you down on a table opposite him. Aizawa gently pulled back your hair and began tying it into a messy bun, despite your displeasure. You disliked having your hair tied, as it felt unnatural. Vlad took a sip of iced water and offered you a glass, which you gratefully accepted. He pointed out that you always trained in long sleeves and suggested that Aizawa should consider changing that to prevent heat exhaustion. Aizawa shrugged, wiping your neck and back with a dry towel while you gulped down the water and pressed the cold glass against your cheek. He explained that Shoei insisted on getting used to his hero uniform, while you refused to change out of your long sleeves. Aizawa sighed, noting that it wasn't just your attire that limited you. Vlad leaned in with interest, crossing his arms. He asked if Aizawa believed it was related to your quirk. Aizawa replied that it was his guess, recalling how your training sessions at UA lasted longer and you didn't sweat as much. Vlad agreed, taking another sip of his drink and munching on an ice cube. He inquired if Aizawa had figured out what your quirk was yet. Aizawa admitted that he hadn't, mentioning that he had asked Shoei and the doctors who handled your DNA results, but they had no answers. Aizawa observed your tired form and sighed, contemplating the situation. He intended to persuade you to change into more suitable attire, a dry-fit shirt and shorts, instead of the long-sleeved sweater you clung to. He understood the importance of keeping cool in the heat, especially for someone as young as you. You shook your head, unwilling to part with your puffy cat sweater. Aizawa, wanting to understand your reluctance, gently asked why. You felt that way? He aimed to be a parent who listened and sought compromise rather than simply issuing commands. You struggled to articulate your feelings. The scars on your arms and legs made you uncomfortable, and the thought of exposing them felt unnatural. You looked down, feeling a wave of shame wash over you. Just then, Shoei approached, taking a break from the heat. He inquired if there was a problem, prompting Aizawa to explain your situation while Shoei rolled up his sleeves and drank from a tumbler of water. The scientists were discussing your quirk, noting its destructive nature. Akane questioned whether your body could handle it, observing how you seemed to struggle under the strain. The young scientist, with round glasses, explained that your quirk caused you to burn out quickly, overheating your body like an overused engine. Akane considered the implications and asked if endurance drags would help. The scientist confirmed that while they might extend your quirk's usage, they wouldn't alleviate the strain on your body. Akane decided that was acceptable. The pain from the injections you received was becoming unbearable. You felt numbness in your shoulders and arms from the constant needle insertions. As you squirmed, a scientist warned you to stay still, fearing the needle might snap. You were restrained to the table, a shock collar around your neck for safety. Just as the needle pierced your skin, your mutation quirk activated, and your wings emerged. The scientists began shouting orders, trying to manage the chaos. Your silver wings spread wide, and sharp feathers flew in all directions. In the aftermath, you found yourself alone in the room, your head resting on the cold metal table, arms restrained, and your wings stained. You sat in silence, not wanting to acknowledge the destruction you had caused. Akane observed the scene, asking if the scientists had determined the nature of your mutation quirk. They speculated that you might possess a transformation quirk, suggesting that you could evolve into something more in the future. Akane instructed them to encourage you to explore that potential. Aizawa woke groggily, searching for you in the dark room. The space beside him was empty, and he felt a surge of concern. He quietly moved through the sleeping students, hoping you had simply snuggled up with someone else. When he stepped outside, he encountered Koda and Tora, who seemed to be looking for him. They informed him that you were in the cave, appearing stressed and scared. Tora led the way, and Aizawa followed, anxious to find you. Upon reaching the cave, he found you curled up at the far end, missing your wings that usually provided you comfort. Nightmares plagued you, likely triggered by the chaos of recent events. The sounds of students using their quirks echoed in your mind, reminding you of the painful memories from the lab. You hugged your knees tightly, beads of sweat forming on your forehead as you fought to keep the memories at bay. A voice in your head accused you of causing death, and you shook your head in denial, tears welling in your eyes. You didn't want to cry, especially not when you were safe with Aizawa. You felt a sense of doubt creeping in about Aizawa, a feeling you didn't want to entertain. A silhouette of a man stood at the entrance of the cave, and you recognized it was Aizawa, yet you remained where you were, afraid that you might hurt him, just as you had hurt those scientists. Aizawa approached, his footsteps drawing closer. You stayed still, burying your head in your arms. He knelt down to your level, looking at you with gentle eyes. His hand hovered near your back, uncertain if you were ready for his touch. He asked softly what was wrong, concern evident in his voice. You had never liked the heat, it always made you sweat and tire more quickly. So, you wondered why you stood in the woods, surrounded by blue flames. Why you remained in the midst of chaos, with villains hunting down students, possibly including yourself. The sounds of cracking trees under the heat, the wind fueling the flames, and the frightened cries of students filled the air, yet you stood there, lost in thought. The chaos you always tried to avoid enveloped you, bringing with it a sense of violence. Despite everything happening around you, your focus remained on the figure before you. The cries of the students and the shouts of the pro-heroes faded into the background. You were too absorbed in trying to understand the emotions swirling within you as your eyes locked onto his. Was it pain? Anger? Shock? Or perhaps betrayal? You struggled to find words, confusion knitting your brows together as tears began to form in your eyes. You asked why, seeking answers. Because I have no other choice, Tora replied, his tone cold. His blue eyes shone even brighter against the backdrop of the flames, never leaving yours. He stood tall amidst the crumbling trees, exuding an air of confidence. Slowly, he turned to you, extending his hand. Let's go.